maybe knew I don't need you now. Call it napalm, call it drama, I won't tell you how. Running horses, raping sisters, they won't be around. Broken families, winded stories, no one looks around. Darker future, maybe newer, I don't need you now. Call it napalm, call it drama, I won't tell you how. Running horses, raping sisters, they won't be around. Broken families, winded stories, no one looks around. I don't want to be anyone, but yeah I am. Don't you know there's no low? I am myself tonight. Maybe if I ran to the city to win, I could be someone else. Could I be someone else? Loving victims hiding down, or the world will drown me soon. Open wounds and sudden lynchings like a tide to moon. Kissing brothers, raping sisters, they won't be around. Broken families, winning stories, no one looks around. I don't want to be anyone, but yeah I am. Don't you know there's no low? I am myself tonight. Maybe if I ran to the city to the wind, could I be like someone else? Could I be like someone else? Separated at the hip, separated via drip of morphine and time regress. Forget like time press. Fuck you and fuck your life. Maybe I'm tired of strife. Leave me alone and let me starve. Leave me alone and let me starve. it's the opposite. I give a lot of a fuck and it pisses me off. Everything sucks. Motherfucker, yeah. Excuse me. We're back. We're doing the fucking show again. Hell yeah. My fucking god, bitch. Fuck, cunt, whore, mother, sucking, cunt ass bitch. Sorry, I said cunt twice. We're doing the show. We had a brief hiatus for 2 weeks for a myriad of reasons. I don't have to fucking explain myself to you. Let's just get that right on the table, right off the rip. I don't owe you a fucking explanation, all right? You know, I was doing shit. I was busy. I was taking care of fucking things IRL. You think I fucking... Okay, I actually told myself, don't start off berating the audience. Start off on a good note, on a high note. Okay. Hey! We're back.
Sorry I missed a couple weeks. Whatever. Fucking shit happens. It happens. I do want this show to be weekly, but also that is more commitment than I generally give to anything. So, if it doesn't happen one week, that's normal for me. That's par for the course. But I'll try. Okay, anyway, Jesus Christ. What the hell are we talking about today? Death! The topic is death. Yes. We're going to get in the weeds about death. We're going to get down and dirty with death. We're going to be doing dirty, disgusting things with the Grim Reaper. Does that exist? There's Rule 34 porn for the Grim Reaper? There's got to be. That could be that seems like a perfect porn opportunity. It's it's your time to die, my lady. But I have an idea for how to extend your time for just 15 minutes or so, on average. How long does it take you guys to have sex? I feel 15 minutes that's good. That's a good. I mean, unless you're stunt fucking and you're not really, you're just you don't even think about coming. You're just I'm just in it for the style points. I'm gonna F so hard and so fresh. Wow. Okay, I actually don't know where the hell I'm getting off on this. Anyway, okay, death. That's the opposite of sex. Death is it's a thing that happens. It's a very common thing, common practice among humanity and even all living things in the entire world that I know of. Death is a part of life, right? It's just one part, the end part, the finale. And it's obviously we got a lot of questions. We got a lot of questions that we need to ponder when it comes to death, because nobody knows. Nobody knows exactly what the hell is going on there. We just know that one day there was a person living here, and then the next day they're just not there no more. We just moved their remains somewhere else, so we don't have to think about that. Put them in the earth. That seems like a good natural thing to do. Burn them. That's fine. What are some of the weird things you could do with dead bodies? You could have them. You could put them on display. I mean, we do that for a bit, with the wakes and stuff. I don't know if that's a cultural thing specific to specific cultures, but everybody that I've ever known that's died has had a wake with an open casket, and everybody looks at the dead body, and it's a bit of an odd experience. Because the dead body is always all we never look at the dead body that how they look as just a dead body, which I imagine be like a pale, lifeless corpse. But we put all that makeup on them, and they just look fucking strange. Yeah. Anyway, all right. So we're gonna talk about death today. I talk about all the facets of death. You can call in and tell me about people you've known that have died, the deathbed experience, which is always great. No one's ever had a bad deathbed experience. It's just a party. You can tell us your opinions on death. Is it real? Does it happen? Okay, it does happen. But what happens? What's going on there? Do you turn into dust instantly? What goes on with your brain? What happens to your personality? I don't know. I don't fucking know. Nobody does. That's why these are the topics that I like. The topics where nobody's right, nobody's wrong. It's just your opinion. You can also, we might get into might ask people some thoughts on skirting death. would you want to be immortal? Does that sound appealing to you? And I'll preface it right now. If being immortal does sound appealing to you, I got my eye on you, all right? In a bad way. I got my eye on you because you should die. You specifically. If you think you should be immortal, you specifically, you should die right away. Not right away. Okay, I'm sorry. Soon. Because that's not. I don't want you to be immortal. I don't want anyone to be immortal. I'll make it my mission. I won't say that I'll kill everyone who wants to be immortal, because that's doesn't seem like a good thing to say, but that's what I'm thinking. If you want to be immortal, maybe you should consider. Okay, actually, this is getting into bad territory here. Hey, anyway, we're talking about death. Death. It's not going to be depressing. It's not going to be upsetting. This is just a thing that happens to everybody ever in the entire history of everything. So it's, it's fine. It's normal. Okay. Hold on. Oh God. I will be putting the number up for the call-ins. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I got 2 carbonated beverages going right now, and they're fucking duking it out in my tummy. But yeah, when we do the first, I'll take off I'll put up the number for the call-in after the first break. Before we do that, let's see what the boys think about death, actually. Oh, sorry, let me get this up here. Let's see what they're saying.
That day.
Which one did you?
I got Pfizer.
Oh, okay.
Oh, shit.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hey.
Oh!
Well.
What's up, boys?
We meet again.
What's up?
We're talking about death today. I heard you were talking about the vaccine.
Yeah.
How's your vaccine treatment going?
I wish I got fucking vaccinated for the common cold right about now. Can you hear it in my voice?
You sound a little bit sick. I can hear a little bit of that.
I am a doctor, and unfortunately, I diagnosed myself with about 1 to 2 weeks to live. So,
oh my God! From the common cold?
Yeah, it's a bad one. It's a major killer.
Quate, is that something? Are you genetically susceptible to this? Have you had family members die of the common cold before?
Almost everyone in my family who's ever died of the common cold. The rhinovirus, it's just...
That's why it's so common. It's a common cause of death,
A common
Yeah, it's the number one.
What was the rhinovirus? Is that part of the suite of common colds?
It's one of them. It's the one I've got. I did a test. I got a rhino test, they call it.
Yeah? What does that consist of?
Rhinoceros horn.
Oh, God. Where does it go?
Right up your ass.
This is some alternative medicine, I see.
Yeah.
So you think you've ever died before? Does anyone here think they've ever died before? I think they got the experience.
I'm alive and well, but I'm open to the experience. I'm open to new experiences.
Yeah, I feel like I was born, but like that's probably the closest I've been to dying, I think.
Probably.
You don't think you've died any time before you were born?
Oh, that's a tough one.
That is tough. What do you think, Stoner? Have you died before you were born?
I don't know. I just remember I remember watching a movie and I saw a guy get heavily irradiated, and I was like, "Oh, I know what that feels like. That's weird. I know how that feels on my body. I think I've died that way before."
Dude, are you a Chernobyl? What's the opposite of survivor? Are you a Chernobyl dyer? Did you die in Chernobyl?
The image was actually in water. So maybe during some nuclear testing or something in the fucking Pacific. I think I might have been a fisherman, just a little, just in the wrong spot, wrong time, and I just got fucking irradiated to death in the water.
Well, maybe you should have thought twice before going out and fishing near American nuclear testing, huh?
Yeah, that was probably my last mistake that go around, I guess.
So you
Don't fuck with Uncle Sam.
you had a death flashback, Toner?
Yeah, I think so. I also think I know what it's like to be stabbed, like in the gut. I think I know that feeling.
Describe it to us.
So, particularly in the like lower left part of my abdomen, like having a sizable kitchen knife rammed in there. I mean, you can imagine it like being a sort of sharp pain, as you would expect, but like there's also like a very hot and dull and kind of ickiness to having those kind of organs severed. A very like acidic sort of. I don't know.
It almost sounds similar to the rhino test that Dr. Quate went through.
Yeah, I know.
yeah.
I do know what that's like. Yeah, and a different location on the body, but
having
it is very very warm.
Having a large foreign object coming in to displace your body, your normal
My organs.
Maybe
Yeah.
I had the common cold, and then to test to see if I had the knife common cold, I got the knife test.
Well, I guess the question here is, what did you do to piss off whoever stabbed you? That's what I want to know.
That's true.
I don't know.
Oh, you
I've
don't
been
know.
close to being
It
stabbed
wasn't me.
before.
I was just stabbed. Oh, it was just some evil person. I didn't do anything wrong.
Oh.
Come on, Toner. Tell us what you did.
You know that phrase that's like, where there's smoke, there's fire? My favorite variant of that is like, when you're stabbed, there's a reason. So,
Once
Well,
again,
if it was like a kitchen knife, must have been probably in the kitchen.
A domestic quarrel.
Potentially. Maybe.
Maybe your mom. Maybe infanticide.
what I'm hearing is, if it was in the kitchen, it was a domestic dispute, and you probably deserved it. I don't want to have to say that, but
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's a hint of accept that comes with being stabbed, So I maybe I saw it coming,
Maybe you wanted
dude,
it.
Nostradamus.
Oh, you know what? It could be future death. That is true.
Oh, shit.
stay away from knives. Just if
Yeah.
you see a kitchen knife, run the other direction.
Yeah, just try to be a nice person, Toner, for the rest of your life. Then you won't ever be involved in conflict.
I mean, I'm already kind of living that way, and it's
Okay.
taxing, but it's getting me there.
Sure. I believe you.
So you don't think you've ever died before?
I'm trying to think. Like, I never even really die in my dreams. I had a dream.
Oh, really?
I
die all the
in
time.
almost all of my dreams. Straight
Yeah,
up, the
definitely.
end of most of my dreams is me getting shot.
Jeez. Do you have? Is that like? Is you waking up the exact moment of you dying? Are you like?
Yes. It really is. It's like someone pulls out a gun. I go, oh fuck, he has a gun. I could die at any moment and not even know it. And then I die at any moment and don't even know it in the dream.
Dude, I had this dream last night that I was looking for a bathroom so bad, and I had to keep going into different restaurants and ordering things at every single place, and they always changed their mind about letting me into the bathroom after I ordered and ate. It didn't have anything to do with death, but it was pissing me off, for real.
Could have killed
Call
those
that a
guys in the
near-death
restaurants.
experience.
And the weirdest thing is I woke up, I didn't even have to go to the bathroom. I thought for sure that this was my brain trying to say, like, you better fucking wake up or your bed's going to get real wet. But, no, it's fine.
Yeah, dying in dreams is it's always guns for me. I never really get like stabbed or anything like that. I always just get shot or some shit. So it's kind of boring, no pain involved. But
You never
You ever
I think-
get killed by like supernatural things in your dreams, like ghosts and stuff? That happens to me most of the time.
I've never been involved with a ghost.
you never jump off like a cliff or something. That happens to me
Yeah, I've done
sometimes
that
in
in a
dreams.
dream.
Oh yeah. You know what? I fall off things or like get stuck in an elevator that's gonna fall. It's always the instantaneous type of deaths that get me, though. I guess I should say.
I do have a recurring thing in dreams where, like, I can't fly, but I can like jump super high and like slowly float down.
Dude, me too. And
Yeah.
gravity's really not working, but you can run and jump pretty far and you just kind of slowly float.
But it always reaches a point where it's like gravity kicks back in when I'm like 100,000 feet in the air. I'm like, no, my fucking powers were fucking bullshit this whole time. But I never hit the ground. I always wake up from the terror.
Yeah, that falling feeling. Do you ever get that falling feeling and your ears go "Ee," and then you wake up? You ever get the ear part?
No.
No, that's new.
That's new? Okay.
I've never heard of that before.
Your ears make
You ever
noise to you?
When I'm dreaming and I'm like falling off a cliff or something, as you accelerate, it the ears, increasing of the ringing.
Oh. So it sounds
What
like
about
it sounds like a dive bomber.
Yeah, it's like it's more like a bomb exploding kind of ringing,
I'm not really familiar.
Yeah. Go to Boston Marathon 2015.
Nice. Good. All right, hey
Dzhokhar
boys.
Tsarnaev over here. All right, I'm done.
Dzhokhar, who's the other one?
Tamerlan.
There you go.
You guys both got it. Good work. All
Hell
right.
yeah.
Good. I'm going to be quizzing you on different domestic terrorists throughout the show, but that was a good one for this one. All right.
Good.
Boys, good talking to you. I'm going to take a break now and take some calls, but I'll be back to you in about an hour or so. Thank you.
Very exciting.
Goodbye.
Take care.
Yes.
If I'm still alive.
Goodbye. All right. Good. All right, we're taking a break here. 5-6 minute break. I will put the number on the screen right now. There it is. But you're not going to get in until after the break is over. So if you call in now, it's futile. Excuse me. Before I go to break, wanted to quickly mention the music from the stream is all coming from artist Fricko Braun. Nearly all of it, 99% of it, is from one album called Divorced from the World. I have linked that album in the description. You can look at it on Bandcamp. You can listen to it a couple times, and then Bandcamp makes you buy it. It's like $5. So if you're enjoying the music, please support the artist Fricko Braun. Also, the HUD/overlay from the screen, or from the stream that you're looking at, is by Slouch. Slouch, very talented animator, YouTuber. His YouTube channel is also linked in the description of this video. I think that's that. All right, I'm going to take a break now. When we get back, we will be taking calls from the audience. And, we'll be talking about death. And I will see you in a couple minutes here.
Boy, ain't worth the brimstone and the time you made me give you. It's a shame you made me do this, but oh well, it's for the better now. How'd it do? Maybe I told you it was done
Okay. We're back. We're doing it. Oh shit, here we go.
Call from
Jet.
Jet.
to accept press.
Yo, Jet.
Hey, what's happening, dude?
What up, regular caller, Jet? Good to hear from you.
Good to hear from you too, man. Gnarly thunder today.
Say what?
I'm outside having a smoke and the thunder's crazy.
Oh, hell yeah.
Might die. Might die on this call.
We've been getting all kinds of crazy thunderstorms around here lately as well. Although today it is beautifully sunny and humid and disgusting.
Right on.
So what did you want to tell us about death? You want to talk about the experience you had with death or your opinions on death or what?
Yeah, no, I have an opinion on death. I don't know anybody close to me who's well, I don't know anybody within my family who's died. I had a friend who I went to high school with. He hung out with his name was Tyler. He hung out with our group of weirdos, a very small group, but he was always super annoying and everyone made fun of him all the time. And I was making music back then and he was getting into animation and I had just graduated high school that year and he sent me a message Christmas morning. And he said, "Hey, Jet, you want to do music for my animation I'm doing? It's about like an elephant, blah, blah, blah." And I was like, "Yeah, dude, I'd love to." And we were talking, and then I was like, "All right, we gotta get ready to go. We're going back up to go have Christmas with our dad." And he was like, "Yeah, I'm going up to have Christmas with my dad too." And it was only like a half-hour drive away. So I got off with him, and then we drove up, and I got to Dad's house, and his girlfriend Ellie was like, "Hey, do you guys know Tyler?" I was like, "Yeah, I know Tyler." She's like, "He just died in a car accident."
Oh my God.
I was like, "What? Are you serious?" She's like, "Yeah, him and his brother Kyle," which is crazy because I always got picked on by all the jocks, but Kyle was kind of the only jock. He was 2 grades above me, who was actually nice to me. So that kind of sucks. But I'm thinking about doing the soundtrack anyway because Tyler and Kyle's parents still live here in town. So I was thinking about finishing the soundtrack anyway and putting it on CD for him and giving it to them at some point.
When was that?
That was in 2010.
God damn. Hey, you're taking your sweet time with this soundtrack, bro.
I know, man. Life shit.
Wow, but that's intense. Like, was it really dropped on you that
yeah, I'd spoken with him. Yeah, I'd spoken with him just a half an hour before that.
Holy
we were talking through Facebook. It was crazy.
Yeah, so what'd you think? Did it give you pause? Did it make you think, "Oh God, that means I'm gonna die at some point," or was it? What did you think?
It made me wish I treated him nicer when he was around, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he wasn't a bad kid. He was just like one of the most annoying human beings I've ever met.
Like autistic kind of annoying?
Yeah, I think he was to a level. He must have been, yeah. Because he was one of those people who was just always in your face, always talking to you. Like, even if you were busy and trying to do shit, he'd come over and just have, like, incredibly long conversations with you.
Yeah, I don't know anything about autism, like, in terms of science, but I do know that it generally... I know what the sort of person is like. I've met lots of people like that.
Yeah, but I've been doing a lot of thinking about death in my as I've gotten older. I've been I started listening to like Alan Watts and a few other I can't think of the word for him right now. But
philosophers.
Yeah, no, thank you, philosophers. But no, I think that death is I think that death I think it's just the expiration of our body, really. Like our brains pilot this vessel, and then once the vessel gets too old to work, it just can't run anymore. But where matter can't be like created or destroyed, you just kind of disperse. I feel like life itself is kind of a cycle, so I feel like death is just kind of another stage of life.
Do you feel this is sort of a common thought, but just like that? All life is connected in this way where like when you're living you're kind of as a separate thing, and then when you die you maybe join the rest of things? How do you?
Yeah, yeah, no, yeah, kind of. Yeah, I feel like life itself, like life itself. I feel like
all life.
You all life. Yeah, you see it in everything. You see it in trees and bugs, and you see it out in outer space. You see it in us. It's in microorganisms and shit. And I think that life itself is just so malleable that like we inhabit, like the life that we're experiencing right now is inhabiting a human body. And then once this vessel expires, I think that the consciousness that we have would go on and inhabit another kind of form that was, or, something else that could hold life. Damn, dude. Some nasty thunder. I love it.
Oh, I heard that, yeah. All right, so this is something I was thinking about yesterday, actually. I was watching these couple of deer, these young deer, in the backyard where we're nibbling on some vegetation, and I was mesmerized because they're just beautiful deer, and they were young deer, and there was a male and a female deer. What's the singular of deer? Is it just deer? Is it door?
I think it's deer. I think it's just deer.
All right, that makes sense. I was trying to figure this out. Was like, I was just making up this whole elaborate story in my head about these deer because I was watching them. They're just so damn cute. And I was like, do these deer love each other? Is that a possibility that like animals have love?
Yeah, for sure, man.
Tell me your thoughts on such a thing.
Yeah, I think that animals are totally capable of loving, dogs and cats, and well, maybe not cats, but dogs show it all the time. but yeah, and I feel like animals in particular approach death much differently than human beings do. Like we view it as a very scary thing. We think it's the end. We can't imagine living without what we have, when realistically, when we die, we won't really be able to worry or be upset that we lost everything anyway.
Right. I was thinking with these deer was like, I think a lot of humans have the opinion that like, creatures that are living a more primal life like don't have access to what we might think of as like these sort of heady feelings such as love, like something where like you've got to digest it in your brain and mull it over and think about it and understand it. But really, like, people don't really understand love. They just make up a bunch of thoughts about it. So I almost feel like creatures living more primal lives can have like way more intense feelings than humans do even. Whereas, like, we can sit around and think about, like, do I actually feel this way? Whereas, like, a deer is just like, I love this deer. I know nothing else. Like, my entire life is just going and eating and loving this deer. And, like, it would just, I don't know.
Yeah, dude, I agree. I feel like when it comes to creatures who are of a more primal nature, like human beings are more susceptible to loss in the way that we attach ourselves to material things. And the value that we attach to each other is different in the way, like, we don't, like my attachment to you in particular, like, for example, is not one of survival, like, I don't, right. Like, we're not in a situation where, like, we need to rely on each other for survival at the moment. But in the wild, wild animals and more primitive beings certainly do. So I feel like, as human beings perceive death, I feel like we're so much more worried about the things that we're losing and all the things that we're going to leave behind. Whereas in that kind of environment, they don't really, they've got each other and that's pretty much it. But they also don't really have access to so many things that, like, so many scary influences of death, I should say. Like, animals see a dead animal outside, and they're just like, oh, that's food. But human beings see a dead animal or a dead human being, we're like, oh my God, that's terrible.
Mm-hmm. It's unbelievable. Someone died.
Yeah, what the fuck?
What's the story here? What the hell happened?
Yeah. Is that gonna happen to me? Holy shit.
You said you never had a family member die, though? Your grandparents are all kicking still?
Yeah, all my grandparents are still kicking. All my parents are still kicking. Jeez. My siblings are still kicking.
Congratulations. But just for now. It's happening.
Oh, yeah, no, I know it's going to happen. And I've already kind of started to prepare myself mentally for when it does happen. But I feel like when it does happen, I don't know. I can't say for certain whether or not all this preparation is actually going to have the effect I hope it does.
Sure. What about for yourself? Do you think about your own circumstances with dying? Do you think death is like a far off thing that you don't worry about, or is it something that's in your mind?
It's something that I don't try to provoke any situation that would lead to my demise purposely, but I don't live in a state of fear of death on a normal basis, or I don't think about it a whole lot. You know,
Why
like
not?
sometimes I do think
Why
about
not?
like how my well, because I got so much life to live, you know.
Yeah,
If I'm
right.
thinking about-
Until tomorrow when someone fucking guns you down.
Yeah,
just
but
a
if it
fucking
does, then at
brick
least
falls on
I'll
your head.
get gunned down, fucking thinking,
Yeah,
you know,
that's too cool.
unexpectedly enjoying life.
That's actually a pretty cool
But-
way to die.
But yeah, no, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Sorry, I was rudely interrupting you.
Oh no, it's totally good. I'm excruciatingly hungover today as well, so my mind is quite blank.
Oh, nice. I haven't drank beers in 5 days, bro. I'm drinking beer right now. I feel amazing. So good.
Hell yeah, dude! I'm proud of you.
I'm
yeah, you
living
got
life.
double carbonation going on.
Yeah, I got my bang. I got my brews. Like this is why this show exists, as an excuse for me to get tanked on a Friday night.
Hell yeah, dude. Hey, real quick before we go, have you seen the CEO of Bang? Have you seen what he looks like?
Oh no, no.
He looks exactly how you'd expect the CEO of like a crazy energy drink to look.
I'm
Like
imagining
his hair's all fucking crazy.
Yeah, I was imagining like a Richard Branson type, but with perhaps like even more crazy hair. Dude, who's gonna be the first astronaut to bring Bang into space?
Fucking Elon Musk.
Hell yeah.
At the rate he's going.
All right, hey Jet, it's great talking to you again.
Yeah, it was good talking to you too, dude. Have an awesome stream.
Thanks, man. See ya. Nice. Death. See? We can talk about death. It's normal. It's fine. I gotta talk a little less. The bang has got me. It's got me. I want to say things. But I gotta let the callers talk, I guess. What a fucking dilemma. Let the callers talk? Then what do I do? I guess ask questions. It's fine. All right, yeah, we're talking about death today. Call in 518-288-7938. That is the number. Tell us what you think about death. Or if you've known someone who's died, tell us the excruciating details of what that was like. I've seen 3 of my grandparents on their deathbed. And it ain't pretty, really. Kind of wish that I didn't see them on their deathbed. I kind of feel like it'd be better if they just died and my last memory of them was being alive and well and not like being full of pain and medical tubes and whatnot. That's a little disturbing. The calls are not coming through. I see calls being made, but they're not working. Thank you, Google. If this doesn't work in a second here, I'll call one of these numbers back. Google, you're such a fucking bitch. God damn it. Fuck you. All right, let's do it. Let's call someone. This person.
9, 3, 7, 6.
Okay. I guess that wasn't gonna work. How about this one? What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, you called me.
You've reached the phone number.
Let's not dox. Dude, I'm getting so many fucking calls. This fucking 100 calls just came in all at once. Come on, Google. Do your shit. Answer the fucking phone. This isn't my fault. This isn't my fault. This is a multi-mega billion conglomerate corporation's fault. I'm passing the blame. Calling this one. How about this?
Please leave your message for 66.
Jesus Christ. Is there something I have to do? Oh, this is what fucking happens. You take 2 weeks off and then the whole fucking internet just doesn't work anymore. How about this one?
Hello?
Yo!
Yes?
Yo, what's up? It's the Minute Hour.
For fucking real?
Yeah, fuck yeah, bro.
Okay. Okay, so we talking about death?
Yeah, dude. Go for it.
Alright.
Go off.
So I guess I've come close to dying several times.
Oh, yeah?
Like a few months ago, I got a knife pulled on me.
You got a what?
A knife pulled on me.
What's the situation?
Like a little. Okay, so I was with my friends, all right, and they were tripping on shrooms. I wasn't, I wasn't about that. But
you were the guardian.
I was not the guardian. I was still fucked up, but I wasn't that fucked up.
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
So there was this. We were this real fucking shady part. All right. There's a store just around this park that sells drinks to minors and everything. Everybody from this town is fucked up. And there was this one dude over this park table, and he was singing to himself and just screaming. And we thought it was pretty funny,
Sure.
So we walked over there, and then, basically, I can't understand nothing they were saying because they were all speaking Spanish and shit. But I heard him say cocaina. That's what he likes, He wanted some cocaine from us.
Okay.
I guess I'll just skip to the point. He started.
Dude,
we didn't go for that.
All right, hold on.
Yeah.
You're going in and out a little bit. All right, you're good now. Never mind. You still there?
Am I?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go for it. So he wants cocaine. You don't have cocaine.
Yeah, we don't got no cocaine. We got weed on us. All right. But, he said weed is shit. That's nothing. And then he keeps like, this story's more fucking sad than funny. Nah, I think about
That's
it.
That's okay. That's all right. Let's
Yeah.
get sad.
But, yep. He pulled a knife on us. He said he had a gun. And we ran from that.
How many of you were there?
There was like 10 of us.
And you all just sprinted away?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he said he had a gun. What the hell were you?
No,
what
yeah,
you doing?
no. I'm not saying that's the wrong move. Like, definitely, when someone pulls a knife,
yeah,
you want to get out of there. But did you all sprint away in other directions? Where'd you guys meet up, or were you like one solid?
Well, some
unit?
of us took cover. I was just like, fuck this, and I got one of my friends to drive me home.
Oh, okay.
I was just a drunk fuck. We weren't that scared of him, but we got the fuck out of there.
Did he seem just out of his mind, totally crazy? He was gonna stab you for no reason.
He just seemed Mexican. Nah, JK. Nah, he was pretty. He just seemed. He was just a drunk bastard.
Okay, good. All right, so you almost died.
You ever come close to dying?
No, I don't think so. Like, No, I'm like never in a situation like that where I was like just going about my normal life, and then all of a sudden, like death is briefly staring me in the face. That sounds pretty terrifying.
I ain't living the street life. Can I let you talk to my brother?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Oscar. Yo, guess who I'm on the phone with? Guess who I'm on the fucking phone with? The fucking Minute Hour.
Hell yeah.
You want to fucking talk to him?
Come on, bro. Come on, Austin.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. You ain't ever gonna get an opportunity like this.
That's right. Don't be a fucking pussy.
You don't be a fucking pussy. Hey, Louie. What a fucking bitch.
He's fucking jerking off in there. God damn it.
Yo, you wanna hear something cool?
Yeah. Is that the X-Files theme? It is! Are you playing that on a piano?
Can you do that?
I heard that. Is that you? Are you playing that?
Yeah.
Like on a piano? Huh? Dude, hell yeah. Take it away. Take it away. 20 seconds right now. 20 seconds unfettered piano time. Go for it. Whatever you want to play. Death is a real thing. Oh, I'm freestyling over this. You think you ain't gonna fucking die? Guess again, you little fucking bitch. And then it fucking drops.
Yeah.
All right, dude, I'm gonna let you go now. It was good talking to you.
I love you.
Hey, I love you too. Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
Love you, Joe. Bye.
All right, bye. Nice, nice. Okay, okay.
Call from
Michael Cernick.
to accept.
Michael.
Hey, how you doing?
Yo, what's up, Michael? How are you doing? I'm doing swell.
Oh, I'm doing good today. It's my day off. I'm just hanging at home here. I don't know if anyone's covered maybe this topic pertaining to death yet, but I kind of had maybe a little spiel for like 10 seconds.
Please, go ahead.
All right. So, I guess I don't know if this adds any context. When I was when I was 19, I lost my dad, and I was very emotionally close to my dad, and it was kind of like so shock to me. So I don't know. I was just thinking about death. It kind of taught me to think about death in a different way. Like I was young and doing a bunch of fun things at the time. So like I was like sad at the shock at first. Like it, really takes you back. Mm-hmm. Just like it's hard to accept it. And then after a while, like I just thought, you know what, like I don't have to like sit around and be sad all the time and be sad about it and just kind of hold in all the good times we had together and try to be happy that he's kind of free from, because he also had a lot of crap going on. He had health issues and financial troubles and stuff like that. So like
was the cause of his death like some sort of medical thing, or was it?
Yeah, it was medical. Yeah, he had like chronic illnesses. He had all kinds of crap going on.
Okay.
It was troubling him for a long time. So, I was kind of happy not to see him suffering. I think that was the thing. But not every death is like that. Of course, some people are living a vibrant, happy life before they before they just kind of get, you know, some random crap happens to them, and then, but you know, I like everybody, or sometimes when somebody dies and people are, you know, I feel like they're holding on to it too much. You know, I try to just think about it like, you know, death is just like an inevitable part of life, and I think we should concentrate on celebrating what they were doing when they were alive, and instead of just like just mourning all the time. I think it's you know, you could almost change like a funeral type situation into almost like a celebration. I don't know if that's that's controversial to say.
Well, how long was your mourning period?
It was a shock to me, of course, and you know, and I should have seen it come, but I was young, so you think when you got a parent around, you don't think they're ever going to disappear. Yeah. And you know, it was like it was a good few solid days of like real hard, and then within a few days, I flew back. I'm out here in Nevada. I flew back to Pennsylvania to where he was at, and went to the funeral. And I remember when I was at the funeral, it was like when all the really bad crap had passed for me, and I felt like, you know, am I supposed to be like sad and crying right now? Because at the funeral itself, like it wasn't that sad. Like seeing his body.
To keep it going, like so that you would feel like in a way that was appropriate for the occasion.
Well, yeah, but I didn't. You know, I was actually in like a okay mood at the funeral. Mm-hmm. And like seeing his body, it was just like weird. You know, it just almost looked like it was like a fake mannequin of my dad. Mm. So it was kind of weird. Like I wasn't sad at the funeral, you know, but it hit me really hard, and I was really close to him, and you know, but yeah, it's just kind of a weird thing.
Where do you think your sadness during the mourning period was coming from? Did it have to do with like you were upset that your dad didn't get to keep living, like, or was it that you like felt that you had things to say that you didn't get to say?
You know, I felt like I wanted to spend more time with him. Like I didn't get to say a proper goodbye for one. Like I really didn't take into account that like my dad was as sick as he was, and that you know, that he could probably just go. He always bragged about like the doctors gave him like a life expectancy, and he always was bragging how he was beating it by like half a year or a year and all this stuff. And so I thought like he was getting into like kind of like exercising and meditation in his last couple of years there, and so I figured he'd just be able to like kind of beat it for a while. So it was like a shock.
So it wasn't one of those like slow degradation processes where it's like very obvious this person is on the way to death?
Well, it's hard to say because like when I was little, like you know, he was kind of walking around more normal, but then he always had like a fucked up leg. So he was always on crutches or a cane like 90% of my youth. Mm-hmm. And then when I was like 11, because this is what got him, is he worked around asbestos in like the 70s and 80s, and he smoked a lot of cigarettes too. And combination of that, so what really got him was like his lungs were fucking just like degrading, you know. And so he was on an oxygen tank for like a decade, or no, sorry, for like over half a decade before he died. So I was actually like kind of used to seeing that, but I was young, so. You know, I don't think I could really realize the context. You know, my situation is a lot different than a lot of other people's situations.
Just in this terms that your dad was sick for a while?
Yeah, when I was just young, and so I don't think I had a comprehension of like the inevitability of that situation.
Have you had how have your thoughts evolved, or have they at all, since your dad died, about like what is death? Like, is that something you think about now, or is it something that you've, it's just like, that's the thing that happens. I don't have to really worry about that until I get really sick.
You know what? I do think about it. I don't know if it's like a lot, but I do think about it. I'd say kind of often, and think of like, am I doing what I think I'd be okay with if like I got sick or something, and got pronounced with like a fucking year to live or something like that, and I always try to think of that, like, did I do my best today? Did I try my best? And I think that's all that it's really going to come down to when you're dying. Some people say that when you're dying, you don't worry about the things you did that you thought were wrong. You worry about the things that you didn't do that you should have done. So I just try to make sure I did my best each and every day, and it's not always easy to do that, but
how old are you
try
now?
to accept. I'm 28.
Do you have a family?
Your not my own family, no. No.
What do you think about if you had to just imagine how your dad was feeling, like, at the end of his life? Do you think that he was satisfied in the way that you're talking about? Do you think he felt like he did the things that he could do?
That's one thing that I kind of feel almost like bad for him in a way, because I don't think he was. No, he wasn't able to work for, 10, 15 years at least before he died. Almost 2 decades before he died, he wasn't able to work because of like his leg, and my parents divorced at a young age, so he's on the lonely side, I think, and he seemed like he was always disappointed at things, but he really loved his sons, and he tried to be there for us as much as he could, but I don't think he was very satisfied. No.
How close to the end were you in contact with him?
So, well, he was, pretty much on the other side of the country. So I'm Nevada, and he was in West Pennsylvania, and but I'd go see him like every summer. And the year before he died, I went and, so it was the year I graduated from high school. It was the year before he died, and I went and just hung out with him for like 2 or 3 months, and just fucking, that was the longest I'd spent time with him in like, since I was like a young kid, in like a decade there almost. And it was great, like he couldn't do a lot because he was in a wheelchair. Like, he was in a wheelchair on an oxygen tank all the time. His leg had been amputated. There's a long story, So he was in a very disabled like condition, but we always just talked about all sorts of random shit and just always did all sorts of like, whatever we could. But it was kind of inspiring because like to see him in that condition, he still wanted to like go out and do shit. Like, he went out camping and stuff like that, and he got in a fucking canoe like that. Like, so I was kind of inspired by it. I thought he was like a badass for like, like fucking, keep going like that.
Yeah. That's does that give you, I mean, you're saying but he wasn't feeling fulfilled because he wasn't working? Like, does that seem, what does that tie to exactly? Like not being able to support the family or what?
I don't know. He like for a long time, like when I was younger, and it's hard for me to understand all those like, adult struggles when I was younger. But he had a bad drinking problem for a long time.
Woo!
And
sorry.
Yeah, he got bad. It's part of the reason. Like I don't know. He'd always say that like my family, it's every other generation has drinking problems, and like I always say, yeah, no, I just don't want to. I didn't want to be like that, but I just, I like to drink, but I never have a problem with it. So, So yeah, he
wasn't correct.
Huh?
And he wasn't correct about that.
He might have been here because his dad, my grandpa, never drank, and then his great grandpa or his grandpa, sorry, my great grandpa apparently was also an alcoholic. So apparently that
what about you?
That theory has been true. I like to drink, but pretty much only on the weekends. I have like a drink after work occasionally, but definitely not every day. Sometimes I go weeks at a time without drinking.
That's quite reasonable, I would have to say.
Yeah, just one thing I never had a problem with. It was always a smoking weed was my vice.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, so you're not really. Death is not something that's so present in your mind for you at this point. You're just trying to live life.
I always think about it. I don't know. I always think about it. Like I get paranoid about things, so I always end up thinking about it. But
if you just fucking died tomorrow and it had nothing to do with anything, is totally outside your control, just like a brick fell on your head. Do you think you would be satisfied, or would you be like, God damn it, what the fuck? I had all this living I was getting ready to do. Or have you already done, do you feel like you're already engaged in the sort of life that you want to be living?
I think I've done a lot for myself to improve myself throughout my life. In my careers and, in my personal life, my health, wellness, mental well-being, and I think I've done a lot for that. So I think I'd be satisfied, yeah. But I don't think I'm done. If it doesn't happen, of course, but you never know.
I'm sending hit squads out to everybody who calls in today. So I hope you're fucking feeling good. Because everyone who calls in is going to be dead.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, they'll make it quick, right?
I mean, I didn't give them strict instructions, really. I just said, go fucking kill everybody who calls in.
All right, well, tell them to be ready, because I got the 9.
Hell yeah. All right, hey, Michael, it was good talking to you. It's Michael, right?
That's correct.
All right. Michael, thank you for calling in.
Yeah, thanks for having me on the show.
Yeah, talk to you soon.
Call from.
Hey, who?
To accept, press 1.
What? Hello?
Oh, wait, is this the minute hour?
Yo, you're on.
Actually on.
Dog, what's up?
Hey, so, you want to bring up that, I remember you talking about, that traumatic drama when you said you're at the bedside before?
Yeah, deathbeds?
Yeah, because that's basically where I work at all the time.
Oh, yeah? You're where do you work? A hospital or a elder care facility?
Elder care is big enough, yeah.
Okay. So you see a lot of people on the road to Valhalla?
Yeah, basically it's this very weird game. It's just a patient waiting game. It's I'm incubating these people until they die, and that's my job. I had to describe it.
What's the level of awareness of the people that you're seeing die? Are they cognizant, or are they just fucking living off?
They're all over the place. I mean, when they die, they're obviously confused. Happens to everyone.
It is a bit confusing.
But we have the gradual stages variety. Severe dementia cases, I guess so. If that's what you're asking about.
How would you describe these stages of death then, as someone is getting closer?
Okay, so I guess the first stage of death is when you're unable to take care of yourself, or your family is able to take care of yourself. Because that's when you become my patient.
Mm-hmm.
That's and when you come into the facility.
At that point, that's the point where you're in the bed, people are coming to you, feeding you, and making sure that you stay alive for a little bit longer?
Well, the thing is, you could live for years, but it's this dormant state It really depends, because some people break completely fast. Some people will be fine for 5 years and then tank within a year.
Mm-hmm.
There's just all this variety of, like I said, incubating time until they die.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you're the literal life support of like these people.
Oh yeah, no, like half of them within 48 hours. If I disappeared, they'd probably.
Nice.
Which is
nice.
like
Does that ever happen? You ever forget about someone for a day and then you just like, oh fuck, they're fucking dead now.
Like,
God
damn it. I wonder if I can like cover this up, throw a blanket over them.
How many people do you think you've seen die? If you had to approximate it.
So, like, okay, so I don't actually see them die because they start degrading. It's like a gradual slope down, like you're going down a very steep hill.
Okay.
And we get them up so they get to very steepest parts where they're like actually like having heart attacks, dying, they're not able to breathe anymore, and we call the ambulance because that's our scope of practice.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like we have something radical. I don't know if you know about DNR.
DNR?
It stands for Do Not Resuscitate.
Oh yeah, sure.
So basically, if someone's on DNR, you walk into the room and you're like, oh, well, crap, you're on DNR. Well, we call the ambulance. Good luck next time.
It's out of your hands.
Yeah, no, you just let them be. They get the ambulance, but they're not going to do anything either.
How many people would you say, like, of all the people you serve, what's the percentage that you've noticed have DNR orders? Is it common or was it rare?
It's especially common because of where I work at, but eventually at a certain point you lose your mental state to where you lose the power of the attorney. And that's where the family decides. It's a very icky ground. You're like, ooh.
Right. What about you? Do you think you would be a DNR guy or a keep me alive as long as possible guy?
Shoot. Okay, because as bad as I feel bad for these guys at my work, they're all these people I take care of, they're all old. They're like
what?
85.
Okay.
They're all really old. They're like 85 and above.
Yeah.
So like as sad as it is, they've lived a full life.
Right.
Me at any point, memento mori, you could die like at literally any moment, like walking down across the street. It sucks.
Mm-hmm.
So there's definitely like varying degrees. Like as long as I still have my head, like I can still think and talk and annoy people. I want to keep living.
So you think, so for now you would be, keep me alive. If I was just walking down the street and a brick fell on my head, don't just leave me there to die in the street. Please keep me alive.
Probably a little bit.
Just give me a shot, please. But you think you would reach a point where suddenly you're like, yeah, fuck it, I fucking don't even want to fucking live anymore. Fuck this goddamn shit.
There's so many patients. At my patients, I just look at them like, I wish you would just die for your own sake.
But do you really feel like you'll reach that point at some point where you're just like, fuck it?
If I'm lucky, that's the thing.
If you're lucky enough to be 85?
Yeah, if I'm lucky enough.
What do you think is the age? Like, not to say that we should exterminate the elderly. I just want to preface before I start this. What do you think is the age? The age where we should just stop caring, where we should stop
First,
being...
has to be summertime where they jump off the cliff.
Sorry, say that again?
There's like Summerdale, there's like some movie, there's a cult movie where they execute the old people. Like at 70, it's just a cultural thing. They all commit suicide by jumping off the cliff.
Yeah,
that's the way it has to be done.
Or like you turn them into feed for the youngers. All right, I'm not saying we have to do that. I'm not saying that's a great idea, but what do you think that there would be an age where it's just like, all right, fucker, you've had your chance. It's clearly too long now. It's costing thousands of dollars a week just to keep you vegetative.
Well, luckily we don't see the solution of this country, so we don't have to care about the cost. Fuck it, I guess. I don't know. Way too political. What's it called? So everyone ages differently.
Sure.
Based on their life.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen I have like a 90-year-old who's like, I'm not trying to put much due diligence into it. If he wasn't confused, he'd be fine. He could do everything himself. He's just confused. But he's perfectly fine. He's having a good, happy life. But then I have a 6-year-old who they're one of the people where I'm like, please just like capoot.
But aren't those the ones that aren't satisfied? They didn't get to live their big happy life?
They're past that point where they can decide that. They can't think about things that big.
All right. Nice.
So the power of ignorance. I guess you could say.
Are you saying that age is just a number?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. I think you're right in that, like, there is a huge variety of old people. Like, it's weird for me when I think about, like, old people that are only alive because they've had, like, multiple life-extending surgeries.
Oh, like, random fun fact. When you break your hip, you lose 10 years of your life.
When you what?
When you get a hip replacement. When you break your hip and you get a hip replacement, you automatically lose 10 years of your life on average.
Why? It's a fucking hip.
It's invasive. I mean, it's a hip. It's just, you know how big your hip is?
Going in there and fixing it and shit.
That's a lot of your body.
That's true.
That's stuff that could go wrong.
Yeah. So, you know, like, so you've been around when people die. You're around there a lot. Do you have any close family or friends that have died?
That's the lucky part. I really haven't had any. Like, I had the grandma who died, but I was too young to understand that.
Oh, okay. So you still got 3 grandparents kicking?
Oh, actually, shoot. He was dead before I was born.
Okay. That doesn't count.
I only got 2 left. Closest one is a nephew, which was tragic, but that's like a 2nd degree. I guess I never had like a 1st degree kind of loss yet.
I see.
It'd be me.
Dude, it will be when the hit squads drop down on your position, which I'm triangulating from your call right now.
It's good at work, so
okay, good.
Best chance of living.
They'll take out everyone there. Everyone who's close to death.
Burn it to the ground for me. With me in it.
Nice. Hey, what was your name, dude?
Jesus.
Jesus. It was good talking to you, Jesus.
Hey, thank you for having me on.
Of course.
Thank
you for calling in. See ya. I gotta pee soon. Let's see if I can put on Do Not Disturb mode before someone calls me. Did it work? Yes. No. All right, fine.
Call from
Ishan.
To accept.
Ishan. I remember you from the ex-girlfriend email stream.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I was wondering, how did that ever end up going?
This is good. It's great. Things are going great. We're back together. No.
No
Not
way.
true.
Actually?
It's absolutely not true. I'm sorry for saying that.
Well,
no, I never sent that
me
email. I am actually a normal human being who does not send crazy emails to his ex.
You didn't send that email?
No, dude. No.
Dude, you have to live a little. Come on. You
Yeah,
miss
right.
100% of the stops you don't take.
When I started the stream, I was thinking I was actually going to send it, and I was going to try to compose a semi-legitimate, sincere email. But I realized in the first 10 minutes, that's just not going to be good at all. There's going to be no entertainment value of watching me sincerely try to email my ex-girlfriend. So I had to go the opposite direction.
You had to change course. All right, I get that. But, I mean, I don't know you as a person, right? But I like to think, you know, I'm just here being delusional, but I like to think we're similar probably. Okay. I don't know. I love your sense of humor. I love your stuff. So I like to think you're maybe somewhat similar. And I'm the type of person that, you know, I just can't be serious. Like, it's not possible for me. I'm just, you know, you can't take life seriously.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would imagine, you know, would it really be that weird for you to send an email to someone like that? I mean, they'd have to know you aren't like you aren't unironically saying JK, JK, JK. Also, I love that you did that. I do that now all the time, ironically, of course.
Yeah, JK Lamau. I don't think the issue is that I broke up with her. If I was broken up with, I would feel that would be carte blanche for me to send whatever kind of crazy emails I want, because like that's the rule. If you get broken up with, you get to say everything you want to say, and it's not your fault. But I had to take some personal responsibility and be like, it seems like if I send this email, it's like I'm just making fun of my ex-girlfriend, which is really not what I was trying to do. I was trying to make fun of me.
That's fair. That's kind of insulting, maybe. I don't know.
Right.
I mean,
I'm actually a good person, deep down.
Hey, me too. But sometimes that doesn't make it to the surface. But that's okay, because deep down,
Ishan, are you
I'm
still?
a man of love.
What's the deal with that short lady who said she loved you? That was you, right?
Yeah. So there's news on that for sure. Definitely, lots of developments.
Oh,
it's been several many months and
getting
everything.
Married? What's the news?
No. But it's funny that you mentioned the thing about breaking up and everything with someone. And I feel like, I get where you're coming from, but even if someone's broken up with, it doesn't mean it's not their fault. Like, I mean, come on. But also, I think it's unfair to judge a relationship based on one person. I think the most important thing is how people mesh together. It's all about the match. But people can always work on themselves, of course. But
yeah, but dude, I'm telling you, as someone who was 50% of that relationship, I'm telling you, they don't deserve a big stupid jokey email that I did for my YouTube audience. It's rude. It's rude.
Yeah, it's your life. The people, I wouldn't know them, and maybe if I was in your shoes, I'd probably say the same thing then. So I can't blame you, but
you do.
I love
you do prank. Regardless.
I love a good prank, and sometimes you just gotta. I mean, it's not mean spirited. It's good, fun spirited fun that ends up hurting people, and it's not your fault. When they get hurt.
I don't know. I've got other ex-girlfriends. I'll write emails to them. The ones that there was more their fault. The problems in our relationship. I'll get back at them with a killer email.
I don't want to get super sidetracked. I do want to go into my life a little bit, but I am curious. That relationship kind of ended because of issues you had with going on with yourself or whatever more on your side. But you really like that girl, right? But did you work on all of that? Do you think, you're better for them now, maybe, or something like that?
No.
No.
Absolutely not.
Oh.
I felt like I was going through an intense growth period from when I was 23 to 25. I felt like I grew so much, and I was I felt like the goddamn king of the universe. I was like, I have learned everything that's holding me back, and I understand now everything I want to do. And that was when I was in this relationship, and then that whole facade started to crumble, and I realized, no, I'm not. I am actually a huge fucking loser who has no money and no prospects, and I'm just ruining this other person's life because I'm just this bum. And so I broke up with them, and now, in the past 4 or 5 years, I've learned nothing. I'm exactly where I was since then.
Well, that's definitely rough. That's difficult. But I get that. I had that moment where you spend that year just deep in meditations, pouring into philosophy after some depressive spell, right?
Exactly.
You find yourself in a funk, and you figure out how to get through it in a healthy way, and you find all the answers, but they never last for long.
It's because it felt so good, but the one block that was really really destroying my life was I needed to get a job, and I really didn't want to do that. I still don't want to do that. That's still very very much a part of my being. I don't want to get a job. Fuck! I fucking hate jobs. I fucking hate working.
Well, can't you have a job that you love?
I have a job now that I like, which is as good as it gets, I think.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
But it's too late. I'll never have a girlfriend again. Anyway, okay, we're talking about death. We're talking about death,
All right,
bro.
all right.
You got 7 minutes on me and girlfriends, so we're talking about death now.
Oh shit! I can't even go over the. Okay, whatever.
No,
so maybe another call. I'll tell you about what happened with that.
Okay,
but
good.
It's actually
That's right. That's right.
interesting.
I remember. We'll get to it.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that the topic's on death today because I actually had a date with someone yesterday who is like the most weirdly paranoid, fearful person of death ever. They're like a hypochondriac.
Yeah.
And I've never really met someone with this mentality where they have all this paranoia and anxiety that is unfounded, but they're just so afraid of death. I don't know. I have to ask you, what do you think happens after you die?
I think that everybody goes through hell, and then I don't know what happens. That's the only part that I feel sure of is that when you're dying in the final moment of your life, you're just immediately confronted with everything you've had anxiety about for your whole life that you've been trying to hide. You've been trying to push it to the side and think, I'm not actually anxious about this shit that I did. But then when you're dying, it's like, well, here it is. Like, you got nothing else left, so you got to confront it now. And I think that's
like
hell.
All your guilt and regret.
And I think that's hell. Like, you could potentially go through that infinitely, just being trapped in all of your bad decisions that you feel guilt and shame about. But that's like the gateway to being dead. It's like once you are able to just like give up all that shit and be like, all right, I'm no longer a person. I no longer have to worry about all the shitty things I did. Then you are actually allowed to die. But I think that period where you're just confronting all that bad shit you did, that could potentially go on forever if you're never able to think like, all right, I'm dead. It doesn't matter anymore. Because it's like that feeling of like, I still want to be alive. I still have a chance. Like I wasn't actually a bad person. Something like that.
Wow, that's a pretty pessimistic outlook, honestly. I understand where you're coming from, but I think, that's totally someone's own decision. That's someone's own guilt and regrets torturing themselves.
Oh, you don't have any guilt? You're fucking guilt-free son of a bitch?
Yeah, I actually live my life with little to no regrets at all. I don't think I have any regrets, honestly. And anything I do regret in a moment, I'm like, I have to get over this because I can't live with regret. And I make decisions. I'm always like, all right, if I'm going to go and if I ever have a thought that maybe I would regret not doing something, I'm going to do it. And then if I do regret doing something, well, better than regretting not doing something. And I stop regretting it, though. I get over it because I'm going to forgive myself. I'm just a human. We're all humans, Can't be too hard on yourself. We're all trying our best. I, at least, try my best to be the most virtuous version of myself. So.
Dude, you are so fucked when you die. And according to my paradigm, you've just been putting this all off, and when it's like the last fucking moment and your brain is just like, here it is, there's 1 millisecond of life left, time to confront all that terrible shit I did for my whole life, and you're gonna be like,
I'm not even a bad person. I think somewhere along the lines you've gotten some horrible misconception about me. I am actually a sweetheart. I'm an absolute darling.
I'm not saying you're like a fucking murderer, but everyone's a bad person. I mean, everyone does bad things in their life.
I mean, yeah, like a couple of weeks ago, I tased some security guard at a mall with a cattle prod wearing full clown makeup, and
dude, what?
He was kind of mad about it.
What the fuck? Was there a riot going on?
No, I just, I saw some Tinder profile of some girl wearing clown makeup, and I was like, that's so funny, just like casually wearing clown makeup out in public. And then, somewhere along the lines, one of my friends had like a cattle prod, and we were in a mall, and the idea just came to me, and I thought it'd be funny.
Dude,
and
that's fucking psycho. That is psychotic. You're gonna call yourself a sweetheart, but you just randomly cattle prod people in
It's
clown
not
makeup?
an actual cattle prod. It's like
It's
like a joke zapper.
Okay.
It's not painful.
Like
it was
handshake
all
zappers, like
fun.
the clown thing?
Yeah, exactly. It was just some clown fun, but he didn't take time to do it. And I was wearing the clown makeup. I was like, how can you be mad at a clown? Like, I don't understand. I'm just clowning around. But that excuse wasn't valid, apparently.
I guess that sort of makes sense. Okay.
But I came to terms with it, and I was like, you know, I would do it again just because I just feel like you can't take anything back in life, you know? You just have to accept everything. And also, I mean, I think it's kind of hard to even come to terms with the thought of free will because everything is like dictated by physical laws and chemical reactions or atomic principles. Are we really in control of anything? I mean, there's so many studies that show obviously that your stomach's microbiome, like the microorganisms you have in your stomach, can directly dictate your behavior, at least when it comes to the kind of food you eat and the cravings you have. Like, that's literally not even in your control a lot of the time. So, I mean, how much of our health is really in control?
I don't buy it. Wait, you think it's like a natural chemical reaction I'm going to hang up on you right now?
Yeah, maybe.
No, but see, I can stop myself. I just stopped myself from doing it. It
Maybe
was my
that's
own
just how
free
things
will.
work. Okay, but back to death though. All right. So for me, I think that after you die, one of two things happens.
Okay.
And it's hard. I can't make a decision, but I don't think there's any other options. I think either it's poof, kaput, you know, everything's gone, you vanish, stop existing. It's back in, you know, it's back to before you were born. You didn't exist before you were born.
Sure.
Or, like Jet was kind of talking about, some sort of a cycle, maybe kind of Buddhist in a way, where there's this special life force, this energy that stimulates our life or our consciousness, which is something we can't perceive, but works outside of the laws of our understood reality. It's not matter or energy, it's something else, something special, something further. And that can't be created or destroyed either, probably. And so when you die, that energy gets transferred perhaps, and in a way, your life force is preserved and transported into someone or something new.
I see. Like,
and maybe there's like a universal pool of that.
Perhaps you join with the all of everything, and then you're reborn into just some, you know, other life vessel.
There's some galactic pool of life juice that is getting cycled throughout everything.
That's pretty cool. All right. Hey, it was great talking to you again, Ishan.
Yeah.
I got to cut it off now here because I really have to urinate.
All right. Go have a fun urination.
Right.
Enjoy that vacation. All right. Later.
See you, dude. Good. This. Okay, take a quick break here, 5 minutes, and then we will be back with more calls. First the boys and then more calls.
Got melted away.
Settlement with Asahi. I was just here. Let me restart that sentence. What's up, Minute Hour?
Go on.
I entered a class action settlement with Asahi because they falsely claimed that they were brewed in Japan.
Oh, dude, I did the same thing.
Hell yeah!
I didn't join that one, but I saw it. I found this website that has all these class action lawsuits, and I just joined like 11 of them.
Fuck yeah! You can get like $20 times 11. That's 220.
I joined this one for like fertilizer, and it advertised one thing but said another thing. I got $11.
Fuck yeah,
dude!
Hell
I'm living it up. I'm drinking a beer. Maybe this beer was bought with that money.
Quate, you're suing all of Asahi, the berry?
It already happened. Asahi, we were talking about Japanese shit, and because Toner is doing that, and we were talking about Asahi beer. Bubba's getting a beer, or already got one. So
there's Asahi beer.
You never had it? Asahi, Asahi.
Wait, what? I thought you were talking about ACIA.
No,
we're talking about beer. That's Asahi.
Some superfood shit. Some super beer shit.
Dude, Asahi's pretty good. I like it.
I don't know what the frig you're talking about, man.
Dude.
Let's go back to death.
Yeah,
okay.
so
all right.
You fear death? Do you fear death? Do you think you're ready? Someone said you want to die? You're ready to die right now? Do you feel like you've done enough?
Open question for the boys.
Dude, no fucking way. I got so much work to do.
Like
yeah,
what?
nah, that's a no.
Yeah, I haven't accomplished anything yet. I gotta at least write one book before I go. I gotta leave something behind.
Bubba, what are you trying to do before you perish?
I want the Golden Globes. I want both
all
those
of them?
globes.
I just want every Golden Globe.
Dude, I don't know, man.
Collect every Golden Globe in existence.
All of them. That means retroactively too. I want those Golden Globes that already got awarded to someone else.
You want to be buried in your Golden Globes at the wake?
I want to be.
You open it up and it's just 100 Golden Globes in the coffin.
You can't even find me beneath all those globes.
It's like being buried with the terracotta soldiers. You just got all the Golden Globes.
Well, I'm going to have my terracotta boys with me, too. You guys are going to be there. Terracotta.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, there's terracotta likenesses of all of us.
Oh, yeah. But, dude,
Dude, I have so much work to do. It's crazy. I can't even think about dying right now. It's not even on the agenda. Don't even
I'm
bring
really
it up.
worried about it. I've got some instructions written down in a book somewhere, some in case I die stuff. Really worried I'm going to die before
I thought you were saying instructions for yourself on how to die, but you're saying for other people what they should do when you die?
Yeah, that sort of thing. I don't want to spoil it or anything yet.
Oh, no?
No,
Guess we're going to have to kill you to find out what it is.
Oh, yeah.
So how far? So you guys think death is pretty much way far away? It's not.
I don't know.
Dude, I mean, here's the thing. It just happens. You never know when it's gonna happen. Like, who knows, man? Maybe you're gonna cross the street and like a truck will hit you. Who knows? But the thing is, I got too much shit to do. I'm not gonna let myself die. I'm gonna look both ways from now on when I cross the street.
You guys
not just one way.
Starting now.
You guys ever watch videos on YouTube of like people talking about near-death experiences?
No,
no,
dude,
I don't need that sort of stimulation. I
watch like
I look at roadkill a lot.
Yeah.
Speaking of roadkill, I got a roadkill-esque anecdote, but did I interrupt something here?
First. No, you go first. I'll do my anecdote after you.
All right. Speaking of looking both ways when you cross the road, back a few months ago, I was like not leaving my apartment almost ever because of quarantine, and not because I like cared about that or anything. I just didn't have anything to do, and it was cold, so I was like, I'm not gonna go outside. So at 7 p.m., my girlfriend, I have a girlfriend now. She texts me and said, "Yeah,
congratulations,
thank you, thanks." She texts me and says, "Go outside. You're being fucking the slob. You haven't gone outside in a week." And I say, maybe I'll do that. And then I didn't do it. The next day I find out that 1 block away where I would have walked had I walked outside at 7 p.m. sharp, some chick got fucking exploded against a traffic pole because a car flipped and just smooshed her right into that pole.
Jesus.
And that is exactly the place where I would literally to the time I would have been in that position had I gone outside to see reality.
Dude, so that makes me think.
Man, I wasn't talking about human roadkill.
Oh yeah. Makes you think about what?
Well, yeah. So like, do you guys remember the DC sniper?
No.
So back in like
we were gonna get quizzed on domestic terror.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, here's another here's another domestic terrorist for you, dude. So back in like when I was in high school, there were these 2 snipers that were going around DC just killing people randomly, and I think they killed like 17 people.
Jesus.
So
what if it wasn't random? What if they're all connected? What if they wronged the wrong person?
Well, I'm sure there was some sort of connection. I don't remember it because I was just a kid. But there was this one time, the very first killing, it was at my bus stop. And so the bus dropped me off and my mom picked me up. And then 30 minutes later, the DC sniper killed someone there, like right there where I was. It was crazy. And I never thought about it that way, that if I'd been there like just a little bit later, he could have gotten me. But like, dude, he could have. Who knows?
Yeah, this isn't my roadkill anecdote, but like October of last year, a lot of people either got shot and died, like immediately outside my apartment complex. And I remember
that
first time. Yeah,
I remember when you were talking about that.
Yeah,
some sort of gangland dispute.
I don't really know. There used to be like a club or two like right outside my apartment. The whole lot's being demolished now, but even so, I saw a guy with a gun like a week or 2 ago. So I mean, there's still that, but
dude,
either way, shit. Yeah. But I don't know, and like there's like it was that sound a gunshot or a car crash, that sort of thing happens a lot, and but I've seen like the police, right outside my window where someone died, like vertically like 50 feet away from me or whatever, and then the first time someone was shot right on like the crosswalk where my apartment is, and I walked past the place like a day or two later, and I saw the broken glass where the gun was shot, and I was like, oh yeah, that's this is real. The person was just shot right here a while ago.
So you've all have had sort of close encounters with death. You've all have been meant to be in a place where death was about to rain down, and you got out of there just in time.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, you know what? Life is, if you live to 70, 80, life is so long that you probabilistically have to go through at least a couple of those, like, within 20, 30 minutes of death kind of situations. You know what I mean? Like, it's more likely than not.
Common.
Well, so I brought up the near-death YouTube videos because I've watched a lot of those, a whole heck of a lot, and they all have this kind of similar story about where they think they're dead, and like they sort of leave their body and take a little vacation around the whole universe, and they learn everything that there is to know. They talk to God a little bit. They all end the same way, though, because none of these people who have near-death experiences actually die, because they have to come back to tell us the story. They all have this moment where they're talking to God, and God is like, "Hey, do you want to die right now? Is that like, it could be pretty cool if you died right now, but you can also go back to Earth if you want. We can put you back in your body. You'll be all fucking disfigured and shit, but you'll love life because all that shit." So do you guys think that's something that could possibly happen, whereas like if your body isn't actually destroyed, if there is any amount of chance that you could live, do you think you get to choose when you're in that near-death state where you're like, nah, I'm going to go back, or nah, fucking die right now, I've had enough?
Yeah, I think you get to, I think that could happen if your body was still able to keep going. I don't know.
It could
like,
be your choice? Not.
Why don't we?
I mean, there's
why don't we do an
your will
experiment?
to live. Your will to live, can keep you alive. Your subconscious will to live has an effect on your body and how long you can survive something. So I think that checks out, really.
Bubba, what do you think?
Oh, I was just thinking, why don't we do an experiment and just beat one of the boys really badly until he's on the verge of death, and we'll ask him. Yeah.
I don't know. I did the illnesses last time. That was kind of rough on me. But I had to deal with all the spiders and the DMT smoke. So I'll let someone else subject them to the near-death experiment.
I mean, that sounds like it makes you the easiest target. I mean,
yeah, it sounds like you're the boy battle royale.
All right.
Battle.
All right, I'll near-death myself. I can
report back.
I know for sure. Let's not do it to me, because I know for sure that if I was near death, I would choose death, 100%. Like, there's no way. Like, I chipped my tooth recently, and I was thinking about, like, I should just fucking kill myself. I don't want to deal with this.
That's really bad.
I don't want to.
You probably should.
I don't want to deal with this fucking deformity for the rest of my life. So, like, if anything was actually wrong with me, even if like it was just like I had to become a midget or something. If it was like you could live or become, like you could live as a midget or be dead, I would just choose fucking death.
Would you guys go with being blind or dead? Would you choose blind or dead?
Death.
I feel like being blind would be kind of interesting. I already like tried, closing my eyes and like seeing things without my eyes. I feel like I could make it work.
I could go without hearing things, but if I couldn't play video games, I would not have a life worth living.
See, I like audiobooks, so there you go. I don't need my eyes for that.
Yeah, they don't make audio games. What the fuck?
All right, there's an idea. World's first audio game.
I was thinking what you were saying about like you, if you have like something happen to you, like your arm gets cut off, you're like, I'm just gonna kill myself. I think that about other people. Like, what, you have cancer? I don't want to have to deal with this. I should just die, so I don't have to put up with whatever you're going through anymore.
Dude, that's like what those like bug chasers, the guys who gave themselves AIDS so they wouldn't have to worry about getting AIDS later. Have you guys ever heard of that?
Vaguely. That was like the 80s, right?
No, dude, that's like right now. There are
They
these
still do
guys
that?
who are they're so worried about getting AIDS that they just go out and get AIDS so they don't need to worry about getting AIDS anymore.
Sounds like COVID.
It's like the ultimate liberation. Like,
yeah, no, remember that Fillmore Graves guy that called in the COVID cast? He wanted COVID.
Oh yeah, he was a bug chaser. That's right.
Yeah, that's
wait,
right.
who? What?
Fillmore Graves.
He
couldn't get sick, so he tried as much as he could, but
it was
couldn't catch COVID.
It was an expert we had call into one of the Corona casts.
Oh yeah. I remember him. Okay, yes.
Yeah. I don't know what if he's alive now. I mean, he seemed like he had a death wish, but it's like I feel like any minor inconvenience, and I'm already thinking about death. No matter what it is, it's just like traffic, having to wait any amount of time that's not planned. I'm just like, why am I even fucking here? Why do I even just Lord, please take me out of this right now.
You guys get the kill yourself thoughts often, like a minor inconvenience. You're just like, I fucking kill myself.
But
I'm trying to stop. I'm trying to delete those thoughts.
I don't want to actually kill myself, but I want to be killed by someone.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I have that thought too. Yeah. Like, I don't, like, there are times when I get, like, really frustrated and angry, and, like, I don't want to die. But if I do have to die, I want it to be by someone else's hand. Like, that kind of thought. Yeah.
I asked someone to kill me. I just remembered that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I said to a friend, like, if I ever... It was a man friend. I said, if I ever stray from my path, I want you to be the one to kill me. So I got that sort of insurance, I guess.
Dude, what's your path?
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of left it up to him to decide, which might have been a bad idea.
Dude,
I mean, one of the most painful things ever now. He's going to, keep you alive for 6 weeks as he just experiments on you.
No. It would be in combat. He would kill me. Because we both do some form of combat. So I would like him. Out of all people I know, I want him to be the one to kill me in combat. Is what I should have said.
I have a fantasy that I'll be killed by a woman, and there's no real specifics to it, but it's just like, for some reason that sounds very appealing to me. Just a woman, maybe one that I've wronged, but maybe just a random woman just kills me. Like, I feel like that would be, I don't know, like, very fulfilling for me. Like, I would die with some purpose. It would be like, a woman killed me. I must have, like, really made an impact.
What, like she squishes your head with her thighs or something, or like she just shoots you?
Poison?
Obviously, it would be cooler. It would be obviously a lot cooler if it was like, what was her name from James Bond? What was that lady's name? Xena? She kills people with her thighs.
Xenia?
Yeah, she crushes that general with her thighs while they're having sex. Like, that is obviously the ultimate prize. But I would take any random murder of a woman.
Oh,
damn.
Would you like us to arrange that or something for you?
No, I'm arranging it by just interacting with women in the way that I do. All right. Anyway, let's get let's
you left the boys speechless.
All right, fine. We'll get off gender killings.
Yeah, I'll go have my dear death experience. I'll let you guys know. I might not be in the next one, but I'll check.
If you're back,
if any of us die, we have to record it so we can show it on stream.
Right.
If you don't hear back from me this stream, then it wasn't a very near death. It was a little too near, over near. So I'll get back with you.
All right. If Toner is back, it will be the ghost of Toner, and he'll have, infinite knowledge to share it with us.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan. All right, cool. I'm going to almost die now. Take care.
See you,
All
Toner.
right. Almost. Good luck.
Bye-bye.
Okay, good. I'm gonna get back to the calls now, boys. I'm sorry I brought up my fantasy of a woman murdering me.
You should try to see if any other callers have that affliction also. Try to find another woman desirer.
It's just like, if a man killed me, that sounds scary. That sounds terrifying. I would obviously be engaged in some sort of fight, some sort of battle for my life, and that be really primal and scary. But if a woman killed me, I'd be so surprised. I'd be like, oh, fuck, I must have deserved this.
What about a child? Wouldn't a child be the same thing?
Oh, that would be very freaky. But that would not. No, I wouldn't like that. Like, because the woman thing is at least partially sexual.
At least partially.
All right,
the killing part, right?
Bye, boys. Bye. It was good talking to you.
Bye.
Hey, I'll be back in an hour. All right.
All right.
Good luck.
Should have never told the boys that. What a big mistake. Big mistake. Never tell the boys you want to get killed by a woman. That's the first rule of hanging out with the boys. What are you going to do? All right. The lines are open again. The number is 518-288-7938. Call in. Talk to us about death. If you share these thoughts that I do about wanting to be taken down, I watched that. It's like that documentary Dear Zachary. It's like a sort of like a Reddit documentary in a way. Everyone on Reddit is always talking about it, but it's very exciting. It's about an ex-wife, almost an ex-woman, an ex-wife who kills an ex-husband. And when I was watching that, I was like, wouldn't it be nice? I think it's sort of because it's like you get to blame. It's like you have no fault in that situation. Like everyone hears you got killed by a woman, and it's just like, oh man, women be crazy. Whereas you get murdered by a man, it's like, oh, probably some sort of fucking. Yeah. Okay. Now that I think about it, I don't know what the hell it means. Anyway, call in, please. Oh shit, I got a number with a name. I'm gonna call this person back because the calls aren't coming through.
Thanks for calling the Maynard Group.
Fucking Maynard Group. Fuck me over. Oh, it's because they were calling again.
Thanks for calling the Maynard Group.
I would really like to talk to the Maynard Group. How about this one? What the fuck? Call the people. This one?
Please leave your message for...
This is great. We're celebrating the death show with dead air. How about this one? I'm trying to call people back because the calls aren't coming through.
Hello?
Yo!
Hey, I got one. Yeah.
Yo!
Hell yeah.
What's up? I recognize this voice. Who's this?
This is Joey. This is a consistent. I've called like maybe 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. Joey. What's up?
Yeah. Hi. Well, death is a very, very fun topic. I mean, everybody loves to talk about death, but
hell yeah.
One of the usual original ways that I've heard it argued is like, well, you don't remember what happened when you were born or before you were born, so it's probably just like that. There's just nothing, it's such a deathless.
We got a little taste of that a caller ago. So yes.
Yeah. So really, I remember my death. It took a lot of meditation and drugs and stuff like that, but it was extremely loud and painful. It was like when we make a memory, we don't always have the foundations of reality to make that memory. So we didn't know language, we didn't know what a sound was, we didn't know what the sun was, we didn't know what temperatures were and stuff like that. So when we were born, we're just like, okay, this is experience instantly. It's loud as fucking all this shit. I don't have words for this. So when you're storing that information, when you're going to try to like locate that shit, you have to like not be in a mode of information that you're familiar with after you've aged and learned all the shit that humans think that thought is, like logic and left versus right and all these different axioms that we build up over the course of our lives. Those kind of eclipse our ability to really experience on the next, like the unfiltered level. But we kind of slowly develop a filter of ourselves. Anyway, I think there's a process that is the body, right? Okay, the temple almost, or the ship. Somebody said a vessel earlier, and I think that's a good verse for it. But essentially, this ship is the culmination of organic sciences and evolution and living itself, and it almost mints or like creates an awareness, and this awareness exists on a frequency that is above the frequencies that we're fairly familiar with in terms of standard physics. But
are you saying that it's a non-physical thing, that its properties
yes, non-local, kind of like a wavelength on a radio station. I mean, it's still there, but it's not. We're not looking at it in the right way. You know what I mean? So we have our actual concepts are existing in this plane. Little pieces of ourselves are kind of left diffuse, scattered after we stop, so to speak, broadcasting in that particular frequency. Because as we go to sleep, as we age, our frequencies change. We don't occupy the same channels. But over the course of our existence and what we've left behind in scattered waves as it's diffused and turned into static is all composed of all of the data that we have ever thought, ever experienced, ever existed in. And that is the composition of the soul. That is the entirety of the soul. That is all the information. And that, like in a stream of all of the humans together, is kind of God, I mean, so to speak. It's the distillation from all of that and the matter on which that condensed region exists.
Are you saying
that kind of God plane?
Are you saying that it's the collective experience of all living souls that are God, or is it that they come from, or that they come from God? This is sort of the question I have. Just real
we create it and we come from it. We create it ourselves.
Well, so you were talking about
life is self. What? Go ahead.
Well, you were talking about the people who are saying, before you were born, you were maybe dead. Maybe that's a way of describing.
You weren't really dead, though. That's the thing. Like, you don't see it, but the memories have come through the two seeds that your parents contributed to that. Your memories, your existence, your perceptions have all traveled through that little conduit. So you were never dead before then. That was just one level of abstraction that you don't really comprehend because you haven't lived through your parents, the past iteration of yourself yet.
So what is it that, like, where is the well of life that you come from? Is it just from, like, is it like this series of history where it's like your parents and their parents and it was like this thing that was passed down to you, or is there some extra dimensional, like, bunch of energy that's just like you come from there? Where do you think you come from?
I think that the configuration of like reality and the fact that biology has existence as we understand it, essentially. I mean, it's kind of a tough question, but like it's basically we come of ourselves because of ourselves. It's because of the complexity of the universe that we live in. As things bounce off of each other, it just happens. It fucking happens. It's a chance. I mean, it's not necessarily. There's not like necessarily an answer for that kind of a question, like why, or what was the first life. I mean, that my suspicions on that was like, well, there's these quasi crystals that come from explosive detonations and there were a couple that were found in like test sites, and as well as meteorites. And I think that they basically have symmetrical, five-fold symmetrical geometrical structures that exist in a way that we didn't conceive of naturally before. So I think that somehow as those biodegraded, that they probably had some influence on the origins of like life forms being crystallized and floating around. I think we're going to find that maybe abiogenesis happens all the time and we just don't see it because we're not looking in the right way.
So is the perspective that you're telling us about, is that are you saying that it's like it's just entirely natural, like it has nothing to do with some outside force? It's just like the culmination of millions and billions of years of organic matter being
explained that way. Yeah, I think it can exist in that sense. It can also be explained in a different way. I mean, I think that we could still be inside some broader machine, say, that has such a dimensionality that it can exist while containing all of the dimensions of our own existence, but still be insulated from it while operating on different rules than what we're familiar with. So it could be anything. I mean, basically, it's whatever you can imagine. It's true. You might as well just say that. Whether or not those paths are the best for progress as a species or something like that is our old notions of stories and morals and all of that are very, very haggard at this point. And we start to have to look to the future and try to forge our own paths of goodness in this world, I think.
Well, the reason I ask about the where do we come from question, like the what was it like before we were born, is because I think it is tied to the where do we go when we're gone.
It's just a different level of abstraction that we don't understand yet. We become diffuse in a way. Our energies become diffuse in a way that we don't comprehend. But we're still alive. We're still a part of the system in a sense that we're not alive in the body, but we are alive in the sense that we are part of the system. I mean, it's not as glorious as one might. We're not going to be able to think or feel necessarily, but we might still have sensations. I mean, there might be some kind of frequency that we exist on in that plane that I was talking about earlier, where even though they're diffuse, they still act on each other, or somehow they coalesce, or even maybe through the process of somebody like collecting all that data and reading it back. I mean, we could be like the fifth iteration of the hologram or some shit. You know what I mean? We could just be like, some guy left his fucking desktop on too long, and it just fucking,
But even the physical side of things becomes diffuse, to use your word. Like, like our body decomposes and becomes part of other life. It turns into earth, and
a lot of people take a lot of comfort from that. That they like, I think a lot of people like choose to get themselves burned, or they have cremated.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened to getting buried? Like, nobody gets buried anymore. Everybody's like, oh, I'm just gonna get cremated. Like, what happened to be like worm food? Like become one with the earth. But I guess
slightly different because
wasteful.
We put those bodies in boxes. That sort of ruined the whole idea of like
grind me up and put me in an emulsion for fish and fish.
Just compost.
Yeah, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
And specify that I'm actually food.
So what do you think then about your own personal experience? Like, is it something that you think about, like what's going to happen when you die, or is it just outside of your purview?
Oh, absolutely. I was just talking the other day with an older lady, my friend's grandmother. She had this really sagacious position on this whole thing. She had polished away all of the shit, and basically she was like, all my friends are dead, so, there's not really anybody that I can hang out with that I'm not, that I'm not confused by. I mean, I still get to live life through others, but I'm looking forward to death. I'm looking forward to being, away from all this. I've lived my life, and she just had this really mature look of, which is to be expected. She's like 80, you know. I mean, but I mean, even my grandfather, when I watched him go through his experiences with death, you know, which was a little bit more horrifying. We did home hospice, and I essentially watched him crumble. And you know, each and every day, I kind of psychologically noted how much, you know, was deteriorating and what and how. And really, it's a lot of just keeping the machine going itself is willpower. You know, I mean, the guy had, you know, anyway, willpower and the, you know, most expensive processes science can buy. Anyway, he had a much less mature sense of death, and I think it all came crashing down on him, like you were talking about with, you know, the more we face these things now while we're living, and we look at them, but not, you know, dwell on them or look at them in a negative way, the more we can eventually, when it does come time for death, we can look at it with a seasoned eye and say, this is a good thing.
It has to do with acceptance. Like when you're about to die, you've got no more choice. Like you must accept everything you've done. Like you no longer can just say
ignore.
Right. Like, well, I'm gonna die someday. I'll figure it out then. Like when you die, that is the time to figure it all out.
And what's fucked up though is that some deaths can last a lot longer than others. So like you can have like that, all that experience in like the blip of an eye, you know, as the gargoyle is falling off of the fucking cathedral or whatever.
I remember I had read something a while ago that was like trying to explain through some sort of rational scientific way the theory of your life flashing before you die. And it has to, the thesis or hypothesis that was presented was that, like, when you're about to die, your brain, like, recognizes, like, this is, okay, there's something crazy is happening right here. Like, we're trying, and it, like, it indexes all of your memories. And it's like, what is like this that has ever happened to me? Like, so that I can just have, like, some sort of, like, protocol for what I should do right now as I'm dying. Which I always thought was funny, because then it's like your brain is only going to look through the worst, most painful moments of your life that are somewhat related to the feeling of dying. So right before you die, it's just like, here's every terrible thing that ever happened to you. Is it like this? Is it like this? Is it like this?
Just checking it really fast. You know, okay, how can I get out of this situation? Is usually, I think, the thought, the perception. Mm-hmm. But I mean, it's amazing what our brains are doing. I mean, that's a whole fucking can of worms by itself. I mean, how we're running and like how we live and the idea of death and how we conceive of reality and how we built these concepts and axioms out of nothing. You know, I mean, people were eating shit and throwing sticks, you know, and people are still doing that. But
right, those people were dying just the same as we are.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. But I'm going to be happy whenever I can leave this model airplane out of here and kind of just like float in the galaxy of the winds and the dimensionality. And I mean, I've gone through some pretty nice places just meditating about nothing. You know what I mean? There's something in nothing that we don't see.
Do you think you have any sort of it's probably the wrong way to put it, but like responsibility to live like until you die of chance or some old age, like rather than taking your own life?
I absolutely do. I think you have the responsibility of your flesh itself. If you think of it like a pet that has been with you since you were born, that you kind of owe it something for just hanging around for this long before you even knew what you wanted. You know, you kind of owe it to treat it right. It's like a horse. I mean, it's like your beast ship that you can, you know, go to and you know, feed it information, and it'll like lock it up, and like whenever you wake up tomorrow, it'll still be there, and you can check, and you're like, oh shit, you still remember that? You're amazing. You know, I mean, we're not doing any of that shit. We're not. That is all like an automated process. Awareness itself is one little fucking candle light, and it's like an eye that's not connected to any of this. It is literally disconnected from like the material realm. It is somewhere else. And that thing is what we really like. It's not what we really are totally, but it's a lot. It's a big deal. Anyway, I don't know.
Well, hey, Joey. Hey, it was great talking to you, man.
Yeah, thank you. I love your show. I'm glad you're back.
Thanks, man. Thanks for calling in again. See you soon.
Yeah.
Bye. Nice. Calls are working, perhaps. Another one coming in, maybe. Yeah. Ooh, international.
Call from.
Dean the Rabbit Boy.
To accept, press 1.
Yo, what? Who? What?
I was the kid, remember, was on the job thing, the guy whose grandma got him to genocide a bunch of rabbits.
You had like the snares and you were shooting them
Yeah,
blank
yeah,
range?
that actually wasn't real. That was actually for a sketch I was trying to think of, like this.
Dude, what the fuck?
I know, right?
You fucking lied to me?
I'm sorry. I thought I should clarify that now.
I'm pissed.
My apologies, Mr. Minute Hour.
I'm starting to call you pissed. Okay, fine. So you
right.
you don't actually murder rabbits for...
I don't. I eat them. I don't murder them.
Okay. So you don't have anything to say about the death of rabbits then?
Not of rabbits, of humans. Now that makes me sound like a fucking psycho, but
that's what we're doing today.
All right, good. So you're talking about near-death experiences and like remembering your deaths, right? So when I go to the gun range, right, I have the for some reason I think of what it would be like if I fucking shot myself, and for some reason I know what that would feel like, which is super disturbing, right? And I'm actually hearing like some other callers' stories. I'm wondering if that was what I died of in my previous life.
Being shot by yourself?
Yeah, I know it sounds fucking crazy, but I don't know. Like just thinking about it now after listening to like other callers, that's what I've been like playing around in my mind. Like, what if that was how I actually died?
Like you had a very real, intense experience of just imagining what it would be like.
That's the thing. It's like when I shoot like a gun, that's just what I think of, and it's like it'll be like for a second, and it'll be just this odd feeling of what would it be like, and should I do it? And obviously I don't because I'm not suicidal, but it's like I don't know. And then now thinking about it, it's starting to click, you know.
Is that something you've ever thought about before? Like the possibility that you might be able to remember a past death, or thinking that like you might have a memory from the future that is your death?
Maybe, and that's the other thing. I'm like super into like military history, but for some reason when I think there's like a certain how do I describe it? There's like a certain feeling I get when I think about war and shit like that, and it's like chills. I'm wondering if that has anything to do with it. Bro, this fucking live stream has got me like questioning my existence here.
So you never thought about that before? That you might be able to remember a past death or a future death?
I literally have never thought of that.
It is a weird concept. I mean, you know, memories are sort of weird, and they kind of like interact with dreams in an interesting way. You ever have dreams where you die?
I'm trying to think of. Well, there was one where I was in a car crash, but I don't think it really had anything to do with it because I woke up before I could even experience anything. So it's just all I remember was getting like the car was about to hit a train, and that's it.
How old are you?
I'm 16.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know. But bro,
I wasn't expecting that.
I know. bro, you see me in person, I look like I'm fucking 40.
So I mean, I have to imagine as a 16-year-old, you're not really so obsessed with death as the older ones of us are.
I am very. That's true. Yeah, I'm not one of those fucking emo kids that hang out in the hallway with their fucking lunchbox.
Right. Death is just one
so,
bad Kingdom Hearts move away from.
Oh yeah. My favorite My Hero Academia character dies in there.
Right.
I don't know. I don't watch anime. That was the first one that came to mind. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So, but something else. I guess I actually used to think about shit like that just because well, not obviously not my own death, but when I was 8, my mom died, right? And the fucked up thing was I had no idea until my dad came home all like depressed. He was in the hospital. And so I was at my friend's house because, my they didn't want me to, be antisocial and at home alone while they were in the hospital, right? And so my dad comes home the one day, and I see him walking down the street, and he's all sulking, and he didn't like tell me right away until I got home about like a few hours later. And so I guess when I was little, that's really what I was thinking about was the fact that I didn't get to be with my mom in like the last like hours of her life. You know what I mean? So I guess when I was younger, I did think about shit like that, but not my own mortality.
You said that happened when you were like 11?
8.
8, Jesus. So that's pretty young to have to like come to grips with like a death close to you, that close to you.
Yeah.
But was that like did you at that point did you have a base understanding of death, or was it like kind of explained to you then?
Well, not directly. My family is like super old. Like my dad's fucking shit, he's 60 something. And then all my cousins are in their 40s and 50s. And the older ones are obviously, you can do the math, they're in like their 80s and 90s and shit, right? So I went to some funerals before, but I didn't realize that like there are people that I barely like knew at that age, right? So I didn't actually realize what was happening. I didn't even fucking realize what was happening at her funeral. People gave me like gifts and shit because what else you're gonna give to an 8-year-old whose mom just died?
Nintendo DS.
So I was thinking, oh, I get stuff. Okay, that's cool. and then like a little bit after that, I was like, oh shit, she's not coming back. Damn. Obviously I'm paraphrasing because it's was a little sadder than that, but
sure.
Yeah.
What did you think then at the time when it did kind of dawn on you that she wasn't coming back? Where did you think she was?
Well, if it were to have happened to me now that I'm actually Catholic, because I wasn't before. Obviously, I was 8. I had no fucking idea what anything was, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you asked me now, I would have said heaven. But then, I don't know, because I don't think I actually knew what heaven and hell like was. I don't think I knew what. I didn't even think I was thinking about what happens after that. Because okay, like 1 minute you're sitting on the couch, watching fucking Tom and Jerry or some shit, like drinking a Kool-Aid. Life is good. And then the next minute you're there at a fucking funeral home, not exactly sentient because you're an 8-year-old. So I would probably have thought that she just went. I don't know. I guess it's a good question, but I don't know.
I mean, it's a hard thing to think of. I mean, like, because that is kind of a weird thing. We all, as we get older, kind of develop either our own ideas or we take ideas from religion or anything, like about what it could be, because we're trying to make sense of it. But like when you're a young kid and your parent dies, I mean, what the hell? What the hell do you actually think of it? Like, just being a kid that doesn't know anything. Because we don't know, as adults, we don't know anything either about death, but we are much more comfortable pretending that we know.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Like, I mean, I feel like that's why faith is important. You know, you just believe in. As long as you have faith and you firmly believe in something, then it's not gonna leave you. If that makes sense. And actually, I was listening to some of your older stuff. I was listening to the Judgment album with the "I Believe in You, Jesus." Yeah. I just wanted to say that the theology in that isn't actually that off from actually some good theology. But anyways, if it were to have happened to me now, I probably could have given you a better answer. But yeah,
well, that was a good answer. This is a good call. Hey, thank you for calling in, man.
Yeah, I felt like we haven't had any other Catholics on this yet, so
hey, we're still waiting for Joe. You know Joe the Catholic?
I'm sure I've caught some of his calls.
Yeah, you'll recognize him. He'll get in here. But we got some Catholic representation in the mail on the way.
All right.
Hey man, it was great talking to you. Thank you for calling in.
Yeah, you too. Hopefully I can catch the next one.
Hell yeah. All right. Bye-bye.
Right, see you, man. Appreciate it.
Whoops. All right, good. Okay. I'm going to take a break. Do a little music here. What do we got? About 5 minutes. 5-minute break. We'll be back with the boys and then back with the callers. All right.
Hate to see broken down. How could you? I know it's there. Oh, what a shame. Not fighting. Oh, well, you're fucked. I guess you're hurt in every way, and I'm useless. Oh, it's an implosion. Oh, it's an implosion of what we once had. Let me tell you how it's done. No, no. When the blood upon your ears, you'll ask. I'm fucking done with your constant pity parties. You're a fucking tool. How could I ever see that before? I guess you're perfect in every way, and I'm useless. Go get high and just go ahead and die. Let me tell you how it's done. No, no. When the beat upon your ears, you'll ask. When they do all your drugs, you'll see. When they stab you in the heart, you'll boom. When you don't want anyone to fuck around, you'll seek. When it's time to free your mind, you can't. It's time to eat the fun.
Oh, I didn't walk in on a conversation.
No, Bubba pissed his pants, and we're just waiting.
Till what? Till it dries?
Yes.
Dude, I've been trying
We're-
to open this fucking beer for 2 minutes now. I can't get it. Fuck. My hands
Well,
are
I'm on. I just opened number 2. I'm trying to catch up to Bubba. He's on 5, I think.
Hell yeah. I'm around there.
I got to the boys late, so I had to.
Shalom,
run.
gamers.
Dude, these screw cap tops actually like cut holes in my hands because they're like got these razor sharp. I tried so hard to open it. Fuck.
Dude, I've had 5 Coronas so far. Also, a little wine. It's also 4:30. I'm feeling accomplished.
I got it. Wait, listen. Oh shit, fuck. God damn it! I really can't open.
You got
this
it, buddy.
Beer.
You got it.
I'm really pissed right now. I want to drink this fucking beer. All right, sorry. Anyway,
Dude, I got some thoughts on death. As Daryl and I were talking, I had this. I remember this movie that I saw last year, this Shirley Temple movie, and it made me really upset. So after The Wizard of Oz, I think Fox realized that they had to have like some sort of response to this, and so they made this weird Shirley Temple remake of The Wizard of Oz, where Shirley Temple goes to visit her dead grandparents. Nice. And so she goes to visit them, and they're really nice, and they're in their like little German lederhosen, and they're great, and they love it. This movie is called The Bluebird. I think it came out in 1940, and Shirley Temple has this like wonderful time with her grandparents, and then as she leaves, they fall asleep, and they say, "Oh, when you're not thinking about us, we sleep and we disappear forever." And it made me really feel horrible. This idea that if you're not thinking about your dead grandparents, they're dead, like they're asleep.
They're gone.
They're not doing anything.
You're the only thing holding them, tethering them to reality.
To existence, yeah. That
Isn't
movie.
that kind of sounds frightening? Like that's all on you. Like I feel like if I was dead and someone kept bringing me back to this mortal world, I'd be upset at them. Like, are you kidding me? I was just like in infinite bliss.
It's actually the exact opposite. Like, they were so elated for this like brief moment of being alive with their granddaughter. Like, it was the best thing in the world. Like, I'm so glad that you remembered me. Spending time with me. And they were just like so overjoyed to spend 5 minutes of the afterlife with their granddaughter.
Shirley Temple, we are in hell. We are in hell. You have to bring us back.
Dude, that's what it was. And then she pranced off. And then when she was gone, they fell back asleep. And there was like a minute of them sleeping. And they were just gone. They were dead again. Like, it made me feel so fucking bad. So now, every single day, because of this fucking movie, I have to think about all the people that I know who have died. My entire fucking family is dead. Everyone in my family is dead. So every day, because of this Shirley Temple movie, I have to think about them. So they're alive in the afterlife. It makes me feel like shit.
Do you think
Shirley Temple makes me feel awful about myself?
Is there possibly some is there any part of that you sincerely agree with, where like if someone died and their energy just dispersed off into the universe, could you actually refocus their energy just by like remembering them really hard?
Well, I mean, that was the whole concept of that scene. Like, your grandparents, they don't exist until you think about them. Like, that was the
That's
whole
how I
concept.
felt about my grandparents when they were alive.
Does that
your
imply?
grandparents are alive.
Does that imply that your grandparents do not actually exist? Like they're a figment of your imagination?
Dude, the idea behind that question is that you willed yourself into existence. And I don't think I have that will.
Not necessarily. What if it's just like you were willed into existence by something, you don't understand it, so you have to like rationalize it. So you say, "Oh, I just came from someone above me, someone older than me." That makes sense.
Dude, I've had too many beers to answer questions like this. All I know is that Shirley Temple has ruined my fucking life, and I don't need any more of her shit.
Okay, but to be fair, your grandparents only exist while you're while they're alive. They only exist when you think of them.
Dude, like, you're hurting me. You're taking like Shirley Temple's fucking bullshit premise and taking it to the furthest extent of its logic.
You never think like,
maybe
oh man,
they were right. Maybe they were 100% right in 1940 something, that they had it perfectly figured out.
It's been downhill since then.
Your parents will you into existence. They had to, besides doing that disgusting, terrible thing that creates babies, they had to really think hard about you living to keep you alive.
Dude, I don't want to think about my parents in that kind of way.
When parents are like, you don't know how much I sacrifice for you.
Right.
They're being genuine. Like, like I wanted to go golfing, but I had to think and fixate my thoughts on you all day to make sure that you're still alive when I come home.
It's almost true. It's like 60% true.
This is too far beyond my pay grade.
All right, fine.
Shirley Temple.
I don't get paid for this. Fuck Shirley Temple.
Shirley Temple actually came to Fox and was like, "Look, I have this script. It's based off of my real life, and I just need you to follow me around with a camera."
My grandparents really need us to make this movie, or else they'll actually.
They told me. My dead grandparents begged me in a dream to make this movie.
Because then everybody starts thinking about them. Everyone who watches the movie, it makes them more powerful than ever.
I'm just saying, like, do you have any proof that your grandparents existed before this movie came out?
That's a tough one. Hey, wait. So we got all these extra boys in here. Moxie, Lordy. What's up, boys?
Oh, just here now.
Yep. This is what's up currently.
Oh, dude, I dropped out. What happened?
I was introducing the new boys. Boys, you gotta. What do you think about death? Hey, wait. Actually, let me ask you about immortality because we haven't gotten to that yet, which is something I wanted to talk about. Would any of you boys like to be immortal?
Oh,
is this like your offer?
Yes. No way.
100%.
No.
Okay, I'm hearing no. Wait, let's hear from MoxieFamous first.
Well, I really do not like the idea of eternal life. I just want to die and have it end, you know? Like, death is a big thing that motivates me in life because I think, oh, I might not be able to, like, you know, I might die tomorrow, so I better get shit done today. Eternal life doesn't really sound very appetizing to me. I'd rather just die and be done with it and have one good life, you know?
So if someone told you that, like, you like, we just, while you were asleep, we injected you with some special serum, you're never going to die, well, how would that affect your life?
Oh, that's just a challenge to figure out how to kill myself.
Exactly. It's homework.
That would become your life's work? Is figuring
Oh, yeah.
out?
Once I was done with life where I got like rid of, you know, I lived the life I wanted to have. And I was like, you know, I think I kind of like to die now. Then yeah, I'd be trying to figure out how to kill myself for sure.
What about you, Lordy? If someone told you you were immortal through some magic of science, how would that affect your life?
Depends on the definition of immortal. Like, do I
Gotta be
live?
the Highlander.
No, but do I live past the heat death universe? Do I just fly around nothingness?
That is a good question. Let's say it's just that you're never gonna die of like natural illness or like degradation of your body, but you could still jump off a cliff and perhaps die.
Well, then I'd probably be more afraid of dying.
Why do you
Because,
say
you know, if you have all of the natural causes and all of your, you know, you cannot die except for when you are stupid about it, wouldn't that make you more nervous every day? To be careful to not get in a car accident or like
you would think you had an intense personal responsibility to avoid death?
I mean, to a degree, yeah. I mean, not. It also depends. Like, does my body age? Do I become more and more frail?
Oh, you get older and more disgusting every day. By the time you're 500, you're just like you're 3 feet tall and you're just like a sack of saggy skin.
And then I'd probably throw myself off a cliff, like with 80-ish.
You just say that because you're not fucking in charge of everybody. What if you were like a multi-billionaire living whatever kind of crazy life you wanted to live for 300?
Well, but then, you know, if I'm at 300, my mental capacity is shit.
All right. So let's say you don't mentally degrade either.
And then your body is like 3 feet tall. You can barely move, and you're like the mind of a young person.
Maybe all right. I'm mixing up the different scenarios.
Thank you. You're really bad at making up how immortality works.
Are you talking like vampires now? You want us to be vampires,
Right.
eternal pretty boys?
Yeah. Let's say vampire. You don't actually. Your body is perfectly preserved, but you have to deal with the infinite loneliness because you're the only person who's like this.
Well, Neil Gaiman wrote in The Sandman, there's like a passage where he meets a dude in like 1700s and his sister is deaf, and he's like, the Sandman's sister is deaf. And he makes a pact that the dude doesn't die. And every 100 years, the Sandman comes to the dude and asks him if he wants to live on. And the dude always lives on because he always learns from his past mistakes and just wants to experience more life, which I think, you know,
probably be nice to just, see what's going on in like 500 years.
So that's something.
I don't know.
That's something you identify with. You don't think? I mean, like, think of your life now. Like, are you so excited to live for every coming day that, like, because you're going to learn more and more? Like, is that something you actually feel?
No, because currently I think currently the squandering of time that I have, wasting my shitty time with some stupid internet assholes, streaming some retarded shit, is probably not a good use of my time. But if I had infinite time, this wouldn't bother me.
It's an excellent use of your time. You're incorrect. I just want to let you know.
Well, that's what you say to that.
Yeah, I agree.
Didn't catch any of that.
Whatever you just said, I'm totally agreeing with that.
True.
That sounded cool.
Wow.
So if you had more time, you would feel less bad about wasting time.
Sure, because now, like, I'm old, ancient, nearly, in internet terms.
Yeah.
And I kind of think back about, how much time I wasted playing World of Warcraft and now playing World of Warcraft again. Just, and if you don't have this ticking down where you feel like, okay, it's fucking half of the year is over again and nothing is happening.
Yeah, we have 169 days until 2022. You have 169 days to get this year correct, guys.
Well, Germany's currently drowning, from what I heard.
Dude, I saw a picture of that.
You gotta fix it. That's your job.
That's you. You dropped the ball, dude.
But so being alive and knowing that you have an incredibly finite amount of time, that doesn't motivate you at all in its own sense
That just gives me anxiety.
Okay. Do you think? Is that something like you think is permanent until you're dead? Do you know people who have died and like do they seem like you?
In what way?
Like that they're anxious in the sense that they don't like they if death is imminent for someone. Let's think about that. If death is imminent for you, that's the opposite of being infinite. Would that change the way that you're living? Would that make you just super anxious and not want to do anything, or would that spur you to do a whole bunch of shit?
I mean, I don't know. That depends on what kind of death is waiting for me. If you're like, cancer and I'm dying while just degrading,
no, fucking
maybe
murder. Fucking cold
murder. Someone
murder.
is coming up in a week and killing me.
Yeah.
Would that change how I live? Probably. I guess. Because you could just do shit without consequences then.
Ah, I see.
That sounds like I'm a psychopath.
Yeah, is that something that's holding you back currently? You want to do all this shit?
Yeah, currently.
But you have to deal with the consequences?
I mean, sure. The social contract holds back.
And I didn't catch any of that, Lordy. You're breaking up.
It was cool though. Whatever
the social contract is always holding you back, if you think about it. Like, you always have to deal with the consequences. So if you were dying at a young age in like a week, you could just do all of the shit that you were too afraid to do.
So is doing nothing, is playing World of Warcraft, your way of just avoiding consequences?
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, fuck you,
Don't
Lordy.
front me.
Gotcha.
Make me think about my mortality.
I fucking cornered you, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna go outside and do something useful now because you made me. Just gonna like, I don't know, help homeless people or some shit.
Oh, that's good.
Build a home. I don't know. I think, you think about it, you could think about it the way Echo thought about it. That in the death doesn't really bother you because in life is far away. When you die, it's gone, so you don't have to like have a considered death.
I heard like 70% of that. That sounded. It sounded a lot like
wrong with my fucking internet.
It
It's
sounded
because
like a
that-
Daft Punk song while you were saying that.
because that
When
should
you
bother
die,
you.
it is not so great. Yeah. Okay. Well, good.
That to conduct.
You gotta listen. You gotta listen to this.
Internet.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's wrong.
This is he just revealed to us like how to live forever, and we missed it.
We got some of the words.
That can be this thing with internet.
Stop.
It's not working. It's not working.
His internet is dying. Fuck.
It's not working.
Fuck.
We got that. All right. We got that in loud enough. All right. Good.
It's like it's not even working, but he sounds cooler than all of us. It sucks, man.
Yeah. Because we can just imagine the other 50% of what he's saying, and we're like, oh shit, like this is some deep
Philosophical.
shit right here. All right, good. All right, boys. Any other thoughts here on death or immortality before I get the hell out?
On immortality, it made me think of a question that's like open for anyone. You're saying like if you were immortal, you wouldn't feel like you have as much time restraint, so you can like do shit that's boring, and you'd be like, yeah, but I'll do something cool later because I have all the time in the world. What if like your lifespan's just doubled? Like you were going to live to 100, but now you live to 200. Would you still feel like you're wasting your time if you play World of Warcraft all day?
Nah, I think 200 is not enough. I think that's just the same thing, right?
That gives you a good 100 years to figure out how to kill yourself in a good way.
Exactly.
Have you ever read those like fantasy books and the elves are there and they're always shit talking how short-lived humans are? That's exactly what your question is. Like you get to be an elf. That's what you're saying.
So you role play as an elf, but you get to live longer.
And the elves always sound really boring, like no fun to hang out with. They just got sticks up their asses.
Dude, they just sit around all day. They don't do shit.
They prophesize. They talk about what's going to happen.
Leaves? Let's think about leaves for a week. Wouldn't that be cool? No, it wouldn't be cool.
The elves do. They always talk about the wars that they lived through like 1,000 years ago, and they're like, yeah, that was awesome. Anyway. Like nothing has happened of interest.
Dude, fuck the elves. Fuck the elves. I'm gonna say it. Fuck elves.
Honestly.
All right.
I would say if I like die and there's a heaven and I'm there, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna be pissed off because like living forever, that sounds awful. Especially because it's like, oh, in heaven, like all of your family's gonna be there, everything like that.
Dude, they're gonna drug you to make you think it's good. You're gonna be like, hell yeah, I want to live forever, and this rocks, but it won't even. Like,
no, I want it to be over. I want it to be over right now. Honestly, actually,
yeah,
I'm gonna go.
All right, boys.
Like, hey,
suicide tags?
send me back to Earth so I can kill myself. Yeah.
All right, the boys are all ready to die. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, I like this interesting thought. Next time we come back, let's talk a little bit about heaven. What heaven could be, our ideas of heaven. But I'm gonna take some calls now, boys.
All right.
All right.
Be back later.
All right.
Bye.
All right. Good. Okay. Oh, here comes one more. Just one more. Oh, wait. Okay, that was it. All right, call in now. This is the death show. We're talking about death. We're talking about all facets of death. Whatever the hell you want to talk about in regards to death. Now's the time. Call in. It's 518-288-7938. That's the number. it's theoretically open. I see calls coming in and Google's not taking them. This is what happens. I don't know why, but just keep trying. During this downtime, I will remind everyone that the music from the stream is all from Fricko Braun. It's almost all from this one album, Divorce from the World, that he did a couple of years ago. The Bandcamp link to that album is in the description of this video. Check it out. You can listen to it a few times. Then if you really like it, you can pay $5 to get it. So if you do like it, I highly recommend you do that. The HUD/overlay from the stream is from Slouch. Slouch, incredibly talented animating fellow. His channel link is also in the description of this video. Also, I sometimes remember to show off this little slideshow on the computer. All the images from that are from the Mighty Lighthouse, which is the zine that me and Moxie and the entire Minute Hour community makes. It's a zine. A zine, if you don't know, it's like a printed, it's short for magazine. It's like a small magazine, a small booklet. The Mighty Lighthouse is a, sort of comedy art zine. There's funny writing. There's legitimate art on all the pages. It's also now in full color, which is something we just started doing at the last issue. The next coming issue is freaking 48 pages long, and I'll be telling you more about that later.
Call from
Anthony.
Anthony.
Oh man, we made it through.
I feel like I remember your voice. Have you called in before?
I have. I called during the Heritage stream.
Oh yeah. Nice. What's up, dude? How you doing?
Just hanging out here. Just finished up some work. Doing a little bit of teleworking today.
Okay.
Good old coronavirus is good for some things sometimes.
You're still, you're still teleworking, teleconferencing. You're at home.
Yeah, I'm a government employee, so they want they call it maximum telework. They tried to not spread the old virus.
Right.
So.
All right. Well, the virus, as we know, causes death. What do you think about
Allegedly.
Yeah. That's what I like to hear. Okay, so what do you think about death?
Oh, man. Honestly, I was talking to somebody earlier, I guess yesterday, and he was talking about theology and this and that, and we were talking about stuff. He, older gentleman, he's in his early, I guess mid-40s, but I mean, super, super talkative, super open about stuff. I'm down here in South Carolina right now, but he's kind of one of those good old boys, and he was just having a balls to the wall, honest conversation about stuff. Like when he was 19, he had almost a gay experience, and he's like, I was kind of for right. Like one of his buddies was, and it all ties in to the thing. But one of his buddies came up to him and was like, "Hey man, I want to hang out." So he goes over there, they're hanging out, watching TV. He's like, "Hey, you Johnson?" He's like, "No, man, I'm pretty high right now. I'm good. I don't need anything." And he's like, "No, do you want to be serviced? Can I service you?" And he's like, "Oh, well, what about that girl on it right there? What about this girl right here?" And he's like, "I'm really embarrassed him. Never saw him again." He was like, for probably about 20 minutes, I just sat there and think, did I give something off? Did I give off the gay vibe or something? And he sat there and thought about it with himself for a good 20 minutes. He's like, "Am I gay?"
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I'd like to think, and just being honest, I think everyone's had that, a conversation with themselves, and to which I segued into, what's death like? We're just sitting there talking about it. So,
how'd it go? What was the?
You
can't give me this whole gay story and have it not lead into death.
I guess being gay is death. I don't know. No, I mean, heterosexuality, homosexuality. I mean, you're attracted to who you're attracted to. But we started talking about this, and then we're we were talking about theology, and where people believe that they're going to go to a heaven or a hell, and I started talking about like energy.
Was this guy wrestling with this because he thought he was gay and because he thought that would affect his afterlife experience?
I don't believe so. I don't think that's kind of where it came from. He does seem like one of those good old boy types, and which was really caught me off guard. Him being that just openly, brutally honest with himself and with me. But I don't think that was the case. But we started talking about it, and I was talking about how energies reciprocate and how what you put out into the universe. And I mean, if you're somebody who was talking about it with Alan Watts earlier. I mean, we're all manifestations of like stardust and higher atoms that are pressed together through the formation of solar systems and what have you. I don't really have religion, but faith, and it kind of ties into it. And some people will call it a cop out. Some people will call that I'm just being a pussy about it. But I think that all religions, in essence, are have some similar or truths to them. But I think that like our energies will just go on to the next post. Maybe somebody would call it reincarnation. I'm not sure. I'm really open to anything, really.
You're down with a sort of rebirth idea?
Yeah. Why not?
Well,
some people, I mean, it could be tinfoil hats. They can be saying that like whenever you die, like people have measured people like when they're actually passing, and there's actually like a visible or not like difference in weight, a measurable difference in weight from when somebody's living and when they expire, and that's like the weight of a soul. So.
Well, what do you think?
What
are your own personal opinions on this?
I think we're all just all one part of this universe. We are the universe experiencing itself. I mean, in essence, going back to the stardust, I mean, it's exactly what we are, scientifically speaking.
What do you think about, this is something I was thinking about recently, was like, not that this is like some original thought. This is something I was thinking about, was how we are only able to consciously live in a single moment. It's like the past is something else, the future doesn't exist. All that we're presently aware of is like the exact current moment that we're living in, and obviously the moment keeps moving with us along the timeline. We're always
then it like branches off into its own thing as like situations or choices differ or like change, possibly.
There's part of it that's that, but the thought is like it has to do with the entire universe being just like a single moment. That like I thought of this because you were talking about the universe like being self-reflexive or like acknowledging itself, reflecting upon itself. Sort of what I think about is like the past is things that we've experienced in prior moments, but we can only possibly live in the current moment. We can I guess remember things and think about what could happen in the future, but there's only one thing that's for sure, and that's what's happening right now. This exact moment, and it keeps going and going and going. So it's sort of like it makes me think like I remember when there was that video that was going around that was like the sound of a black hole. It was like scientists had discovered the sound that a black hole makes, and it sounds just like a drop of water coming out of a faucet, like a single drop, just blip. And that's sort of like how I think of the universe, is like it's just like one little drop of water, and it's just zip, it just drops, and that's the entirety of everything.
Have you ever been in a physical altercation or anything like that where you actually like lost consciousness, or maybe get an intravenous injection and like you just like kind of fade to black?
I have lost consciousness suddenly, never through physical altercation, but I think I know what you're talking about here.
Like you're getting a tooth taken out, like they're taking out your wisdom teeth or what have you.
Like
And
you
hit you with a needle in your-
are briefly just gone. I was in the shower once,
Right.
and I like very briefly went unconscious, and I like heard myself hitting the wall of the shower and then the floor of the shower, and that's what woke me up. But like there was that period of just like, I'm gone. I'm not anywhere. It's very
Right.
strange.
I feel like that's what dying's like, you know?
Just being displaced like that very suddenly.
You're just so suddenly like fading to nothing. And there's been a couple different instances that now I won't get into all of them, but I'll just pick one. I was at my grandparents' house, and luckily enough, they're still alive. And I was the one who called about the doing the ancestry and found my grandparents, and that my father saw in the family, all that good stuff. So I went to my grandparents' house. I'm over here playing the card game War with my girlfriend, and we're just having a good time. I'm so elated. I'm just having the best time. And we went to we drew the same card. We had to go and put down 3 cards, flip another card. We went to like triple war, and she won. And took all my cards. So she, got like a dozen or so cards, and I was laughing so hard, and like the stress of the situation. I mean, it was eustress. It wasn't distress, but the stress of the situation like was so heavy, and I was laughing. Just a sudden burst of like emotion and laughter and joy. I felt myself fading and losing consciousness, and I kind of mumbled and murmured, "Don't let me go! Grab me!" I was afraid. In that moment, I was just so much at peace, but I was also so afraid. And I felt myself fading, and probably for like 5 seconds, she said, like the whites of my eyes just kind of went. There was the only thing that showed. My eyes rolled back in my head, and I just sat there for a second. I was like, "Whoa!" But coming to, I felt like so much peace. I was so afraid to go, but then when I got there, I was so relieved to be. So
that's what's so confusing. Trying to think about death, and it's sort of what I was talking about with the YouTube videos of near-death experiences. Like everybody who's ever talked about it has lived. Nobody who dies comes back and talks about it. It's only people who have sort of died or like sort of partially died. So we can't really like say that's what happens. But yeah, like and it's a similar feeling. Like when I passed out that time, like. I went to nowhere. I was no longer around, but the only reason I was able to recognize that was because I came back. So what is it that happens when you don't come back? Because that's like the blackout part that you can't remember. Like what is that when you don't actually come back to remember it?
Right.
What is it? Tell me.
What is it?
What do we do? Where do we go?
Nothingness. It could be a transfer of energy. I mean, the manifestation of like energy could be transferred into something else. It could be floating around. People talk about apparitions or orbs of light, or feeling. If you ever go into like the graveyard of the deceased, you go over there, and there's sometimes you feel like you can feel the presence. I don't know. I think the energy leaves us and it goes somewhere, but I don't think it goes anywhere at the same time. I mean, it's so complicated.
What do you think the deal is with an apparition then? If that's something that you think occurs, what do you think is the reason? That's something that the energy would stick around.
It's I mean going back to, it's not like an original thought or anything. It's kind of period. It's like maybe unsettled business. Maybe there's too much damage and it's not ready to move on to the next host or the next life force that it's going to go into. I don't have those answers, and it's really interesting.
I know you don't know for sure, but
nobody has the answers.
we'll just come up with whatever random answers we think sound good. But so then if you died and you think that it's like this situation where you just go unconscious but you don't regain consciousness, do you think that there's something different that happens for people if they have unsettled business or whatever? Like, do they have a different experience than the rest of us who just die and go away and we're gone?
I think so. I don't think, at the same time, in that case, it's like you can't have one without the other. If people were to go and nothing happens, I mean, that there wouldn't be the possibility of something becoming an apparition or a spirit or a ghost or what have you. Like I said, I personally believe that the energy is what we are. It's in essence. It's like my fingers are not me, my toes are not me, my mouth is not me. It's my brain, and my brain is just an electrically charged organ that gets all these senses and feels all these emotions. It has its own personality. That's who I am. My eyeballs aren't me. It's just an extension of me. It's how I perceive the world. But that energy, that life energy, is who I am and who we all are. And some people call it a spirit. Some people call it, in the Christian faith, I guess they call it like your soul, your spirit. But I just think that that's, in essence, who we are. It's our energy. It's why you can feel. You can feel like, intuitively feel like somebody's off. You can just feel by their energy, their aura, that they're off. Like if you've been around somebody, their behavioral patterns, you can sense it. That's why, like they say, like a mother's intuition, she just knows that there's something wrong with her child, or whatever the case may be. To check on your friend. You making the case for justified infanticide right now? Infanticide, yes. Nice. 100%. No, so this baby was going to be Hitler, It's the mom's duty to snuff that out. No, but so then the last question I'll ask you here then is, do you think that there is a part of that is extra physical, or do you think like it is the result of your brain? It has to do with the neurons and all that shit, like what you learn, what you experience, or is there something that is outside of physical organic matter? Like outside of the fourth dimension in which we live, or outside of like all of physical matter? I guess like the question is like, when you're a baby and you're born, is your soul like in your brain just waiting to be like changed and to learn things, or is it something that is injected into your brain, and therefore when your brain dies at some point, this other thing needs to escape, or is it die with your physical body? I would like, part of me, like intellectually, I would think that it would die with you. But the way I want to think, the way that I desire, that my human, simian brain decides and says, I'm afraid of things, I would desire things, I want to know things, I'm intuitive. That part of me would like, the emotional part of me would like to say that it would move on. And I mean, we may be conditioned to think that way, may be conditioned to say, go to hell, or thank God that you came, or oh my God. We may be conditioned to say those, those words. And I think that's kind of the human condition. Ever since we were in the caves, we, fantasize about what's out there, what's going on, what's after life. So like taking a couple steps out of the emotion back and just kind of looking at it completely objectively, like as far as like kind of reality. Yeah, I don't think that anything happens, but I would like to believe that our energies would live on. But at the same time, that could also be very torturous. Do either of those outcomes, potential outcomes,
affect how you personally live your life?
No, I wouldn't think so. I try to be as unapologetically myself. I'm very obnoxious. I'm very, very talkative. I get on people's nerves left and right, and I'm probably people are ready for me to get the fuck off the phone right now. But I am who I am, and I spread that to the world. And you know, I've been brought up in a certain way, so that's who I try to be. But I don't like hinder or my growth or my success or my emotion, or you know, I don't stamp that out. I don't try to act a certain way because I feel like I have like eternal damnation waiting for me if I have premarital sex or, you know, work on a Sunday or, you know, something like that. You know,
yeah.
I don't subscribe to that. I do what I feel is right for myself, my children, and try to enjoy this life, man. I mean, we're moving, you know, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of miles, you know, an hour throughout the space and just chugging along. I mean, enjoy the ride.
All right, man. Hey, thank you for calling in. It was Anthony, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, Anthony, thank you for calling in. Appreciate your call.
Thank you. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, death. Death. This is good. You know, fucking death.
Call from
Parker.
Parker.
Oh, hey, am I on?
Yo, dude, what's up? Yeah, you're on.
Dude, awesome, man.
Yeah.
Been a while. I called months ago, probably.
When? When was the last show? You were on?
Yeah, that was about women.
Say what?
That was about women.
Oh, men and women. Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah.
That
was
one
a great
lost me
one.
a lot of subscribers, by the way. Hundreds of people.
It was worth it. It was worth
good.
it. Every second of it.
Good, good, good. I'm glad. All right, so now you're calling into the death stream. Is sort of related to men and women in some ways. What do you think? What do you want to tell us about?
Yeah, I've been close to death. I have had people die on the trips I've been on. I'm a raft guide, so I trip. I do trips from level 3 to level 4 rapids.
Oh shit! Someone died on your watch? It was your fault?
It wasn't my fault.
Okay.
Well,
sure.
it's no one's fault when you're rafting like that. Level 5s, you gotta take into consideration that something might go awry, and that people might fall out of the boat, and these people that you're taking aren't super fit. You know, there are people from Texas coming up here, just want to have a good time, and you gotta make sure they're safe. But sometimes they don't want to be safe, or sometimes they lie to you. Like I had a person die on my trip, one of my trips, and it wasn't a class 5 level. It was actually a class 3 level. We were with I was with a rookie guide that year, and we were coming down. We were coming down level 3 rapid, and you have to go left on one side. You have to go left to one side of the rapid, or else you'll hit this rock, and the rock will turn the boat, dumping everybody in the water.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not a big deal or anything because it's a level 3. But the problem is that this river is ice water. It's from the snow, from the mountains. And so it's cold. It's real cold. So if you have heart problems or a heart condition, it could offset that a lot. And so half his boat falls out. Half of his boat falls out, which isn't considered a big deal because, you know, it happens. Like rafting, people fall out all the time.
Okay.
But the problem was that this older gentleman had a heart condition that he didn't tell us before, and he also refused to wear a wetsuit.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So what happened was when he hit the water, he went into cardiac arrest just instantly. The water was around 41, 43 degrees.
Wow.
So it's cold. It's cold. It's
Yeah.
cold. It will take your breath away automatically. And I see the dude coming through the rapid, and he's not trying or moving anything. And so he's in cardiac arrest. And when the water is gushing at, like, I think it was 3,500 CFS, it's really, really, really hard to catch someone while moving like that. So the first boat tries to catch him, and they miss. And the second boat tries to catch him, and they miss. And I'm the last boat. I'm the last, like, fail-safe boat. And so it's like my job. Like, if we don't get him, we could probably never get him again for a while down, or potentially just find him farther down. So we had to get him because he wasn't making any effort to swim. So I just remember cranking on my oars to get this guy. I actually hit one of the other guests in the head with my oar by accident, because when you have oars, they kind of like go forwards, and you fill the boat up. You fill like a 15 boat up with 8 people on high days, or maybe 10. And so I hit him, and I grab him by the lapels, and the dude's heavy. But the thing about rafting, when you're pulling someone in, is that you can easily dunk them underwater again, and their life jacket, their PFD, will act as a buoyancy to bring them back up. So as soon as I did that, I dunked them in, brought them back up, and then I yelled at everyone to just back paddle to shore, because backstrokes are a lot stronger than forward strokes. So we get to shore. He hits the shore. I rip off his life jacket. This would be my first time doing CPR, and my last time, thank God. I probably did it too hard, I think, now I look back at it. But you have a bunch of adrenaline going through you. You have a bunch of adrenaline going through you when you're giving CPR. So I probably was doing it a bit fast, a bit hard, but still keeping with the beat.
Would you use Staying Alive? Another One Bites the Dust?
They used to teach that, but not anymore. You do like 30. They like train you on the rhythm. Staying Alive, I think you can do it, but it's not that good. But we were all trained on like dummies for like, I think the course was 2 days, and I could just feel that the rhythm was a bit off. I couldn't get the rhythm in, because you have a lot of adrenaline going, and the dude wasn't making any sound. And we called the paramedics, and good thing the hospital's nearby, and good thing where we were was a white water park. So the paramedics were on its way. I'm like, this guy, as long as I can keep this guy alive. But the thing was, he wasn't breathing. I just kept pushing on his chest. Like, when you give someone CPR, you can hear their chest break apart, like their bones break. And it's a very familiar feeling to me, because I played hockey, so I've broken a lot of bones, a lot of ribs, I mean.
Okay.
And so I'm just pounding on this guy's chest, and it's supposed to go like 2 inches deep, and then you're supposed to, I think, they did that for like 30 times, and then you're supposed to give him 2 breaths of life, and you can either do it on the mouth or in the nose, or none if you want.
What'd you choose?
So I did. You're supposed to do chest compression, then breathe a bit into their mouth, and that's what I was doing, because the adrenaline got through to you. And when the paramedics came, they tried to help him down. They tried to help him, but they just called him dead. He just kind of died of cardiac arrest right there in the river. And didn't die of drowning. They thought he died in the water, really. Jesus. And cardiac, what I learned from that is that it's very hard in a lot of a lot of endurance goes to CPR, and some of the guys even switched out with me.
When did this happen?
This happened, let's say,
approximately.
it was last summer. I'm trying to think of the month. I'm not very good with months.
This is nearby.
It was in. Yeah, I haven't been a raft guy for that long. I've only been. It was in like early June, I believe.
What do you
when
think?
The water was higher.
What sort of effect do you think that experience had on you? Did it make you think about death or what?
It makes me realize that my job is like people. I used to think rafting was like fun and lighthearted, but now like once you die when somebody dies on you while rafting, you kind of understand like the people in my boat, like they're like I'm in charge of their lives. I'm so glad I've had nobody have any serious injuries on my boat.
Just because you would feel responsible?
Yeah. Like with that guy, I did everything I could. Like you're not supposed to. Sometimes the ribs crack. Sometimes the ribs don't crack when you're giving CPR. But it's not. You shouldn't think like doing CPR right isn't about cracking the ribs or something like that. It's literally just making sure air is entering and leaving their lungs.
That's what I thought you were going towards. You don't know you're doing a good job unless you hear those cracked ribs.
No. You can do CPR without cracking ribs. A lot of amateurs crack their ribs because they use too much pressure.
Mm-hmm. Well, goddamn! So that's been your sort of up close experience with death. You haven't. I've had close experience with death, but that is the experience with death that I have ever had, really, like near me. Right. That is like sudden. Had you talked to that guy like before you guys went out?
Yeah, I talked to the guy. I think I was the one that handed him the PFD at the shop.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is I have 400 people coming through a day, so I don't remember everyone. The dude's faceless. I don't really remember him that much. I just remember everything happening so fast. I feel proud of what I did because I tried my hardest.
Mm-hmm.
Like I look at it from a doctor's or an EMT's perspective. You can't save everyone.
Yeah.
And maybe the EMTs were being nice, saying that he died in the water or something like that. But no, I gave it my all. That's like the most I could do, and in that given situation with my limited knowledge.
In the current day, now that you've had that experience, like maybe you would be able to say with that experience that you leapt to action because it was your job. But do you feel like because you know these things now, like you might leap to action if that sort of thing happened just out in the wild, out on the street? Or do you think there was a specific thing compelling you because it was like your responsibility as being... Yeah, go
on. I would have to say that I don't get paid real well at my job. So that my job definitely doesn't pay me enough to handle bullshit like that.
Sure.
So it's not my job or my responsibility to do that. It's that I feel like I went out of my way to get that guy in, because I could have let that guy go down the river and just pick him up later. Like if it was my job, that would still be qualified in my job, like to do that. And then I think I would help anyone in trouble.
Do you think that's like, I don't know, this isn't a good word for it, but like abnormal or outside the norm, like of the people you know, like do you think that people are equipped generally to help people who are in a dying situation, or do you think that like you've got the special knowledge and therefore, like, it might be your responsibility, being one of the only people around that knows how to interact in that scenario.
I don't think I have like special knowledge or I'm different from others.
Well, but you're trained in CPR and shit.
Yeah, well, it's very limited. Very limited. It's nothing to like brag about. I would help where help is given, where I could help, but sometimes you don't need someone like me who has taken just the basic course of CPR. I had another trip where a guy had, what was it? He didn't faint. He had a seizure. He had a seizure going through a level 2 and 3 rapid. And we picked him up. We tossed him on land. It wasn't my boat that picked him up. It was another boat that picked him up. We tossed him on land. And I asked if there was any nurses in my boat. And nurses it's amazing how calm those women and men are helping people. They ask them like hundreds and hundreds of questions really nicely. And they don't freak out at all. And luckily I had 2 nurses. So they sat there, and the dude who had a seizure through the rapid, he didn't hit his head on anything. He just cleanly went through. He didn't get any water in his lungs. So the paramedics came and they took him away. He actually walked out walking, so that was really cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of situations I've noticed is that when somebody's in danger, there's always a way better professional nearby than me to give them CPR. Like the reason why I let some of the guides switch out, or the guides did switch out with me when they caught up to me, was because a lot of them had their woofers and I didn't have their woofers, so I'm not as qualified.
What is that? Woofers?
That's like wilderness outdoor field something, so it provides with like more training.
I see. All right, hey man, thank you for calling in. Appreciate your call.
Yeah, no problem, man.
And I hope you call in some other time. I mean, we'll be doing this. We're around.
Yeah, I hope you don't lose as many subscribers.
It's okay.
You gain them.
It's okay. Who fucking cares? Anyway, all right. Have a good one, man.
Have a good night, man.
You too. All right, nice. I'm gonna take a quick break here. Put the music back on. 5-6 minutes. 6.5 minutes. All right. Be back in a bit.
As I see it now, as I never saw it then, I won't ever need the lights again. Light the candles, back away everything else. Being so grand. I will see you again. Hope your time is so grand. I will see you again.
I came from him 200 years ago. It was just weird, and it was filled with these people with my last name, and presumably like there was some sort of connection to them. I don't know, man. Like,
see, that's one of the interesting things for me is like my grandfather on my dad's side, he chose his last name. He was like a bastard child, didn't know what his last name was, so he chose one, and then he only had one son, my father. So like if I meet anyone with my last name, I know we're not related that way.
Huh.
Hey, boys.
Oh,
Hey.
Yo.
Hello.
How's it going?
Oh, pretty
It
good. We're just
goes
talking
good.
about shit.
Yeah.
We're talking about death.
Just shitting around.
Just farting around.
Did you guys think about heaven at all?
I saw heaven.
Not really.
I thought about it,
Okay.
but I
know
didn't
what
say
it's
anything.
like.
Well, what do you want to talk about, boys?
I was thinking about that stuff you guys were saying before about like, you know, your grandparents and all that sort of stuff. The Shirley Temple thing I came in the middle of. And that made me think a little bit about how, like, I only know one of my grandparents really, like hardly. All the other ones I don't really know. So it's like, I was thinking about that where, like sometimes my mother will be like, hey, you want to visit my father's grave? And I never met the guy. I don't know the guy. And I'm usually busy, so it's like, yeah, I don't really want to take the time to go visit a grave of a guy I don't know, even though I'm related to him. And that got me thinking about what I want to do when I die, so that people want to visit my grave. You know?
What are you thinking? What sort of excitement do you have planned?
Okay, so here's the thing, right? So I want to have a family graveyard, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be buried there, kids, wife, family, grandkids, whatever the shit, go on for generations, right? So I want to have a family graveyard, but what I want to do is that every single grave is actually a mini golf hole, and it's ever expanding. So you go, hey, you want to go visit your grandpa's hole? And they do, because they want to go play mini golf. That's how you get your grandkids to go visit your grave and for people to remember you. And then me personally, at my hole, what I want to have, this is another idea I had, I figured just jam them together. I want to have my casket above ground, right? In like a thing of glass so people can see it. And then I want to have one of those like low powered cameras inside and a low power screen, right? So that people can see me inside of my casket, and there will be a crank. And when you crank it, that electricity will, it will generate electricity to power the camera and the screen so you can see me rolling in my grave, literally rolling in my grave. That's what I want to do. So basically, like, my grandkids or whatever, they will want to come and play mini golf and see grandpa roll in his grave, turn it, look at the screen, see the bones rattling around. That's what I want. And it will be ever expanding because like I'm going to have a big family, and then, they will all go there and they will all get their own hole. They can design their hole before they die. We can do it in the middle of nowhere, cheap land, and then it will be a destination.
So like the rolling in the grave is like the bonus. That's what you get for doing really well on the mini golf course.
Oh yeah, roll the bones, baby.
I like I think it's a great idea. I mean, like, because I'm thinking of it like the last hole of the mini golf course is where you get the ball in and it disappears forever. It could go right in the casket.
Yeah, it could go under my casket. Just collect balls there. Yeah, that could be good.
And it's like the more you get, the more memories people are they're remembering you more and more. You're getting more and more powerful with each sunken putt.
Yeah, and can you imagine having grandkids going, "Hey, can we please go to Grandpa's grave?" So many grandpas want that in life. I'm gonna get it. I'm telling you.
Do you think
That's
like
true. I've only been to my grandpa's grave 2 times when I think about it. And if there was a putt-putt course on my grandpa's grave, it would probably be 10 times that. I would have gone 20 times. So
Yeah, and
I'm real close. I'm like,
imagine the family reunions. You can also put like a little picnic area, a barbecue area nearby. Everyone can gather there every year, play mini golf, respect the dead, etc., and then just have a good time. Because, like, you know, don't you want your family to have a good time after you pass? I'm gonna be dead. I don't give a shit what they do to my bones. Make them roll.
make them roll.
dude, I am so into that. I like that very much.
Maybe I'll even start visiting your grave.
Yeah,
I was going to ask.
It's like you say,
family only?
All of us should do it.
Yeah, it would become a destination spot. Like being able to, because then you're not just putt-putting for no reason. Like you're putt-putting in remembrance.
Yeah, it's respectful, man.
Remorseful putt-putt. Kind of like a... Yeah.
I was wondering when you were saying that, Moxie, though, like you said, you didn't remember your grandparents at all, but then that, like, how that conflicts with the idea of you must remember your grandparents in order for them to have ghosts or something. That's sort of where we landed. So do you think if you misremember your grandparents or you just make up your own memory of them, does that affect their ghost? Does that change them?
Oh God, that's a good question.
Do they come back like deformed? They have like wings and talons. I'm just thinking of a vulture. I'm not even thinking of my grandparents anymore.
I think I just like think of generic shit, just like sitting on the porch in a rocking chair drinking a Faygo.
Moxie, I have a question about your putt-putt. Would it be like, you know how there's different attractions at each putt-putt play, like there's the windmill, the lighthouse, and stuff like that. Would they all be based off of like memories of you? Like there's this one event that you did on a cruise ship, and so there's a massive cruise ship that you putt into and stuff like that.
Oh God, I haven't really thought about that much because I don't have like the money or the land or anything to make it. But I would probably think of themes for each individual hole and do the original 18 holes and have mine at the end of it. And then, whoever my family who want to have their graves tacked onto it, they can do whatever they want after that. Like, let it speak to what they were.
What if you don't end up having like 18 memories that are hole worthy? Like you're like, man, I didn't do 18 cool things to make a full putt-putt course.
Oh, bullshit.
They're not going to fucking know. You're dead. They can't ask.
And it's putt.
How would you feel?
They're not even going to pay attention. They're going to be looking at the ground the whole time at their ball.
Like 30% of putt-putt is windmills. How many people have like some sort of windmill accomplishment in their life?
Don Quixote.
What you could do, because like once it gets to a certain point in the generations go by and by, you have like your great grandkids coming over to this putt-putt course. They're not going to actually know anything about you. So you could just make up whatever and be like, man, I can't believe that Moxie went to space and fought God. This is such a cool putt-putt course.
Oh yeah, I'm going to like make it sound really cool. Yeah, I'm not going to tell them all the boring shit in life. Oh, he went to bed at 10 p.m., woke up at 6 a.m. every day. None of that boring shit.
It'll be like this mythological experience where you're going through like this heightened reality of your grandparents' life. You go through like each major stage. Like you could have a putt-putt where the first hole is putting through a vagina and you're being born into. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Another good idea that is unrelated.
I think I've played that before.
Related to death, you have a putt-putt course that's like the 5 stages of grief.
Oh yeah.
Each hole, like the first hole is it denial is first?
That sounds like every time I play putt-putt in the first place.
Yeah, where it's strictly about your ability to play putt-putt, what you're in denial about. But this is like a whole other level.
Well, usually I just skip straight to anger.
Or depression. I'm thinking denial is like it's in denial that it's the first hole. So the first will be like hole number 7. It'll be like, no, I'm not the first hole. It's the
It's
first
not
one is
even-
labeled 7.
It's not even a themed putt-putt. It's not like related to the 5 stages of grief. You are just like in denial immediately. Like, hey, we're gonna play putt-putt. And you're like, no, we're not. They're like, no, we are. We're at the putt-putt course. You're like, no, I deny this.
You're stuck in that phase until you win, until you hear the bones rattling as they roll over.
That's acceptance.
But
Yes.
there's no in between phases.
There's a lot of grief.
What you could have is you could have 18 holes, but like none of them have holes until the 18th one, because the 18 is where you can sink it in.
How do they retrieve? This is a very important question. How do you get the ball out of your grave once you knock it in there?
You don't. It joins you
gone
forever.
for good. That's it. It's gone for good.
So by the end, it'll just be mostly balls?
You're sacrificing your ball to...
How much does a golf ball cost? Come on, I made a mini golf course.
But then the grave will mostly be holes, right? Balls, right? Like it'll be like 99% balls, 1% bones.
Yeah, I think that's a beautiful
Evan.
thing.
Yeah.
We all come from balls, and to balls will return.
That is
So,
true.
What I'm envisioning is that like you get like they go under the grave or under the casket. So then like the balls keep accumulating, and eventually there's enough that it starts slowly pushing your casket for like up into the like till it returns to the earth again, because there's so many balls underneath that it becomes like this.
Oh yeah, and that's when I know I've made it. I've made it at that point.
And that's when life starts.
Your corpse is valuable when it becomes a hazard on the putt course.
Oh yeah. And then also, if they turn me in my grave enough, like I'll just be dust. They can like
That's
slowly
true.
watch me get ground down to dust. That would be cool. Every year go, oh wow, look at how much more dusty it is in there.
Yeah, I've always wanted, okay, I just had 2 thoughts. One, I've always wanted to like be cremated and then like have someone like eat my ashes or something so that I can continue to live through them or something.
Yeah,
But
is that what people say? Eat my ash?
I just had another thought that is unrelated. Because not everyone has the money for a golf course or a putt-putt course, they can pay to be cremated and their ashes be put in a ball. And then there's that send-off on the 18th hole when they putt them into the hole under your casket. That is them like burying this person because their ashes are in the ball.
That's interesting because
ashes
my
to
mom
ashes,
has this
balls to balls.
My mom had this childhood friend, and when that friend died, they cremated her and they shot her ashes out of a cannon, and that sounds very similar to
Like
that.
a circus cannon?
Is that also how she died?
Millions of people.
I mean, I don't think she got hit by a cannonball, but I mean, like, once she died, they put, like, when you get cremated, this is really weird, like, but they cremate you, and there's actually like 50 pounds of ashes. You get like an insane amount of ashes, and they just like put it into the cannon, and they just shot it all out, and it was just tons and tons of ashes everywhere.
And then the little kids ran up and stuck their tongue out, and whoever got the most pounds of ashes won and gets to live
Dude, it's
another
like it's human confetti. That's what it is.
Yeah, she wanted to go out with a bang for real.
Yeah, it's your final celebration. You're giving one last gift to the world.
I'd like to I'd like to be cremated and then like instead of doing a bump of salt whenever people are taking shots or something, they do hot sauce
Do
or
a
anything,
line.
they do ashes.
Do a
Yes.
line of your ashes.
Ash line.
Yeah.
Tequila and ashes shot.
This is actually kind of similar, like this whole eating ashes. I had an idea of what I wanted to do before I thought of the mini golf course. And I mean, I'm sure this is in bad taste, but you know me. I was thinking, oh man, when I die, I would love to like have all my friends and family take my body out into international waters and barbecue me and eat me. And then they can just throw whatever over the side of the boat. I don't give a shit. I'm dead. But then, I was like, I don't think people would want to do that. Plus, also, my friends and family don't cook. I cook. I'm the cooking guy. They'd probably burn the shit out of me and ruin everything.
So you're ready for anybody who's close to you when they die. You're ready to cook them.
Well, if they wanted me to, I would figure it out. I wouldn't half-ass that. I'll tell you that.
Is it important to go out to boat out into the water? Is that like an international
what did that have to do with it?
I feel like you would have to do international waters so that it's like, like no law of some country where it's just like illegal to eat someone or some shit. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure
research different countries and who they allow you to eat or what, but
Maritime
international
law,
waters seems like the easiest way to do it. Plus you can make it into like a whole cruise ship sort of thing, so that people can go and eat at the buffet after, having to taste my toes or whatever.
I'm going to preface this with saying that I'm not a lawyer, but I think that anything you put in your will is legal. So you can probably just have him barbecue you in the back.
Well, you're allowed to like
consensual cannibalism.
When you have a child, you're able to like eat the placenta or whatever. People do that. So why can't you just eat after you die? And also, like, there's so many bodies that just go to waste in general. Like, we just let them lie around. Literally, they just lie around on the ground.
Yeah, okay, well, how about this? I want my family and friends to have a cruise, and we'll just leave it at that. Give them an excuse to go on a cruise.
Yeah,
and then that'll be the cruise ship. Hole. The hole in your mini golf course will be that cruise ship.
That is some
people would get. Sorry.
Some intense fine print that you're gonna go on a cruise, but you must eat my body along the way.
You gotta at least taste it. You can, taste and spit. I don't know. I don't care. I'll
People
be dead.
would really want you to die though if there's like incentive, like, hey, you're going on a cruise ship as soon as I die, and people will be like, okay.
How can we speed that
Deal.
up? Yeah, like I'm hungry. Let's make it happen.
That sounds like a fun life.
Always in fear. I honestly like. I need some kind of excitement in my life where it's like I'm running for my life, about to be murdered at every second that I'm alive.
Yeah, my friends and family might kill me for a cruise. Ooh, spicy.
Dude, you guys seen...
Now I can finally start living.
Hell yeah. Dude, like that scene in Apocalypto where the guy's running away from the panther, the jaguar. That's a guy who is loving his life. Like he's like, right now, in the moment, I am living. I am running for my entire life.
Oh yeah, he's not thinking about his taxes or any of that stupid shit. He's running for life. That's beautiful.
When I was a kid, I watched The Fugitive with Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones, and I was like, man, I wish that was me. That is so cool.
Which one?
Oh, dude, yeah, I had the same thing with FBI's Most Wanted.
Just being on the run, give your life some meaning.
Yeah. Dude, it's the thrill of combat. It's the thrill of war. It's why men love going to war. It's,
Men do love going to war.
One of my favorite pastimes.
The incentive, man.
I could possibly
something to do.
Hell yeah. All right, thank you, boys.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I'll be back in an hour for you. I think we're only doing
one
break, so all right, yeah, I'll see you soon.
Oh, all right.
All right, bye.
But
Good. Okay. Yeah, I think this is going to be perhaps the last hour. One more break after this. Where am I in the breaks? Yeah, there's one more break, and then we'll call it. Probably go till 7.
Call from
Johnny. It's me, Johnny.
To accept, press 1.
Johnny.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Oh my God.
Hey, what's up?
I'm on the show. How's it going?
Yeah, dude, you're here. Where are you from? You got an accent.
Yeah, I'm from England. I'm from Northern England.
Oh, cool.
So
North.
yeah.
Does that mean you're
hated? In the north?
Does that mean you're hated by Southern England?
Yeah, Southern England's not as good. They don't have as many hills. They have more birds but less hills.
That's fucking
kind of good because the birds
because the birds crash into the hills.
Right, of course.
Otherwise,
birds are not known
probably.
for like they're very clumsy, as we all know.
I don't know. I'm not a scientist, but they would probably die if they did.
So Johnny, you're calling into the death stream. Did you have thoughts that you wanted to tell us about death, your experience with death, your opinions on death? What do you got?
Yeah, death sucks. I don't want to die. I'll just keep going, you know.
Oh yeah.
As long as my knees keep bending, I'm gonna keep.
You're gonna keep at it. Nothing can take you down. Nothing's gonna break your stride. Johnny. Johnny. Johnny, Northern England is fucking you right now. I can't hear you. I'm going to give Northern England 10 more seconds to get their shit together. All right, sorry. We tried. What am I going to do? It's too bad, too. Johnny, I was ready to get into it. I was ready to get to the frickin' core of whatever the heck Johnny was going to talk about. This next person who calls in, I'm going to be super aggressive. I've decided I'm going to really not be nice. Okay, here we go.
Call from
Cody.
Cody, you son of a bitch. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Cody, I've talked to you before, right?
Yeah.
When?
I emailed you, invited you to my house.
Oh, yeah.
I talked about...
That's right. When was the last time you called in?
Oh, God, what was it? I think it was like...
You don't remember the stream topic?
It wasn't the addiction stream. It was like one after. But I keep forgetting to mention like the best parts. So I've been like writing down what I was going to say this time. Like for the drug stream, I didn't mention that I used to like smoke heroin. I was like, oh, that was pretty cool. I should have said that.
You can smoke heroin?
Yeah, like off of tinfoil. It's like, it's still fucking dangerous to do, but like your heart can just shut down when you do opiates that strong. But also I want to say that like, I have never been doing better. You know, I started going to church like a few months ago.
Are you at church right now? I feel like I hear a hymnal in the background.
Yeah, I put that on because I thought it fit the topic.
Hell yeah. A dirge?
Mm-hmm. And I've been praying for like you and all the other like Minute Hour fans because I feel like we need it. Like,
thank you.
You know.
You're just praying for us? For what? What are you praying for?
I pray for you guys to find a little, like, you know, like the peace that I have found for myself because I know what it's like to have mental breakdowns and want to die and want to kill yourself for a long time.
You think your fucking prayers are gonna help us?
I mean, it's worth a shot.
No.
I am still pretty agnostic.
I said I would be
Like, there's
aggressive on this call. I said I was going to be aggressive on this call. So if I'm angry with you, it's all just a ruse. Don't worry.
So you don't have a choice. I understand.
Exactly. That's exactly.
So one thing. Oh, sorry to cut you off.
I was just
one thing
repeating
about
what I was saying over and over and over again. Go on.
So, like, about death, I was watching Dateline with my sister, and, you know, we were just hearing about innocent people being killed. Like, people who would, like, you know, clearly made the world a better place. Like, why is it God's plan that these people die?
Mm-hmm.
And all I can ever say is that if anyone, like, gets into heaven, it's those people. So, like, you don't have to worry about that.
People who are dying prematurely?
People who are good people that suffer for no reason or senselessly. It seems senseless, and you could go like, how does God want this? But that's all I can think about is, you know, if anyone's getting into heaven, it's those people.
Do you think there are good people and bad people?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I definitely don't think it's black and white. Like, world's pretty complicated. I don't know. I don't claim to really know anything either.
It's okay. This is that's the opposite answer we want to get right now. We want to hear
One thing I don't fucking like
Okay, go on.
is that, like, I guess, like, I've talked to a lot of people about what they think heaven is, and it's like, oh, you do your favorite stuff all day. Like, you eat ice cream. When my grandma died, oh, I'm getting mad now. I'm getting a little furious now. Oh, and my grandma died, and we went to her funeral at this church, and my dad, he's devastated. He did not want her to die, like, and still believes that, she went too early. And this priest is talking about, like, oh, but she's loving it. She's in heaven eating ice cream every day. And she's got puppies. Like, he literally said something about ice cream. And he's not the only pastor I've heard bring up ice cream. And I hate that. I hate the idea that I still have my fucking body. Because that leads to, like, that branches off into, like, 50 other things, right? You still have a body? Do I get my amputated limb back? Am I fat or am I, like, perfect in heaven? Blah, 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 blah. I hate that we have a body.
Yeah, dude. Ice cream is the main goal of humanity. That is, like, all we are after for happiness' sake.
It's just the idea that it's like, oh, it's physical gratification that you could have gotten in life. It's just unlimited now. And it's like, that kind of really sucks. I would prefer, like, a feeling of togetherness that, like, maybe we're all one someday. Like, maybe heaven's like the lazy river.
Yeah, walk me through your ideal of heaven.
My ideal idea of heaven would be like, yeah, the lazy river. We're all, like, reduced to, like, our spirit, and we have understanding that we did in life, and we can, like, just maybe exist. My dad's atheist. He's, like, really scared of the nothingness. So I kind of hope that, like, there's anything for him instead of the void. Like,
you said he
it's caused him to be healthier. Sorry, go ahead.
You said he wasn't scared of the nothingness?
No, he's clearly scared of it.
Oh.
Like, he doesn't say that word for word, but I can tell you it's, like, the typical atheist fear of, like, the nothingness and the void, and, like, everything is pointless because you're just going to be dead meat. And it's like, yeah, it's caused him to be healthier. But, I hope that there's something for him. Like, even if he's just a little, like, elf frolicking in the woods after he dies, like, but there's something. So he could be at peace. Or be at peace. I don't know. And then there's the DMT that releases when you fucking die, so I'm also not too worried. Like, I'm sure that calms people down real good.
You think you'll go through the super psychedelic trip when you die?
That used to be the theory for a long time, and that is what heaven is that you dying, you release these chemicals that can, like, effectively dilate how you perceive time. So in that moment you're, like, dying, you could have, like, a millennia of thoughts in your head. But maybe not me, because I did DMT, if you remember.
Vaguely.
God, I'm a little...
Well, so this is something I was talking about with a caller a little while ago today, was the idea that it goes with that time dilation idea, where, like, the moment of your death, the exact moment, I think to me, like, clearly has to be the longest moment of your life, like the longest thing you ever experienced, because it's, like, right before you're gone. So it's like, this is the all of time collapsing in on itself. Like, this is it. This is the moment. You're about to be gone. So therefore, this moment could last for what you think of as forever. For me, that has to do with hell. That has to do with, like, confronting all the shitty things you ever did in your life that you've been putting off for your whole life, trying to ignore. Like, I'm not a bad person or anything, but everyone's a bad person to some extent. Nobody, even the most brilliant, like, genius people in the world, like, nobody gets away with living their entire life without doing a bad thing that they feel bad about. So that's why I feel like it's that last moment is reconciling with all the bad things you ever did. But I think it has to do with our idea of the afterlife is this one final moment that you've got.
Do you think it's different for the individual then?
Like on a person-to-person basis?
yeah, like how that process is like some mixture of what we both said, but it depends heavily on the individual. Like maybe if you're just like a sick fuck, you get like a weird, and then we just make this a movie, dude, and like fucking take people's money because we don't respect the intelligence of our viewers.
Absolutely. I think that it has to do with, I don't think it has to do with like how bad a person you are really. It just has to do with how willing you are to accept that you're dead. Like people.
Well, then.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, to accept that you're dead. I thought you were going to say, like, how they feel, because that would be like, that'd be fucked, because if you're a psychopath who's like, I love raping and murdering, oh boy, then you don't get that guilt, and you're after, like, this trying to guilt you, and you're like, yeah, I was just, what can I rape here?
I think it has everything to do with how much you actually accept that you are dying and dead, because I think, like, you know, when you die, you shouldn't really like be concerned with all the bad things you did because you're fucking dead now. Like it doesn't matter anymore. Like you had your chance, you didn't do it. So it's fine. Everybody I think does bad things that they wish they could take back. But I think that depending on how like comfortable you are with the idea of dying has to do with how long you experience that hellish nightmare of being confronted with your individualism, where it's like it was your individual choice to do these XYZ bad things. Whereas like if you're ready to die and just be like, you know, I'm not even a person anymore, I'm just gonna fucking die, you would kind of
and then it becomes like seamless transition.
Say again?
And then that last part becomes like a seamless transition as opposed to someone who's like, shut the hell up, little girl, I drowned, I'm gonna go kill people, like not realizing they're dead.
Exactly. Like it has, like the more comfortable you are with it, the less painful the dying process would be, emotionally painful. But it's like,
and then it just evolves into like a bored kid video, and they're like in real hell.
What do you think?
You know, that's the fun part, dude, is that we all get to find out.
But you don't, I mean, this is the fun part of the stream is we just get to fucking bullshit about it because none of us know. So what do you think?
What do I think? I don't know. I'm scared, desperate little man. I don't even...
Which part?
No, what to think sometimes. I just hope that there's something better for people and that people that I can like recognize when someone has more stress than they should and like is probably acting off of that because I've been there. So I just kind of hope that.
What about people who kill themselves? Do you feel that that's like good for them? They took they managed to get over their own pain so much that they could go to this magical place where everything's okay, or is it something that we shouldn't do?
I think it's something we shouldn't do because I've even very recently, like 3 months ago, not 2, is when I kind of started turning things around for myself. Is like I'd get so stressed out and having an anxiety attack, and I'd have palpitations in my heart, or palpation, I don't remember which it is. Like I could feel my heartbeat for hours, and I'd think, I'm going to have a heart attack if this keeps up. And then my immediate thought after was, good. No one can blame me if I have a heart attack. It's not like I killed myself if I just fucking freaked my heart out.
Yeah.
So although maybe they would find out that like, oh, he freaked his fucking heart out. He was fucking pissed. That's why he died.
Do you
then that would make people sad.
Do you have some sort of lingering feeling that you would want to die, and it has to do with, but you don't want to die by your own hand because it wouldn't be kosher or something?
Like a death wish?
Well, what do you think? Like,
I think that's what I did have for a long time because I was so edgy and I didn't want to accept that I cared about stuff and that people could actually love me and I could say that I love things. Like, I just was going off a stupid decision made in the past to just have the personality be that way when it doesn't need to be.
What made you change your mind?
I started making art. Yeah, like, I stayed up like last night till like 5, like drawing a sexy monster lady. And I've been, I started making an RPG maker. Don't laugh, this is my art. I'm pouring my soul out to you.
Keep it going. Keep making sexy monster ladies. Don't kill yourself.
That's not, Thanks for saying it like that. It means those words are arranged that way half hour. I even started making like a minute-hour cartoon. I did like drawing all day, every day for 6 days, did a couple hundred frames, got like 8 seconds. And I'm not a very good artist. I consider every single channel I'm subscribed to like a better artist and animator than me by far. Like I'm very recent, and I'm also like 28, so it's kind of a late start. But
do you know the channel No Carrick?
Oh yeah.
Nice, yeah. No Carrick, I greatly enjoy his works. He answered a question about just like what gives you motivation or something to make shit on some Patreon thing a while ago. I thought it was a great answer. He said that when I'm making videos, that's the only time that I don't feel like I want to die. So like it's a distraction. It's like at that exact moment when I'm actually like in the middle of creating, my thoughts are focused on that. They're no longer focused on my head exploding or going to hell or something like that. Like that's similar to how I feel. Say again?
I think it's good for everyone. Like everyone should try to create. And you know, I didn't for a long time because I was like, I suck, whatever. I'm not special. I'm not as good as like any of these hundreds of channels I've, scrolled past. But then I was like, you got to start somewhere. And like better now than when I'm 40 and going like, oh, I shouldn't have done this 12 years ago.
Yeah. So what do you think then? Is like this is something that gives you energy or motivation? Is it really like directly tied to death, or does it have to do with like just the life you want to live, like whether it's a career or whether it's a hobby? Like what does making stuff mean to you?
There is a small amount of me at all times that was like, this is going to be after like here if I die like in a few days. Like this will be like one of the things people can look at. So like maybe it'd be good to have better quality of that stuff and keep trying to improve so that they're not like looking at my like refrigerator drawings at 28.
You want to leave something behind?
Yeah, but that's like a little bit of it. Mostly it's just like just feeling like I'm progressing in something as opposed to like I could have just kept playing video games, but like it's nice to like feel like you're actually doing something and moving forward in any way.
I agree. I think like making
stuff.
Otherwise,
you're stagnating. You're ladaring.
Say what?
You're ladaring.
What?
It's an acronym for laying down and rotting, which is when you're just like devoted to the lifestyle of like, man, I don't even need to get out of bed. I could just put on Yu-Gi-Oh when I get up and stay in that bed and have the fridge next to my bed, and that's it. Just like you're dedicated to not progressing. You're like, yeah, dude, fucking entropy. I mean, they're not always that aware.
I think it's similarly easy to get in that sort of mental mindset, even if you like have a very regular job, like a 9 to 5, you're working 40 hours a week. Like I think it is kind of easy to get into the routine where you're just like, this is what I'm doing to continue my life. Like I must work to make money to live. But I think it's similar to the I'm going to get up and watch Yu-Gi-Oh and play video games all day, where it's like like everything that you make, your time that you're devoting to things is not directly for you. It's you're doing it for someone else in exchange for the money that you need to keep on going. But I don't think it's very like fulfilling. Whereas like making stuff for you, if you do it for a long period of time, all of a sudden, like after a year or two, you've got a bunch of shit that you can be proud of or be, or hate or whatever. But at least like you made it. You made it for you.
Yeah, like my RPG Maker game might not be the best in the world, but it's like I have something to show for my time. Like up till this point in my life, I've been turning the calories into nothing but crap instead of focusing it through my brain to make cool shit.
Right. Or like doing an Iron Man using those calories for some sort of freaking physical feat.
Not in my case.
Those are your options. Do something physical or something else. Use the energy in a positive way.
Yeah, and you know what? I think definitely finding a while ago when I was working at Starbucks and I fucking hated it, but I was really nice to everyone because I was tolerant, but I fucking hated it. And you know, they're like young kids, 18, 19, they're not so bad. But like I hated it and I worked there for a year and a half because I'm fucking tolerant.
Mm-hmm.
And I just remember one night I was like, what am I doing with my life? What did I used to like to do? And I was like, when I, like, before all this unhappiness, or if there was something in the midst of all the unhappiness, it's like, what did I reach out to? And it ended up being like Newgrounds. And I was like, I wonder if people are animating on YouTube. And that's how I found Drew Langlois stuff.
Yeah.
And discovered like, wow, there's like a whole world out there of like people doing shit. And like, I fucking bought a bunch of merch for Killer Bean, and he was like, you want to do some voice acting? I was like, fuck yeah, dude. Oh my God, it's like a real person who's talking to me. Killer Bean's my friend. So I did some voice acting, and I was like, wow, there's like stuff I can do in my free time that isn't fucking video games.
Yeah. Hell yeah. All right,
And that opened up my lizard brain.
It was great talking to you, man.
Yeah, of course. Great stream. All calls have been great. And you stay safe.
Hell yeah, you too, bro. Good talking to you. Thank you for the music. Yeah.
Bye.
See ya. That was good music.
Call from
Ryan.
Ryan.
Hey, how you doing?
Yo, what's up, dude? How are you?
Good. Pretty surprised I'm on the show.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
You're on. It's
Awesome.
happening.
Best
You
man in an
can
hour.
you can say whatever you want. You know, no one's ever dropped the N-word on the stream.
I was just thinking about that. Man.
I'm not, goading you into it, but it's just interesting.
no.
Nobody.
Oh yeah.
People are very considerate. All right. Anyway,
You wanna hear
Ryan.
my
Ryan.
thoughts on death?
Say what?
I said you want to hear my thoughts on death?
Yes, I do. I do.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking about it while the last guy was talking. It's probably like when you have a near-death experience, except you just don't stop being scared.
Have you
And then
watched
you do.
those? Have you seen like people talking about near-death experiences?
I mean, I've experienced a couple small ones. I've never seen like interviews though.
You personally have experienced it?
Yeah, just like, day-to-day stuff.
How do you mean?
Driving.
Like you're
Expressway things.
You're almost crashed into somebody or something?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What was that experience like?
Your heart rate gets going.
Is it the slow motion thing that people talk about a lot?
I mean, yeah, looking back on it, but I don't know. I don't know if there's a catharsis. You probably just keep being scared the whole time. I think consciousness was kind of an evolutionary mistake that's going to root itself out eventually.
How do you mean?
Kind of going along with the topic of death. As long as people have the choice to end their own lives, I think eventually that's going to take over at a certain point compared to any other animal.
As in the future, the leading cause of death would be suicide?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think it's, I don't know, not foreseeable future, but after a certain point.
I mean, I can totally imagine that. I think people are getting primed for that. Like,
Sure feels like it.
well, go on a bit then. Why do you feel that way?
I don't know. Well, no other animal has the ability to choose that sort of thing. I think as long as that choice is there, things will eventually become bad enough, inevitably. You ever felt that way?
Sure. I mean, I think that, living in the world, in the civilized world, it's got a very restricted sense of like what is good, what is allowed, what isn't allowed, and it goes it trickles down to every single little process that humans do, to the point where I feel like, like it's affected our brains. Like, people are, in general, I think, very fucking depressed. And I think life is very unfulfilling for the mass majority of people. Even the people who are like doing a decent job in life, like, for the mass majority of people, that means like going to a job that you hate all day, every day, making enough money to live a life that you find suitable, but like, that's not fulfilling. That's just like fucking, you hate the majority of your life.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could call that the human condition. I'm sure everybody's always felt that way since the beginning of time.
But there's some sort of...
we're meant to be satisfied.
I think that part of the satisfaction that's missing is like, people used to live harder lives, but all the work that they were doing was for themselves and their family. Right. Whereas like now, all the work that people do is for like a corporation, and like you get traded back value, but like you have to wonder the whole time whether like you're actually getting a good deal on your trade-in value there. Like, could you actually just work for yourself and your family and get more out of life?
Right. I'd like to hear your thoughts on a quote. Have you ever heard the hard times make strong men, strong men make good times?
I have heard that.
Good times make weak men. Yeah, weak time make hard times.
Well, what do you think? You go first. Tell me what you think about that.
Do you think people are weaker today?
To an extent. I feel with myself as well. Like
I say people, which is my isolated social circle, same as anybody else. But
well, how do you think?
I think we're definitely weaker.
In what way?
In the way that we're less, we're more dependent on our ancestors, which I guess you could expect from a developed country. I don't think we have to be dependent anymore, which kind of removes itself a purpose,
Dependent on the government or who?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, dependent in the way that we have everything we need.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes weak men. I don't know. I guess it's a sense of drive that
it's like, is it like you think life is too easy in the developed world and it makes people not have to grow and develop that hardened shell?
I think the human's never going to be satisfied. Which, if we were, we'd stop living.
If we were content,
satisfaction drives us to, create more people. Yeah. I don't think you can reach a state of content.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you think that you'll have a family someday? Is it something you want? Your own family?
Yeah, I'd like to. I think. Well, I'm not sure about kids, but not bringing kids into the world. That is, but
why is that?
Maybe adopting them, because I don't know. I feel like that procreation is one of the worst things you could do to a person.
Is one of the what?
Making a new person who has to go through. It's one of the worst things you could do.
Why do you feel that way?
I think it's bringing a new person into the world who has to feel the same things you did.
That you're aiding some sort of downfall, or what exactly do you mean?
Oh yeah, the inevitable downfall.
As in, the more people who arrive, the worse the conditions may get?
Just in the way that I think every human has a sort of negative experience overall.
Like
Sorry,
you
I'm
wouldn't-
sounding like a bummer right now.
That's
but
okay. That's all right. So you wouldn't want to bring a child into the world because you wouldn't want them to have a similar experience to what you had?
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to risk that for a kid.
Well, why is that? I mean, like you must be content to some extent living in the world, or else you wouldn't be here anymore, right?
Right. Right. Yeah, you're right. You were talking about routine earlier. I found comfort in routine.
Mm-hmm. What's your routine then?
Job. Just work. That's work. I'm fortunate enough to live with my girlfriend at this point, so I'm enjoying that. But just, I don't know. I don't think it's right to have to bring somebody into the world and has to go through the same things. Might have to go through the same things you did.
Well, I mean, hey, like, fucking life is hard. Life sucks for a lot of it, but, it's like, nobody would give it up. I think that's something we're sort of getting at with all these callers is like, any sort of problems you may have with life don't seem to be greater than life itself. We would all rather keep living rather than dying right now or tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right about that.
It doesn't sound like you think I'm right about that.
I'm still here. You're definitely right about that.
Right.
Look, you like chess?
Sure.
Do you have a chess.com?
No. Is that... Do you want to play me in chess?
I totally do.
Text the number to that you called in on, and I will and give me the information. I'll try and play chess with you at some point.
Will do, man.
All right, hey man, it was great talking to you.
Good talking. Thank you.
All right, you have a good one.
You too.
Bye. Do one more call here. Take a little break. It's going to be the last break of the evening. Do I have music for 2 more breaks? Yeah. Okay, good. 20 seconds. 20 seconds for a call before I fucking turn on Do Not Disturb mode. Oh, I already did. Shit. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Taking a break now. Sorry. Okay. Here we go. And 7-minute break. I'll be back with the boys. We'll do 1 more hour of call-ins. And then we're going to call it a night. Okay. See you in 7 minutes.
It's too comfortable to break. You can do it anytime. Work, but you and me are too afraid to. That's why we're here. To watch the world.
20 years.
Dude.
Chicken is so cheap though. Like I can go down to the Walmart and get a 10-pound bag of the like leg quarters in $6.64.
It'll be $6.63 for the same amount.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about that lab grown stuff. Give me some real chickens.
Hell
lab grown meat.
Love those real ass chickens.
RACs.
We have a.
Yeah, if you kill them, you can eat them. That's the death theme that we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Dude, if you kill a moose, you get all 2,000 pounds, and 2,000 pounds of moose is going to feed you. It's going to feed you for a year. It's going to feed everyone for a year.
Yeah, that's more than a year. Shit, that's
Dude,
a lot of meat.
The boys got to get together, and we got to start hunting, and we got to hunt everything. We got to hunt all the deers.
Oh yeah.
Got to wipe it all out. Yes.
No more bison.
I used to go on morning hikes all the time. I mean, I still do, but like where I used to live, and there would be rabbits around. I would think, what if I just left a snare or two and brought my backpack with me and just picked up a rabbit or two, once or twice a week? Who would even know? That's a lot of meat.
Dude, the rabbits will know. The rabbits have memory like, I guess, not rabbits, like an elephant.
See, that's the thing, though. If I went out and I've got a groundhog in my backyard. If I went out and I shot that groundhog and then I ate it, like, who's going to be upset? That groundhog.
The groundhog will.
Oh, that sounds amazing. Ultimate victory.
Yeah.
It's been
Yeah.
fun.
Dude.
You can eat it. Hell yeah.
Dude, groundhogs seem like a lot of work to eat. I mean, you got to like pull off all the spikes. Dude, I don't know.
Dude, that's a hedgehog, dude.
Groundhog.
Dude, are you sure?
Fur.
Dude, groundhogs are just big old lumps of meat.
All right,
dude, the groundhogs are the ones that look at their shadow.
Oh, okay. Mr. The Minute Hour, what did you want us to talk about instead of hunting?
I don't know. I was enjoying the hunting conversation.
Usually, I wanted something you want to talk about, so I thought you'd
Some
want to talk
fucking
about
bullshit. Okay, what bullshit this time?
Idiot.
I don't want to talk about.
Waste all of our time.
I just feel like I have to say something to prompt some sort of discussion sometimes. But if you guys are already discussing, I don't even want any part of it. I'm just going to listen.
Can we tell them about our theme, our idea?
Did you figure out how to work death into it so it would be appropriate?
Yes, definitely.
Actually,
It's absolutely appropriate.
Do it.
All right, we have an idea for a themed restaurant like Rainforest Cafe.
Rainforest.
But it's the boys.
Or Chuck E.
themed.
Cheese's.
And it's where like there's animatronic boys up on a stage, and like you can like sit next to I want to sit next to the Daryl animatronic, and like he makes monkey noises every 10 seconds.
Also, a waterfall. There has to be a waterfall.
What is the Rainforest Cafe? Is that like the Hall of Presidents in Disney World?
It's a restaurant it's a restaurant that's like rainforest theme, and it has like one specific note is like there's a gorilla animatronic that you can sit next to at some of them, and like he just goes like crazy and starts beating his chest every hour or something like that, and you're like, whoa, a gorilla, that's so cool. And it's mainly like kids appeal to this, but this would be like boys theme, where there's animatronic boys of all of us up on stage, and like we sing and stuff. Like it's a live performance from these animatronic boys.
The target demographic is really it's by the boys for the boys.
Yes.
How is it related to eating?
You
get to
eat
order food
you buy
while
burgers.
they're doing it. Yeah, we haven't talked about the food yet because we were planning out the entertainment
Way
side.
more if you think about like Chuck E. Cheese and all that, the food was secondary.
Sure.
Yeah, the food's awful, but
that's a historical thing. They're just like, who gives a shit about the pizza? They'll eat whatever we give them. They want to see the robots.
yes, and the boys will sing and stuff. Well, we won't. We're not there. We just profit from a distance. But the animatronic boys will sing for you and like perform, and like you can give them alcohol, and eventually they like get more and more rowdy and disruptive. And like they'll come over and they'll knock over your drink and stuff like that, just like we would if we were there.
So you're selling like an authentic boys experience, what it's like to eat with the boys.
Yes,
they'll sing and
dance. Like I was saying, you walk into the bathroom and one of the boys is OD'd in the corner in the bathroom, and like one of us just keeps spitting in people's drinks. I think Spaghetti Squash said that. And like,
yeah, I think it's really important at the boys' restaurant to feel like you are not at home as the customer. You are imposing on the boys' domain.
Yes.
Yeah, and you have to know that
you are not wanted. Yeah.
Is the dead boy in the bathroom? Is that like a test? Is it to see who will come to his aid?
I think it was just to get in the way, wasn't it?
Yeah, the boy just is like, it's just to be as authentic as possible. The boy is is a robot, but he is so in sync with who the boy that he is portraying that he actually like OD'd in the bathroom.
Yeah, so there's some like base programming for each boy, and the more alcohol, that the boy somehow manages to like get from, I don't know, maybe it'll steal from the customers or find it, or someone will pour it into his cup or whatever. The more it'll betray the rote programming and start improvising based on the themes of that boy. So the boy will, it'll be a dynamic, different night every night.
And also, this is the original The Boys. Like, the first one in the Mall of America, that is going to be like the boys spot. If they want to make other ones, then we're not going to do the voices, the voices for it. You got to get our brothers to fake our voices, just like all the toys from Disney.
Do you think it'll be that popular in the Mall of America that they need to open up boys franchise outlets?
You know how
boy
plushies in America? There's not just the Mall of America. There's malls of America. There are tons of malls in America, man.
Oh, you're talking about every mall.
The boys start walking around the mall aimlessly at some point. Like, they get bored entertaining the guests at the restaurant, so they just walk around the mall and start like tipping people's hats over and pushing people in the fountain in the middle of a mall and stuff like that.
Or pushing them from the second floor to the first floor.
Why
they go to a dollar movie and just watch it.
Why are the boys so antagonistic?
Because the boys
they're drunk.
Interrupted.
Sorry, say that again, Moxie.
The boys keep getting interrupted.
Oh, okay.
There's also
it's the boys' show at the mall, and everyone else is just getting in the way of it.
It's the boys' world, and you're just living in it. This directed towards everyone.
Yeah,
in the world. But
can you tip? Could you tip the boys? Does that make them do something special?
Under the counter
with alcohol.
You can't let the other boys know that you're tipping one of the boys, or the other boys will get upset. And then there's like this whole fight.
And there'll be some.
Should unionize the boys.
It sounds more like a gang than a union.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you don't have to pay dues in a gang.
Oh, come on now.
Should we be worried about the animatronic boys like rebelling against the biological boys?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I could just get all the fake boys in this fucking chat here. Wouldn't even have to deal with the real boys ever.
The animatronic boys will have a fail-safe.
EMP, blast them.
How do we know we're not the animatronic boys right now?
Oh, shit. Yeah, we'll program them to have the memories of us, too.
Okay, I have an idea. The animatronic boys...
Self-replicating boys.
We figure it out where the animatronic boys only exist when we think about them, like Shirley Temple. Yeah. And so then if we just, if we're scared of them, we just stop.
Oh, is the restaurant called the Boys Temple?
Oh, that maybe.
That's a good name.
Sure. Shirley's Boys.
What if we got like taxidermied into the animatronics, you know? Like we all just die and upload our consciousness into our robotic bodies.
But then there's
There
only,
it is.
that are
There's the death.
fleshy.
Then there's
Yeah.
only one legitimate group of boys. All other boys would just be counterfeit.
Yeah, voiced by
So,
our brother.
That's how it already is.
There was this haunted house a long time ago, back in the 1800s. There was this like cowboy. He was like a cattle rustler or something, and like he got caught rustling some cattle, and they hanged him. And the guy like taxidermied him. He was like, "I'm a great taxidermist, so I'm going to taxidermy this guy." And they filled him with formaldehyde, and he kept him there outside of his formaldehyde store. Look at this great dead body. All my bodies are like this. And he kept him there for like 30 years. And this dude's body was just perfectly preserved until the point where like people forgot that he was actually like a real guy at one point. And so this one guy bought him, and they put him in a haunted house, and he hung him up because they thought he was like a prop. They thought it was a fake guy, but it was actually a real guy. It was a real guy who got like killed. And then eventually his body fell apart and his guts spilled out all over the haunted house.
Ugh.
And they realized that this guy was a real guy and not a prop. That's what I think we should do with the boys. Our bodies should be like the outsides of these skeleton robots, and our bodies should be the actual, like, they need to use us for these robots.
Oh,
It's a good thing you said that, because the whole time you were describing that, the biggest thing I was thinking was, yes, I wish that were me, and I still do.
I do too. And it's going to be us when they put robots inside of us and we sing and dance and knock over people's beers.
And slowly decay.
We
Dude,
also
we've all-
said
If clone technology is figured out by then, well then sure. But I'm telling you, my main body is going in that golf course.
well, the golf course can sit on top of the boys'
I don't
restaurant.
want it to
You
be
only-
in the-
you only
and-
need your
and I don't want it
bones.
to be in the Mall
We got-
of
okay.
America. It's gonna
You
be in the
only
middle
need
of
your
nowhere on
bones in the
land.
grave.
I need to dig deep. There needs to be enough room for all the balls going underneath me.
We got a lot
Your
of
balls
conflicting
just
ideas.
fall onto the ground into your soup.
Clone me or get my brother. I don't give a shit.
There's a lot of conflicting ideas here about what should happen to the boys when they die. I'm glad you guys are talking it out now, though.
We're still trying to figure
Here's
it
the
out.
thing.
It's a pretty fresh
Ultimately,
idea.
You are the boss. Like, you get to decide what happens to our bodies when we die, because we are the boys for the minute hour. So the minute hour decides what happens to the boys.
I would like to get
you
like
can put us in your will.
I would like a written proposal, these different ideas, and ultimately I will I'll think them over and I'll decide which is the best for all the boys. You guys are all gonna die before me, right?
We're gonna die very young.
So definitely.
Very soon.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It's like in the next
eminent.
6 months, probably.
Yeah.
Good. Well, how beautiful. I mean, tragic, but beautiful if all of the boys died in the next 6 months. I'm not saying you guys have to kill yourself, but it would be an amazing story.
Well,
as long as you kill yourself in a way that keeps your body in one piece, that's that's all you deserve.
I fell in my chest freezer. Oh shit.
Oh darn.
There you go. Oh dang it.
Whichever boy dies first, the rest of us will eat them. Just like out of respect.
I didn't agree to that. I want to be hung up. I want to be formaldehyded.
Hey, I'll die before you. If we're gonna eat the boy, then I will die tomorrow.
No, you have to cook.
Yeah, Moxie,
Oh,
you're
you
the
guys
one
don't know how to cook. That's right. Oh,
You're the
shit.
cannibal cook. Hell yeah.
You got to be the one to do it.
It would
It
be
will end up where someone like their car breaks down right outside our destroyed mansion that the boys reside in, and we'll be like a bunch of freakazoid creatures. They're like, come in, you can stay with us. And they're
Are
like,
the
I don't
boys
know.
are the boys Scooby-Doo villains now?
no, we're like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, where you like their car breaks down right outside this house, and they're like, oh, you can come in and use our phone, and we're just a couple of boys, and then we all eat them.
Nothing wrong here. I think that's like, it would be a really good pitch or like a log line for the next stream is like all the boys have died. Like, I think we could do a lot with that. Like, if you guys would be willing to die in the next week.
Yeah. The question is if you are willing to have us die.
Yeah, sure. Oh, sorry. Yeah, definitely.
Hey, hold on now.
We got more boys than you. Yeah, we got backup boys. You guys can all fucking die.
You rely on us.
Don't say that.
This show is fucking nuts.
We
Fuck
made
you. All right, fuck all the boys. Fuck you all. All right. Hey, I'll come back.
Know
to you.
your place.
I'll come back in the final moments of the show. But thank you, boys.
Oh, flee in the heat of the moment. Yeah.
Good. I do enjoy having control over the mute button with the boys. One of my favorite parts of talking to the boys. I can stop whenever I want. They've got no recourse. I just mute them. Those fucking boys. All right.
Call from
Chance. Yeah, what's up, man?
Chance, have you called in before? I feel like I recognize your name, your voice.
No, I think I sent you some sort of schizophrenic email once, but I don't think I've called in.
All right. Well, what's going on, Chance? How you doing?
I'm doing okay, man. I still haven't gone back to work. It's been a long quarantine, you know.
What do you mean? How long you been not going to work?
Over a year. I was furloughed and getting government benefits, but then I just socked that money away. My expenses are low, so then I just kept submitting leaves of absence, and and I've just basically gotten fat as fuck, man.
Nice. So you're not.
But I'm going back next month.
You're not working from home currently. You're on a leave of absence until next month.
No, yeah, I'm a flight attendant. I can't work from home.
Oh, hell yeah. That'd be fun, though.
Yeah.
Just get another flight attendant to have you on, like, a tablet doing a Zoom demonstration.
Oh, I hope that day never comes, Mr. Hour.
Why? That sounds easy as fuck.
I don't know. I'm scared of automation. I don't want to be replaced.
Yeah, well, hey, it's not 100% related to the topic, but what do you think about that? Is that something that's coming for the flight attendants?
Not yet. Not anytime soon. I think everything's going to collapse before my job gets automated.
Okay.
I don't think I'm in any danger of that. There's plenty of other dangers out there. What's the topic? Death?
Death, yes. Dying.
Yes, death. Okay, I don't want to keep you too long. I have two things on death that I wanted to talk about. And one is, have you ever seen how they deal with burials in Madagascar?
No, absolutely not. Tell me.
Well, I encourage you and anyone listening to look up videos of this, because it is nuts. Basically, in Madagascar, in some of these villages, maybe not all of Madagascar, but when you die, they roll you up in a rug, and then they lift you up, and the whole village lifts you up and carries this rug rolled up with your body in it to like a hole, and then they just toss you into the hole. It's pretty fucking dope.
Why the rug? What does the rug have to do with it?
I wish I knew more.
Rugs are nice. Like you know, why give up a perfectly good rug?
It might be a shitty rug, like a moving blanket or something. I'm really not sure. What I've already said on this phone call is everything I know about it.
Okay. Good. Where'd you learn this?
I saw a video of it in some college course I was in. I don't remember the context, but it stuck with me.
It made an impact. Sure.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Is that something we should bring over here? Are you in favor of the rug burial technique?
Well, I mean, there's an infinite amount of people to be born and to die, but there's only a finite amount of space. So I don't know if I'm really groovy with the idea of burial plots, because we're going to run out of space. In Tokyo, they already have mausoleums that are like skyscrapers to make room for all the shit.
That's a disgusting, terrifying thought, by the way. A skyscraper mausoleum.
I think that, hey, Jake, I'm on the phone with the Minute Hour.
Oh, yeah. I was just listening to him in the car. I love the presentation.
Oh, he loves the drunk driving song.
Nice. Hell yeah, dude.
But yeah, I mean, personally, I want to be thrown in the ocean. Like, I guess that's what they did for Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, I was about to say. Okay, so the whole body, or you want to be cremated and then your ashes scattered? What do you think?
I don't know. I want them to pull out whatever's useful and just sink the rest, and then I can just get eaten by a squid or whatever.
Is that why you want to be in the ocean specifically, so you can be reintroduced to whatever ecosystem might have use for you?
Well, I mean, my whole life, all I've done is pollute and make the planet warmer. So why should I hoard all of my nitrogen and carbon at the end, you know?
Your precious bodily fluids?
Yeah. My very toxic bodily fluids I owe to the world.
Is that what you think, really? Like, that's your plan? You ever had anybody die who was close to you or your family?
Yeah.
What did they do?
Yeah.
Typical earth burial?
Mostly they're cremated.
Okay.
Which I can get behind. I think that's better than like a traditional burial. And also, I don't know. Like, I want to be sunk into the ocean, but I don't think that's legal.
Really?
I don't think so. There's a lot of regulations around corpse disposal, for lack of a better term. Yeah, I mean, I guess international waters could be one option, but
that is super retarded. Like, if you, especially if you were cremated, I mean, like, who gives a flying fuck where the hell your ashes go?
Oh, dumping ashes is one thing. I'm talking about just straight up. Yeah, I don't want to. If I had my preference, I wouldn't be cremated. I would just be dropped, unburnt body, just like naked dead guy, cinder block tied to him into the ocean. Is what I'm saying.
Is it?
I don't know how legal that is.
Is it specifically this environmental reason you're talking about? That's why you want to do it?
Pretty much. And I also just like the idea of it. You don't like the idea of that? You don't want to see the bottom of the ocean?
I really don't have a good idea of what I want my body to do when I die. It seems...
Well, that's the beautiful thing about death, Minute Hour, is that you don't have to choose.
Yeah,
all you have to do is the dying part.
It doesn't really matter. Like, I could say whatever I would like to be shot into space just for the hell of it.
Sure, with Jeff Bezos?
Yeah, sure. Just like put me in the cargo bay of a Blue Origin rocket. Just dump me out. Do they dump the shit out? Like, this is a question I had. Like, when they're doing the Blue Origin or like the Richard Branson rocket, do they shit during that? And like when they're in space, do they just fucking eject that?
I think I would look to the ISS, the International Space Station. I think they have a whole system.
They got a bathroom on the ISS? A public bathroom?
Well, they have to.
I guess
people live there for over a year, man. I mean, at a time. So yeah, they presumably they eject the shit and piss into the void. I think that's what they do.
I just imagine they put their ass on a porthole. and
no, they don't
even have to push. Like, the vacuum of space just rips the shit out of your ass.
They have like vacuum toilets they use. It's interesting to see. Yeah, if you go to the NASA museum in Houston, they show you some of their shitters.
Oh, dude, I bet that feels good though. Vacuum toilet.
Honestly, it probably kind of does.
I would like to get one of those. I remember when I was younger, I had one of those astronaut ice cream bars. I have no idea why those were available for plebeian consumption. But I remember getting one of those dehydrated ice cream bars, and I was like, you know what? Space seems like a bunch of bullshit. If this is all they're eating up there, who cares? Who wants to be up there?
Yeah, I don't think they have a good meal, but I think just the novelty of being in space, I would imagine it doesn't wear off for quite a while.
I guess. All right, so you want your body discarded into the ocean like Osama bin Laden, your hero.
Yes, but my personal hero. No. Let me leave you with one more thought. Okay. You and the listeners, with just one more thought. Mm-hmm. The only other thing I wanted to say is that more on the esoteric side of death. Mm-hmm. The best way I've heard it described is ask yourself where you were during the American Civil War, right? And
before you were born?
Yeah. I mean, where were you? What were you doing? Did it hurt? No. I mean, so why be afraid of death when you've already been dead for billions and billions of years? If anything, the experience of life is the new scary thing. And when you're dead, it's just... Why be scared of it? You've already been there, and you'll go back.
How do you view time? Do you think of time as a linear, solid thing that like only moves in one direction? Do you think like there's something to beginning and end? Whereas, so if before you were alive, it's not quite the same as after you were alive. Or is it the same?
I see it as the same, but I also don't really have a whole lot of use for abstract ideas of time because I'm a monkey like anyone else.
You're living in time. You got no choice over what direction time moves in.
I perceive it as the monkey I am, I guess. So, I'll leave the time concept to be talked about by, people who know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm just talking out of my ass.
Well, nobody who calls in, like as a rule, nobody who calls into the show knows what they're talking about. That's
that's so relieving to hear.
Yeah, that's an important focal point of this show.
Right.
Nobody knows. We don't know what the hell we're talking
I've described your show as Art Bell for dumber guys, and I think that's really important.
I certainly don't know what the hell we're talking about at any point. I just try to keep it moving.
Oh no, that's clear. I got that.
Okay, good. Well, that's the only reason I was bringing up like the before and after sort of thing. We don't have to get into the whatever the fucking philosophy of time. I don't understand it for sure.
Personally, I think that's all I was trying to say. I just wanted to leave you with the idea that the before and after are identical. Why wouldn't they be?
I don't have a real explanation, but I do personally feel like there's got to be some sort of difference between the before I was alive and the after I was alive. Like at the same time, I think like, the universe is like just this moment that's continually occurring, but we are forced to live in the A to B structure of the universe, so there's got to be some sort of difference.
Well, you know exactly as much about it as I know, I would assume. So
I agree.
If that idea brings you comfort, that's fucking great. Then you're correct. What brings me comfort is the thought that there's endless void and then life and then endless void on the other end. That brings me comfort. So it's however you have to define it for yourself. No one's ever going to know. I mean, everybody finds out, but no one's ever going to know.
So you do think that there is a moment where you find out?
No.
You
No, I
just
think
fucking
you
said
just
that,
die.
bro. You just fucking said that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm full of shit, man. I really don't know. It's hard to think about. How do you even conceptualize it? It makes you wish that you were born a reptile, so you don't have to think about this shit.
Well, somebody brought this up earlier. Like, have you ever like gone unconscious, lost consciousness?
What, like gone to sleep? Most days I do.
Okay. It's something slightly different from sleep. Sleep does have a similar feeling, but you've never like just passed out, fainted.
Oh yeah, I'm an alcoholic all the time.
Nice. So do you ever wonder where you go, where you go during that time? Like, cause you go away and then you come back, and all you can really remember is coming back, and like remembering, oh yeah, I was going away for a period of time. Everything went to black, but you never remember what that is, right? The time where you're just gone.
I don't know. I dream a lot. I dream a lot and very vividly, so I never quite feel like I've gone away. I feel very confused when I sleep.
Okay.
But I don't know. I think the absence of thought can just be the absence of thought. We don't necessarily have to think we're going somewhere. If that's an idea that you like, you can stick with it, you know?
But if you've got an absence of thought, which theoretically would make it impossible to perceive that time has passed, because that's like, time only exists if things are happening, right? It's like,
right, if it's observed.
Right, there's that idea, yeah, that like if you were in a space where absolutely nothing was happening and you couldn't even think of anything, that there wouldn't be any time. It just wouldn't exist. But so then what does that what does that mean if you're in a place where that's the entire reality forever? Nobody thinks of anything, nothing ever happens. What the hell does that mean?
Well, in that sense I would be goddamn thankful that I can't think.
Yes.
The worst hell I can imagine is just an endless thinking void.
Right.
Like The Jaunt. You ever read The Jaunt?
No. What's that?
Look up The Jaunt by Stephen King. Stephen King's short story. But it's essentially about this. Imagine living in a state where you're entirely sensory deprived. You can't see, you can't feel, you can't smell, nothing. And it's just you and conscious thought for a million years. You know, you would drive yourself crazy. The more simple idea of death, that you just stop thinking, sounds preferable.
I totally see where you're coming from with that. And that's something that's that I found was a common thread in those near-death experience videos that I've been watching on YouTube. And I might play a couple at the end of the show here because I like them a lot. But it's that idea. My idea of hell is like you go through it and it's all your bad decisions, and it's like it has to do with all your individuality and like letting that go. Like when you're dying, I think that's like you don't want to die. Obviously, like you're just kind of holding on. You're holding on to your individuality, but that also like really butts up against all the shitty things you've ever done that you've been like trying to put off. When I've been watching these videos, there's one in particular, this guy who describes hell like he's talking to God in his near-death experience, and he's like he's just fully imbued with the power of life. He's like a glowing tuning fork. He's like everything is flowing through him, all life ever. And then all
Yeah,
of a
he's rock
sudden,
hard.
yeah, he's rock hard. And then all of a sudden, God disappears, and he's in this zone where he thought like, oh, like I get to be God. I get to know everything for infinite amount of time. Like, isn't this lovely? But then God disappears, and all of a sudden his vision starts turning black, and the blackness, the darkness starts encompassing everything he sees until there's just a sliver of light left where it's like he's about to go to hell. Hell is just the darkness. Hell is the feeling of being cut off from life forever, and you're just going to be stuck.
Hell is the absence of God. I've heard that.
Sure, exactly. Where you're just going to be stuck in this place forever, like just thinking, "Oh fuck, I'm fucking in hell. Fuck me." And it just
well,
never
that's the thing.
stops.
If he's thinking, then that is hell to me. But if he's truly in the void, if he's truly in the black, and the thinking stops too, that's not hell to me. That's just death. That sounds fine.
But it's the moment. It's as it's occurring. If you are thinking like you are dying, and you actually believe
Right.
it, like you are dying, and you see the darkness sweeping across your vision, and like you are still thinking until it's a tiny little sliver where there's just a sliver of light, but everything else is darkness. Like that would be the most terrified you could ever possibly be in your whole life, thinking like, here it is. This is what it is.
I'm with you. That's an awful moment. That's a terrifying moment, but it is just a moment, and it does end.
But you can't recognize that when you're fucking dying. You're like, this is it. This is my whole life for the rest of eternity. I'm about to be fucking stuck in the blackness.
I don't know. Maybe your perception of time does stretch into infinity like that at the moment, and then I guess we're talking about the same thing. That sounds like it sucks. I hope that's not what happened.
Yeah, dude, that's what's happening to you, bro. You better fucking avoid death as long as you can, I guess.
There are people on this earth who I really like who are dead, so I hope that didn't happen to them.
They're fine. They're fine.
Oh, okay. You're just talking about you and me.
Yeah, just you. No, I think there's like, it's like but it's as we're saying, like, if it's your very, very final moment of life where you're experiencing that. Let's say that, like, when your brain is gone and dead and you got no more electricity zapping itself from one spot of the brain to the other, like, you're fucking dead. You're not thinking of anything. But for that very final moment where the last little zap of electricity goes from one part of your brain to the other, if you're thinking in that moment, like, here I am, you got to be thinking something. And is it just like everybody's got their own unique idea of death, and like that's what colors what you're actually experiencing in that moment? Or is it some real thing that happens to everybody?
I don't know. I mean, is there collective consciousness? Is there a collective soul that we're all individually just borrowing a piece of?
What do you think, bro?
Maybe I don't know. I'm just like a dumb dude. I don't know.
Well, you're gonna know soon, bro, because we're gonna fucking kill you on air, and we're gonna get your thoughts. We're gonna hear from you all the way till the end.
Hell yeah! I've got a round chambered in my gun, and I'm just about to hang up, and I'm gonna blow my brains out right when I hang up.
Oh God! Oh please, please.
It's been excellent. It's been excellent talking to you.
Right.
And here I go into the void. Here I go into the void, minute hour.
All right, it was
Goodbye.
Great talking to you. See ya. Oh God. He's not gonna kill himself. Come on. I don't want to dare him. That's something you're really not supposed to do. I've read with suicidal people. I fucking dare you. I fucking dare you to kill yourself, bro.
Call from
Joe the Ho.
To
It's a
accept,
woman.
press 1. To send a voicemail, press 2.
Joe!
Hey!
We got a woman on the stream.
Good job, you did it.
I've been waiting. There's nothing I can do, really. I mean, all I can do is wait.
I tried a few times, but you're really popular tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. Okay, so Joe, first of all, don't you know what you're not allowed to talk about?
I know. Even though it does relate to death in my recent shoot, I actually have something else to talk about associated with death.
All right, well, maybe we'll get to it, but just don't reference that site by name, and we'll be okay.
Right.
Okay, so what do you have to say?
Okay, so I did one of my graduation theses on reincarnation.
Ooh.
And I did this particular case where Robert Almeter goes over it in one of his books. But basically, this woman remembers being a Cathar priest's girlfriend and knew all these things that they didn't discover until years later. And it's just really compelling, and they have a lot of different evidence for either conservation of energy through after death that retains consciousness, or just some kind of ESP.
What is a Khazar priest? What is that?
Cathar. They were a sect of Christianity way back when in France that all got massacred.
Oh, okay. So they had some good info if they were going to be fucking murdered for it, yeah?
I don't think it was that.
Oh.
They were kind of just Christian assholes.
Oh. Okay.
They still wanted to do like weird ritualistic shit.
Like
and
what?
The church was like, no.
What kind of rituals?
What was there? It did involve human sacrifice. I do know that much.
It did?
Yes.
Okay. that seems pretty related to death, killing humans.
It does, but the woman who recalled those memories, she was his girlfriend, and she remembered being like held in the cellar, and people at the time were like, no, that's not archaeologically accurate. But later they did find like the imprints of people's clawing at the cellars of those castles and churches.
When you say recalling a memory, is that like a sort of Scientology sort of thing?
No, she was having really bad nightmares, and she went and sought help, and that's when they kind of dove into the possibility of her being reincarnated from that Cathar priestess, because she could recall these different things.
Okay. So maybe
But
she was like the source of her nightmares was some past life that she had lived?
right, a past life, or some people believe in genetic memory, things like that.
Okay.
But it's really interesting. The study of thanatology is amazing. People think about death on a societal level, on a personal level. It's just so ingrained in our life.
Death.
Yeah. My dad, he died when I was 16, and I only lived 2 doors down from where he died, and I was diagnosed with cancer, and I went through that treatment. I did that thesis paper and everything, and it was a trip.
In what way? What did you experience as you were working on that?
Well, it's like I was given about a 30% chance of survival through chemo. And living so close to where my dad died from cancer, and then doing this study about reincarnation and thinking about, the possibilities of that, the possibilities of, what's going to happen to me if I don't make it, what happened to my dad. And it just all culminated into really deep diving into the stuff.
So what do you think? Where are you at today?
I believe that energy can't be destroyed, only changed. And it depends on your attitude when you die, on how strong you're able to hold on to that, how much of you is in that energy.
How do you mean? Like a person who dies, does that have to do with the the sort of unfinished business thing that we were talking about with apparitions before, where like if you've got got a real reason to if you've got like a strong emotional connection that's not yet resolved, you might stick around, your energy.
Right. You might put a bigger imprint on something because, just observing cells, they act differently. So we don't know how they act when they're being observed and then suddenly not being observed.
Mm-hmm.
So
this is part of your thought of like, we don't know what the hell's going on?
I think we decide more of what goes on than we realize.
In death or in anything?
In anything.
How do you mean?
I mean, just the fact that atoms change their behavior by being observed, we affect our environment. Mm-hmm. So we don't know to what level we're affecting our environment by just being, by just feeling and being alive.
Hmm. So you think that people being alive through their own choices or whatever, like they're not totally aware of it, but like they're actually doing more to affect the environment of energy than they realize?
Oh, everything. I mean, everything is like, it ripples. I mean, sound ripples, sound and water. It's still, they all do the same things. Energy acts that way.
So what do you think about then, because we've brought this up a few times and we haven't really gotten any, I mean, not that we're going to get anything conclusive, but like the idea that...
Oh yeah, I'm not a professional.
The idea that before you've died, before you were born, whether that is the equivalent of after you've died. What do you think, like, where does the energy come from that allows you to live in the first place? Like, we're talking about sort of like the dispersal of energy after you've died.
That's like ATP pumps and cells. I mean, it's an activation that kind of starts as you grow. I mean, it just, like the sperm goes into the ovum, turns into the fetus, the mother intakes energy that's transferred to those cells that become that energy. We become our environment. We're carbon-based.
So does everything that you are, it comes from your parents?
Not just that, but like the air you breathe, the things you eat, the biomes that you come into contact with.
So if it was the nature versus nurture discussion, it sounds like you're more on the nurture side.
I think it's the same thing.
Oh yeah. Well, how do you mean exactly? Who you are is equally like what you've experienced and what you are, just what cells have formed to make you.
Our nature determines how we react to the nurturing or how we nurture in return.
That's interesting. How do you think,
read a lot.
Well, how do you think that develops then? Is like, all right, so that's I like that thought. I agree with that like how your nature is what it affects how you absorb your surroundings, but like it is the surroundings that do a lot of the work in developing who you are. So then what is it then when you die? Your energy just disperses everywhere, like it just becomes part of the nurture for other people. How do you think about that?
Well, yeah, I mean part of the energy is still in our cells. It breaks down into chemicals, like the salt in the sea comes from the things that died in the sea. Mm-hmm. And we intake that salt, and then it becomes part of our body, and eventually we return to the salt. in a weird cycle for just the salt itself.
Mm-hmm.
So
How do
it's
you
like
think-
that with everything.
For humans specifically, because we live in like an organized sort of society, do you think that I'm thinking about how I want to word this. Like I guess I sort of think I sort of imagine like the actions that humans do throughout our lives. Like, I do think it very much affects the world, and so I agree in the sense that like what we do changes the environment for future humans and stuff.
Right. Our micro actions eventually gather to make the macro.
So it's almost for us, it's like less random, or like when we're talking about like in the ocean, like fish die and it makes the ocean salty, or just like, it's a very natural part of the ecosystem. And when humans die, it's a natural part of our ecosystem as well, because we've all been dying. But like, is there something more to our actions where like, if we do good, if we do things that are selfless, we are altering the environment for the better, whereas like if we do things that are selfish, we are altering the environment for the worse for the future?
The good and evil, good and bad argument. I argued with my philosophy professor a lot about that. Because my view at the time was there is no right or wrong, good or bad. It can't shape anything. But then he, of course, being a professor and much more knowledgeable than me, he said, well, that is true in the broadest of concepts, but in order to have a society, to be who we are now, we have to have agreed on certain moral standards, like not murdering all the children, not, staying abstinent, things like that. So there are still basic things. And the gist of it is you get what you have put out. And I think that's similar. If you come across as an angry person, if you're mean and rude and generally bring a bad atmosphere where you go, you're gonna be miserable. Your life is gonna be miserable, and you're going to go on to be miserable in whatever form you have.
But do you think that there's some sort of like like people are responsible for the state of the world to some extent? Not one individual can claim responsibility or change the entire state of the world. No way. But like, since we are theoretically evolved beyond just our primal instincts, it's like we at least have the thought that we have free will and we have choices and we can choose to be selfish or selfless. Like, what does that have to do? Sorry, go on.
I mean, the choices we have, we're not always given a lot of choice. People say, oh, well, you chose to do that. Okay, what were the other options? Mm-hmm. So in a world where we're very connected and where we rely on society, we also rely on them to provide their share of the choice.
Mm-hmm. To give us a choice.
So for example, I have children. I could choose not to have them and do something, give them away or something. Right. But I choose to have them, and by having them, I have to take care of them. So, and that spiral.
So
I can't be responsible for like how much waste is being dumped by companies. I'm just trying to survive and keep the children I have decided to take care of alive.
What is it that made you decide to keep your children and to raise them?
Well, in the beginning, I didn't really know anything else to do. I didn't see myself as a person. I was an object, and that object was supposed to take care of the children. But through therapy, I do it now because I want to put something good into the world, at least with what I can. And I know enough of what not to do as a parent that I think I can make a positive impact through making two at least somewhat decent individuals.
So you feel like that's the greatest impact you can make on the world, is bringing in a couple of new people who are going to be good?
I think it's the least impact I can do.
The least negative impact?
I hope. Oh, no, I mean like the least in what I wish I could put out into the world. Like, I would love to inspire people to be better, to help others and things like that, but I mean, I'm just a chick with food stamps, taking care of some kids, talking to a dude on YouTube.
You don't have to worry about that shit. It's a good thing, though, to like, it's sort of like a focus thing, like a vector point where you can just be like, here it is. This is what I have to do. My kids, give them a good life. Do my best.
Well, I wouldn't say a good life. They need to have challenges, so I can be an asshole sometimes.
That's fine. That's good. That's good.
I don't want them to be unprepared.
Sure. It's interesting, though. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I agree in that sense. Like, I feel like there is very little that I can do as an individual. You know, I can just try my best and be a good friend and that sort of thing, and be a good family member to my extended family and shit. But I don't really feel like I'm putting any sort of, you know, like fucking undeniable good into the world. I definitely don't feel like that. I don't feel like that at all. I feel like I would, if I had children, if I had a family of my own, like that would become my main focus. Is like, it's no longer about what I'm trying to do. It's now about just trying to be decent enough, a good enough example.
I would argue that in a way you're doing that because you bring joy through your stream. Like right now, you're impacting many people's lives just by giving them a moment's respite to sit and chill and talk about crazy shit or listen to crazy shit. I mean, that can have a big effect too.
Obviously, that does get me off in a big way.
Well, yeah.
Makes
isn't that
me
why
feel
we
like a
talk?
fucking god, obviously. But I know that's not right, really. So anyway, okay. But okay.
No, I know how that is. I feel you.
Hey, Joe, it was great talking to you. Thanks for calling in again.
Great talking to you too. Later.
See ya. All right. I didn't reach the I really thought I was gonna like reach a moment of enlightenment there. I didn't do it. I was trying, but it just didn't happen. Let's see if the boys have anything to say before we close out the stream here.
I just love cheap shit, you know?
Dude, you gotta have banh mi's. Banh mi's is like you can have that every day sort of meal.
I will eventually. I mean, there's like the nearest eatery was a Chinese food place, which is being turned into a banh mi pho restaurant. And the next nearest place, pho.
You say it with so much disdain.
I don't know how to say it. I'm trying
I think
to
it's
say
pho.
I think it's pho. Yeah, it's like a pho.
I thought it was like a pho and then a pho sort of mix. Pho?
Oh.
That could be right.
You have to say it with the sing-songy pho.
Pho.
Hey, what's up? What's up?
Hey,
dude?
what's up?
Yo. You talking about pho?
Yeah.
Pho. We're talking about Uber Eats. We're talking about food.
We're trying to figure out, okay, how do you say that one Vietnamese sandwich? I thought it was pho, Because
Not a sandwich.
That's a soup.
Sorry,
It's a
soup. That's the banh mi. Sorry. Because
Sorry.
like I hear it like there's pho and there's pho, and it's like is it? But I've heard that it's like foul. It's like in between foul.
I think it is
Pho.
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 Pho. I always called it pho because that is how it's spelled. PHO.
Oh. Well, they got the little thing up top, right?
Right. And I've heard that it's pho. Pho.
Makes it look like a question mark. Like the thing on top, it makes it like the
Dude, we gotta find some. We have to find some way to relate pho to death.
Okay.
You got like 20 seconds to really just nail it. Just bring us home.
Foods to die for.
Well, without enjoying life, what is death?
Hey,
death is the absence of life, and life is enjoying food.
The absence of pho.
Eventually, one of these days, I'll figure out how to actually say it, and then that will be when the universe collapses.
Moxie, you obviously will never learn how to say it. It's obviously going to be.
Oh,
it's
Fa?
You refuse to learn it. We just told you 5 times how to say it.
I'm trying to learn. I do not trust you because you're a white straight male. Okay, I'm trying to learn how to say it. I need to message the Vietnamese people I know and learn how to say it for sure.
We do have a lot of people in the live chat saying indeed pho.
Foul? Pho?
We also have someone in the live chat that's just counting.
A lot of numbers
The
here.
amounts of fuzz.
Good.
It's a fuck count.
You guys listen to the stream at all?
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, totally.
I love
Definitely.
all the
Talking about
death.
Champ was in there, right? Chump was in there, right?
No.
Chump the rapper?
Nobody remembers about Champ at this point. But if you want to do a whole diatribe, now's the time. You ready?
We listened to the whole stream, and I really liked the part where someone called in and you and them had some death banter. That was my favorite part of the whole stream.
Yeah, someone died on stream. I remember that. That was scary.
Dude,
How did you handle that?
Hey, was it Champ? Chump?
It was
Shit.
not Champ.
God damn it.
Champ is like leaving me angry voicemails because of. I was supposed to. Okay, like I was supposed to be his
Is he the
defense
one who
lawyer.
doesn't like the boys?
No, it's a different one. It's a different guy. But I realized.
I'm sure there's a lot
after-
of them. A lot of
after
people.
the fact, because I joined in on shitting Champ. That was wrong. I was supposed to be Champ's like defense lawyer against the boys.
No.
Oh.
He was wrong, so you don't need to defend him,
But
right?
he can't. But he's not in here to defend himself. Someone's got to defend him.
Well, he came back, right? He could have defended himself then.
He came back in the chat and he was like furious at the boys and the whole idea of the boys in the stream.
Hey,
We need direct boy interaction. DBI.
I'll have
soon.
I'm furious the boys are part of the stream.
Yeah, why do we keep getting interrupted? We're trying to have good conversations here.
I'm
And it's
furious.
like-
The minute hour is part of the stream.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
furious
why?
we are not the whole thing.
I am hosting my own live stream somewhere else.
Whoa. Okay, the boys got really upset there for a second. Hold on. We got to finish the show here on a high note, on a positive note.
Then get out of here. Let us talk.
Well, then
Go
you
for it,
probably
go
should
for
have
it.
ended on us. People don't like the boys for some
No,
reason.
They like you. I just like showing you, under a microscope who doesn't like the boys just to keep you, on edge.
I'm on my toes. I'm on edge. I'm about to die.
All right, the boys, you got 1 minute now. I'm not even going to say nothing. You get to say whatever the hell you want. I won't even interrupt you for 1 second. And this is how we're going to end the show. All right, you ready? Go.
Have you boys heard of Tibetan sky burials?
No.
That sounds fun. I don't know what it is, but it sounds great.
What happens when a Tibetan dies, this is for every Tibetan, they get cut up into little pieces and they get put out into this big field, and then vultures come out and they take all the pieces and they just fly off into the sky. So the vultures eat the Tibetans and they fly off with the body parts, and in the end, there's nothing left. What do you guys think of that?
That sounds great. If you don't give a shit about your legacy and a golf course and all that sort of shit, but just like at a spiritual level, I really like that for sure.
I mean, I'm sure it represents something. It's up for the Tibetans to decide. Yeah.
Hold on. I have a major problem with this, though. My main diet is vulture poison. That's kind of just my favorite delicacy. It's just what I like to eat a lot.
Oh, yeah, Uber Eats. Yeah.
Uber Eats all this vulture poison to my house. I don't know. I can't stop eating it. Aren't we going to kill a bunch of vultures if we do this? What are they called? Vultures?
Vultures.
We can train them, I guess, to to withstand the vulture poison.
Right. Slowly become immune to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
To what end?
So that they don't die when they eat Quate's big fat corpse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess at that
very
point it's
fat
not really
because of all the
vulture
vulture
poison anymore.
Yeah, I won't like it anymore because then it won't be vulture poison.
Yeah, it'll just be human poison. And then I guess that's how we'll die.
Yeah.
All right, Daryl, you get the final word here. Say something.
Oh God! Oh gosh!
Wait, hold on. I want to see everybody mute. I want to see everybody hit that mute on the Discord.
Oh gosh!
All right, Daryl, go for it.
How do I do that?
I'm seeing a lot in the chat. I'm seeing a lot of people supporting the boys. They feel like they have to come let us know that they support us. I want to say how much of all of us boys read every comment you say about us, and we are all very appreciative. But we tirelessly want to make sure all of you get the perfect content that you pay so much for.
Daryl, this is a terrible ending.
I don't know what else to say. You put me on the spot. I'm reading the comments. They're saying nice things. I want to.
This is kind of bullshit. This is a bad ending. Why did you choose Daryl?
Okay, hang on. I got a better.
That was a mistake.
Hang on.
I picked the wrong boy. All right.
Okay, let me say something else. If you come to our restaurant, you get 5% off on burgers this weekend only.
It's pretty good.
What restaurant doesn't exist, you scammer?
Okay. All right. The boys tried. That's all we can ask for. What are you gonna do? I'm not gonna end the stream. I don't have any fucking thing to say. All right. Anyway, this stream is now over. Thank you for listening. Thanks for calling the stream. This is what we do every week or so. Approximately. I'm going to play 2 more songs here from Fricko Braun. All the music from the stream has been from Fricko Braun and his album Divorce from the World. The link to this album is in the description of this video. If you've been liking the music, please click the link in the description. Stream the album on Bandcamp for free a couple times, and then eventually Bandcamp will make you pay for it. Do that too if you want. If you have $5, why not? The HUD from the stream that you're looking at is from Slouch. The link to his channel is also in the description of this video. Slouch, very talented animator. The thumbnail is from... Oh, shit, I actually don't remember what I picked for the thumbnail. The thumbnail is from somebody. Ethanol. That's right, DJ Ethanol. The slideshow of images that are on the HUD all comes from the zine, which is the Mighty Lighthouse, which comes out, every few months or so. The next one is coming out soon. I'm editing it. It's almost done. We'll be printing it soon. I'll have more information about that in a future stream. Okay, that's the stream. Thank you again for listening. 2 more songs here to close out the album. And that's that. Maybe I'll play that video also, that near-death experience thing. All right, anyway. Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you, boys.
We're going to feature a testimony by a man of God named Mickey Robinson. You're going to be absolutely amazed when you hear this story, because he was in a plane crash that literally destroyed him. In fact, it killed him. And yet he's alive to tell the tale. Hold on to your seats right now and listen to this amazing, outstanding testimony of the goodness of God.
I'd never met anybody who ever told me about anything personally knowing God or anything supernatural other than historically what I knew from stories from the Bible. Never met one person who told me they had a real relationship with Jesus. Never knew about the need to really come into a relationship with the Lord through Jesus. And I was busy getting it on. But there's not enough excitement in the world to ever satisfy. You always gotta have more. And I like stuff that was edgy, skiing, and I always liked aviation stuff. And so I started taking flying lessons. Then I thought it'd be more fun jumping out of airplanes. So I became a sport parachutist, and that really got me. I mean, I became obsessed with skydiving. It really consumed my life. My existence revolved around that 30 to 60 seconds in free fall and that 5-minute parachute ride. Then I had to do it again. It's like like a drug,
It's
it's
almost
good.
like an addiction.
Oh, totally. And then all of a sudden, one night, all that was going to change. Shortly after takeoff, I don't really recall much because I was kind of dozing off, sitting next to the pilot, or actually sitting on the floor next to the pilot. We removed the seats in this new aircraft, and I was awakened by a sound unfamiliar to me. It was the sound of the motor going completely silent.
Uh-oh.
And the pilot turned to me and he slapped me. He says, "That's it, we're going down." So we just pitched forward and we plummeted straight down at over 100 miles an hour. And what was seen out of the cockpit, and this was told to me, I don't recall this, but we were going straight to the ground and we're headed right towards a gigantic oak tree. We did hit that tree going, like I said, over 100 miles an hour, and my face stopped my body going 100 miles an hour. So then the airplane cartwheeled on its wings and slammed into the ground. If you see pictures of the aircraft, it doesn't look like anybody could survive this. So there was obviously injury and confusion, and the two students got pushed out the doorway and by one of my friends who was a very experienced jumper. And the fourth man out saw me moving, and the pilot assumed we were leaving too. And just as he was going out, the plane went up in flames. And as he was running away, he heard screaming and realized I was trapped inside along with the pilot. And this brave man who was my friend and went back in the plane and saw me trying to escape where the wing had been torn loose from the airplane. But I was stuck, and by something on my equipment or my clothing, it was caught, and I was soaked with fuel, and it was on fire from head to toe.
Wow.
And just like you see in movies, a person whose whole body was engulfed in flames. And this is where God did the first miracle. This man grabbed a hold of my parachute harness and with his bare hands tore that loose. It's 2,000 pounds tensile strength in each one of those straps.
Wow.
Pulled so hard he pulled his thumbs out of his sockets, dragged me away from the plane and slapped the fire out. It kept reigniting, and then he tried to go back for the pilot, and he couldn't. He was burned alive. Well, they rushed me off to the hospital. Obviously, it was horrible, and they rushed me off to the hospital and saw that I sustained very serious injuries. I had a brain injury. I had burns over a large portion of my body. I had to find out my eye was blind, my right eye was blind, and tremendous cuts, and this shock of that crash. They told my family I was going to die. They told my sister to come that day because I was not going to be there in the afternoon. I had an experience I had never heard about. Never heard anything like this. As I was laying there in that condition, just racked with pain and discomfort in every way possible, suddenly my inner man, the real me, my spirit, sat up out of my body, and I could feel my legs go through the springs of the bed. Wow. And my spirit came out of my body as if you would take a glove off your hand. And instantly, I was in a spiritual world. Instantaneously, I knew this was the real world. And this man that I was seeing was the real me.
Now, when that happened, were you aware of any pain still? Or
No,
were
I was
you
totally
completely separated from the pain and the carcass?
Completely no. And I didn't even remember turning around and looking. I mean, I was transferred immediately into a spiritual dimension. And everything about the spirit world is more real than this world. The colors are brighter, the edges of everything are sharper, the emotions are just enhanced, they are clear. And instantaneously, the thing that really struck me the most was there was a complete absence of the awareness of time. Everything in this world is relative to time. You got up this morning, you'll go to bed at night. Something is old, something is new, it will get old. Something is born, it will die. Everything in this plane, in the physical plane, in the natural plane, is relative to time. But everything in the spiritual plane is relative to eternity. So what had been natural to be aware of time was totally gone. And I was totally aware of eternity. It is shocking. It is stunning to be conscious and to know what eternity is. Also, logic and reasoning doesn't happen there. based on the sum total of all my intelligent thoughts that I've learned, I've had a death and I'm in the spirit world. It's like you just know that you know that you know. It's like having a revelation constantly, and it was incredible. And I knew I was traveling. I could feel, that I was traveling. And as I looked ahead, there was this pure white light. It was whiter than the whitest snow and brighter than 10,000 suns. And yet I could look right at it, and it was compelling. And it was like I was being towed. I was being towed like a tractor being. And as I was looking, I could feel this anticipation.
Wow.
But then simultaneously to that, on my right side, I could feel something, and I looked, and there was this blackness sweeping. Now this blackness, as I looked at it, instantly I was aware of its complete nature. It was eternal, like I was experiencing eternity. It was without any matter. It was without any life. It was void, and it was forever non-negotiable, cut off from the source of all life. And the more that I looked at it, the faster it would sweep. And the more that occurred, the more intense the feeling of the nature of being cut off and sealed forever and separated. It is
Horrifying,
horrific. You would not. I used to never be able to stand to be near anybody who could say go to hell after that, because you wouldn't want the worst person.
No.
You wouldn't want Adolf Hitler, Bin Laden, Saddam. You wouldn't want any human being to ever go in there. It was so horrible. And as that was sweeping, it got down to, it was eclipsing this light. So there was just it was like you're in a room and you close the door, a dark room, and there's a little space between the door and the door jamb. It wasn't a doorway. This was a real place that I was seeing and that I was feeling. And as it was closing, it was eclipsing. And now I'm standing on the very edge, the precipice of eternal separation. And I scream out of my spirit, I'm sorry, I want to live. Give me another chance. And just before that was to close, I was standing in the presence of Almighty God.
Whoa.
And instantly I knew I would never die for eternity. And that's
mercy.
It's unbelievable.
Wow.
And instantly I knew that this being who was off on this side of me, who I didn't see, but I was standing in this river of golden radiation. It looked like a moving river of golden light. And this river went that way, it went that way, it was underneath me, it was going right through me. And this river was alive. I don't know how to describe it, except that
It's called the River of Life.
this river was alive, and it's going right through me, and I'm more alive than anybody can imagine. I mean, this is the height of the experience of life, filled up with life, and somehow I knew this being was going to take care of me for eternity. I didn't see the New Jerusalem, I didn't see any angels in heaven, I didn't see any people who had gone before me. This was the max. So I was so filled with just the love and all of God's majesty, all of His authority, all of His love, everything was just flowing through me. I was like vibrating like a tuning fork, the very essence of God's nature. But when God spoke to me, and not in a language like you and I are talking now, but the knowledge of His purpose, the word of His purpose, came in through that same light. And I was taken back to the same way I was like being reeled in like a kite, and I went down through space and time, this dimension. As my spirit settled into my body, and I could start to hear out of these ears and see out of this eye, I came to in the room, materialized, kind of like they beam up on Star Trek. Right. And I heard myself speaking in this beautiful language that I had never heard anybody talk about before.
The heavenly language.
You know, it was a beautiful language. And when my brain turned on, I thought, what in the heck is this other language? And I was no longer, the person who was dying and dead was no longer, and I was born again and filled with the Holy Ghost. I never heard about that. You know, for years I wondered, what was that blackness, and why did it sweep down to where it was just a sliver, like about a half-inch of white light? And years later, God revealed it to me. It was really a historical record of my life. That for all the years that I had lived, I was in darkness. And God gave me a space to cry out to Him. And in that space, it changed my future, my destiny, my whole purpose. God loved me the whole time. God was with me. But, you know, please don't wait until you're that desperate. We're desperate right now, and He's with you, and you have a chance today to cry out to God. It's not complicated. It's not religious. I mean, certainly my prayer wasn't all that complicated, and it wasn't about religion. It was about I needed life, and there is no one of us before God that doesn't need the whole life that He has to offer. It's usually fear that keeps us from doing that. Or like we're afraid, well, I'm not good enough. That's the whole deal. We need God.